is accessible and wonderful and awesome, and it comes in different stripes and different colors and different shapes and different flavors. And as long as we understand that together with halacha means the way, or if you want to, in my terms, halacha is God's love language. It's like Hashem says, yes, love me, but Shabbat is how you love me, because that's my love language, right? Tefillin, that's the locket of love, like tell me. But within halacha, there are so many flavors, and there's a way of actualizing yourself. So people say to me, what kind of a Jew are you? So I tell them, actually, I'm an Essa Jew. They say, what's an Essa Jew? Is that Reform? Is it Orthodox? I said, no, I made it up, but I'm going to spread it one day. So maybe through wine. What's Essa? So the word Essa means to lift up. Like Essa, Einai El Harim, lift up. And Essa is spelled Aleph, Sin, Aleph. Aleph, Sin, Aleph. So to me, Essa stands for Emet, truth. And I look at that's the Litvak in me, the Lithuanian in me, the yeshiva person. Truth. Simcha, that's the Chassid in me. I come from a Chassidic dynasty. So truth, happiness. The last Aleph is Ahava, love, Kalvach, right? So truth, happiness, and love. I'm an Essa Jew. Truth, happiness, love. You squish that together, and then no one cares. Am I wearing a suit, wearing a red tie, a blue tie, no collar? Doesn't make a difference. God is so big. He doesn't care about that stuff. He wants us to love him in the most infinite way, and he'll love us back in ways we can't imagine, in ways that we're gonna witness and see it and say, wow, Hashem, I don't know what I would do without you. I just can't express. We say, if my mouth were as wide as the ocean and my praise would come out like the waves that are uncountable, it would not be sufficient to explain the infinity of my love towards you.
Beautiful. How can people find you online? How can they reach out?
I'm going to give my phone number. I give my phone number to everyone. People say, you can't put your phone number online.
I'm in shock. I'm like, don't share my number. Don't share my number.
But what is a rabbi for? If no one can reach a rabbi.
Share your number.
212 Shabbat.
Of course, that's your number.
212 Shabbat. You leave me WhatsApp is the way. Don't call me.
Okay.
You leave me a WhatsApp, and I really try to get back to people. And I like connecting. I like helping. I like projects. But if you just need somebody to be a good listener, I try to be that person also.
Spectacular. Rabbi Klatsku, this conversation was enlightening and inspiring and truly, truly hit my heart.
Thank you.
I feel very grateful that you took time away from your family to be with us on your short trip here and to share your wisdom and spread your light.
Thank you, Eliza.
Thank you. And thank you to all of our listeners for joining us on the Jewish Matchmaking Podcast. I'm your host, Eliza Ben Shalom from ILTV. And until next time, remember that matches make families, families make communities, and communities change the world.
Hey guys, On Malul here. After watching and analyzing over 100 real-life scenarios caught on tape, we decided to go over all those videos, analyze them, and find for you the 8 most common scenarios in a street fight. We came to the conclusion that if you're gonna learn and master all those 8 scenarios, you have a high chance to be able to defend yourself in a real street fight. Another common attack that we can see are hair grabs. After watching all those videos, we realized that hair grabs are pretty common, and we have to give you a solution how to handle them. So let's learn. So here we can see a scenario of 2 ladies fighting. Hair grab can be very common against a woman. You can see that she's getting attacked, hair grabbed from the back. She falls to the face, the woman with the red dress. And also on the ground, the other woman is grabbing her hair, simply dragging her on the ground with a hair grab. And here we see a video pretty hard to watch. A lady being dragged by the hair, being thrown by the stairs. You can see a man that is abusing this woman by grabbing her by the hair. Here we have another scenario for guy grabbing the woman's hair and controlling her. And here we can see two women that are fighting. We have a hair grab on the ground and punches to the back of the neck and to the face. So hair grab, pretty severe attack. When you're being dragged by the hair, you're being controlled by the attacker. So let's see, how can we handle a hair grab? One more time, the person grabs my hair. Now here, if I'm gonna let him pull me, oh, I'm being controlled. And yeah, that you feel the pain. Can go to it with a knee, with a punch. So here is simply being controlled. If he's grabbing, grab, grab, push the head, his own hand towards your head down and go with the motion with attacks. From here, after those kicks, you can use here the hand when you're close enough, boom, and he's not able to attack too much when you're close to him, and then drop, boom. If it's from the side or from the back, you're gonna have to do the same thing, but then to turn and again get close to him. One of the most important part here is to get close to him. To conclude hair grabs, guys, go with the motion. Most important, instead of resisting the motion. And of course, become a part of his grip. When he is grabbing your hair, grab his own hand, push it towards your own head, go with his motion and release strong attack towards weak spots. And then you're gonna be able to basically daze the person and take control of the situation. Thank you guys for joining our Krav Maga class. You guys can stay tuned and check out our Facebook and YouTube page and learn more Krav Maga tips and lessons. Thank you. Hey guys, On Malou here. After watching and analyzing over 100 real-life scenarios caught on tape, we decided to go over all those videos, analyze them, and find for you the 8 most common scenarios in a street fight. We came to the conclusion that if you're gonna learn and master all those 8 scenarios, you have a high chance to be able to defend yourself in a real street fight. So we're gonna talk now about hand grab. Bar, club, restaurant, someone comes and grab your hands, start pulling you, can be really common for the ladies out there. So we're gonna watch a video here about hand grabs. So here we have a video from India when a guy is simply dragging a woman with a hand grab. You can see the attacker here. And he is simply dragging her by the hand. We do not really know the story behind it. And she falls to the ground, picks her up again. So hand grab, simply someone grabbing you with 2 hands, 1 hand. In our video, the attacker grabbed the lady with 1 hand only and simply dragged her. What we see most people are trying to do is to resist against the grab, but usually your attacker is stronger and bigger and it's not going to work. So a concept in Krav Maga, go with the attacker. Leo, you can grab as strong as you can. Up, 2 hands. Up. What I do, I create leverage. Okay, and I go towards the opening, towards the thumb. And here, I'm gonna grab my own fist. If he's pulling, again, go with him, and grab your own fist. And pull, creating leverage. Of course, what I could do is also to attack sometimes, or I do not have the angle, like in our video, when he's facing his back. So if I'm attacking here, that's not a serious attack that is not gonna make damage and impact. But if he's in front of you and you feel in danger, attack, attack, that will be perfect. Sometimes, as we know, club, bars, public places, someone grabs you, you don't want to escalate the situation and right away attack and create violence. So a great technique for that is simply grabbing your own hand, going up. You see his thumb towards his thumb. 2 hands is gonna work as well. Move, we do it always with ladies bringing strong guys to grab them, and they're amazed how easy and effective this technique is. If he's grabbing me from up, you can see that his thumb now is down, so I'm gonna have to go down. 2 hands is going to be exactly the same, so I'm whoop, following the same concept. So in Krav Maga, the idea is not for each situation to give you another technique. It's actually to use one technique, which we call minimum defense against maximum attack. To conclude, guys, hand grabs are common. They can be even in a non-violent intent, and you should know how to release yourself. If in danger, right away with attack, and if not possible to attack, how to use the technique to release the attacker in a simple way, one technique that will help you with any hand grab you can think of. Thank you guys for joining our Krav Maga class. You guys can stay tuned and check out our Facebook and YouTube page and learn more Krav Maga tips and lessons. Thank you. Hey guys, On Malou here. After watching and analyzing over 100 real-life scenarios caught on tape, we decided to go over all those videos, analyze them, and find for you the 8 most common scenarios in a street fight. We came to the conclusion that if you're gonna learn and master all those 8 scenarios, you have a high chance to be able to defend yourself in a real street fight. So we're continuing from last time. We talked about upper stab. Just right now, I'm not even able to see the attacker. So of course, that we don't have any tip for you to develop an eyes in the back. So probably the first stab, I'm going to be getting the first stab, but now I'm seeing I'm in a problem. I'm turning towards the attacker and again, diving into the knife as we spoke previous episode. One more time here, first stab as we saw, ouch! So of course, this technique isn't perfect. When you're attacked from the back, you might get the first stab or even more. But as we were able to see in the videos, some people who've been stabbed once, twice, 3 times or even more were able to keep functioning under stress, the adrenaline, all this body mechanism that allows you under stress to function even though you got hurt. So one more time, we understand that this technique of course isn't perfect, but when I get the first stab, there's a big difference of getting the second, the third stab. So what I want to do the moment I can is actually to turn and dive in one more time. Of course, I'm looking back and performing a defend with again a dive in. Of course, this move needs to be trained with a certified instructor in a gym. What if I turn from the other side? If I turn from here, it's going to be the same move, but here I have here's the back side and I'm going to perform another continuation. Most important to understand that, okay, I'm going to get the first stab, maybe the second, but what I want to be able is to control again the hand with the knife, control the attacker so he's not going to be able to go towards those important parts, at least so I survive. And of course, one more time, if I'm not able to understand this person has a knife, I do not completely understand he is going to stab me or I'm under attack, I'm going to have to react first with my own instincts. Okay, maybe moving back, punching, attacking. This is not always enough, so the second one, or the moment I can, I'm going to have to perform the dive in with the wrap, as we spoke. So one more time, divide it to 2. When you're ready, best thing is, of course, to do the dive in, even though it's against your nature, because here you're allowing yourself to control the hand with a knife. And when you're not ready, the best thing you could do is to simply react with your instincts. You can add a couple of counterattacks. I do not count on those counterattacks to neutralize the attacker, even though it could be that I would do something like this, perform a push kick, and simply run away. But we have to understand that the only way to really neutralize it is again, diving into the knife. To conclude, guys, we talked about a knife stab that comes from up when you don't see it, turning to the attacker, diving in and wrapping the hand of the knife in order to neutralize and control the attack. Second, we spoke about a knife stab that comes from up towards the lower stomach. We spoke about when you see the attacker, you're always able to dive and again, neutralize the hand of the knife. And when you're not, the only thing you're able to do is simply to react with your own instincts, take distance, attack, and if needed again, diving in. So most important to understand, even though you get stabbed, which will happen, you get the cut, but most important is to understand that your body and under stress, you have the ability to keep fighting and trying as much as you can to survive. Thank you guys for joining our Krav Maga class. You guys can stay tuned and check out our Facebook and YouTube page and learn more Krav Maga tips and lessons. Thank you. Hey guys, On Malou here. After watching and analyzing over 100 real-life scenarios caught on tape, we decided to go over all those videos, analyze them, and find for you the 8 most common scenarios in a street fight. We came to the conclusion that if you're gonna learn and master all those 8 scenarios, you have a high chance to be able to defend yourself in a real street fight. So we're gonna handle now bear hugs. Very common scenario when a person simply hugs you, wants to put you on the ground, kidnap you, any scenario like this. Let's watch a couple of videos and see how do we handle it. So here's a scenario from India when we can see the attacker here, and he is going to simply pick up this woman here, probably in order to kidnap her. So you can see how he simply picks her up with a bear hug from the back. Here we have another video, pretty similar, when you can see a guy picking her woman from the back. She's trying to fight back without too much of success. And here we can see a scenario that happening in a jail when one of the security guards get attacked and is being bear hugged from the front all the way to the ground, continuing with a mount and punches till the other security guards are coming to separate. So bear hug, we have to separate bear hugs, guys, again for 2 different categories. One, when you understand you're being bear hugged, and when you're simply surprised from the back and you're not able basically to prepare yourself. So here our first technique, we're in a fight, so we both understand something is going on, then I'm missing one punch, for example, and I'm being bear hugged. So pay attention what I do from here. Whoa! Okay, what I did here is, first of all, most important, making sure he's not picking me up. Leo can easily pick me up, as you can see. But what I do is I use my central gravity. And now Leo is gonna try to pick me up, he's gonna have a harder time. And what I do is basically simply go with attacks. So, hands are going here. If the hands are taken, for example, I can even use them to grab from the inside and then go to the groin. Boom. So simply central gravity down right away. Grab his hands and continue with attacks. The second category is when you actually do not understand you're being attacked and you're simply surprised, for example, from the back, and you're already in the air. Here, trying to use your central gravity is not gonna work. What I have to do is to create a lock and to attack from there. What the lock is helping me with is the attacker is not able to keep walking. Leo, you're gonna bear hug me. And from here you can see that I'm locking his foot, which he's not able to keep stepping. Let's do it from another angle. I am wrapping with one leg and with the other leg putting pressure on the knee. Here, thanks to this that I'm anchored to him, I can also move my body and attack. The other leg is ready to go to the ground, and I'm continuing with my own attacks. And this is, guys, going to be exactly the same if he's picking me up from the front, for example. I have to wrap the leg. Here I have knees, I have hands, but most important is to wrap the leg so he's not able to drag you, kidnap you wherever he wants, and you take the control back. He's gonna put you back on the ground, continue with your own attacks. So to conclude bear hugs, guys, 2 different sort of bear hugs. One, you're in the middle of a fight or you were able to pay attention. The guy's bear hugging you, put your central weight down and continue with attacks. Second one, you're surprised or you suddenly simply find yourself in the air. So we have the concept of wrapping his leg, creating a lock on his foot, attacking, basically making him not able to carry you whatever he wants and taking control of the situation. Thank you guys for joining our Krav Maga class. You guys can stay tuned and check out our Facebook and YouTube page and learn more Krav Maga tips and lessons. Thank you. Hey guys, On Malul here. After watching and analyzing over 100 real-life scenarios caught on tape, we decided to go over all those videos, analyze them, and find for you the 8 most common scenarios in a street fight. We came to the conclusion that if you're gonna learn and master all those 8 scenarios, you have a high chance to be able to defend yourself in a real street fight. The most common choke in a street fight is definitely headlock. From the side, from the back. Let's watch a couple of videos about it. So here you can see a scenario. 2 people are to rob one of the guys, and you can see he is caught now in a headlock when the other guy is robbing him and taking his watch, his Rolex. He's trying to use his legs, but here now he's in a headlock on the ground. So our main attack here is a headlock. Another scenario when a guy's abusing a woman, you can see here how he's headlocking her. Headlock from the side. And another scenario caught on a security camera on the cab. You can see that the cab driver here is getting headlocked till he is losing air and consciousness. So we're starting with a headlock from the side. Leo is headlocking me. Boom. So a headlock can happen or out of nowhere when Leo just did, whoa. Or in a fight when Leo is punching me, boom, I may be moving back, and then, whoa, in the middle of the fight, the headlock is there. Okay, so what we have to understand is separating the headlock to 2 different scenarios. One, that I'm understanding I'm under attacked, which we can call it, I'm ready. I'm in a certain awareness level that I'm under danger. Second one, when out of nowhere, there's a headlock that comes from the back or from the side, and here I'm already caught in a headlock. So first we'll show you what happens if you're understanding you're under attack, and you can kind of see this headlock. For example, he is punching me. I understand there's a headlock. Only thing I do is put my chin down, and even if he's 1 or 2 hands, whoop, I'm already able to escape. And this works against headlock from the back as well. Here my chin is down, whoop, all I do is I step and I'm outside. So that also works if you're being headlocked from the back, but you have to understand you're being headlocked. For example, we're in a fight, and suddenly, you're here, up. So what I did is exactly the same technique from the back. When I'm understanding, there's a headlock coming, putting my chin down, and from here, because I have my chin down, I'm able to slide, use those hands, and take control of the situation. A really simple technique that you guys can use. Now you might ask yourself, but what if I'm not aware of this? So we showed you just a technique before that. I'm getting headlocked, and I'm in the position, whoop. Only thing I did here is going with this motion first, stepping. I don't want to resist my attacker, whoop, stepping, attacking. So most people, they're trying kind of to fight the headlock. Forget about it. Here you have air, headlock from the side. You do not have to get air because he's simply putting pressure the back of your hand. So attacking, you're able to function here. Bring the other hand to the face if he has hair. It's great, explosive motion, and continue from there. If it's from the back, I will need to get air. So that we talked in previous episodes, how to create leverage on his thumb and put the chin. Continue from there to a headlock to the side. So to conclude, we show you guys the most common choke in a street fight. Headlocks can be from the side or from the back. We showed you 2 techniques. What happens if you see them? Put the chin and slide out. And what if you're being surprised? Techniques from a headlock from the side and from the back. Attack the attacker or from the back, gather air and escape the scenario. Thank you guys for joining our Krav Maga class. You guys can stay tuned and check out our Facebook and YouTube page and learn more Krav Maga tips and lessons. Thank you. Hey guys, On Malul here. After watching and analyzing over 100 real-life scenarios caught on tape, we decided to go over all those videos, analyze them, and find for you the 8 most common scenarios in a street fight. We came to the conclusion that if you're gonna learn and master all those 8 scenarios, you have a high chance to be able to defend yourself in a real street fight. In a street fight, you can see that sometimes there is more than one attacker involved. There's an argument maybe going on, and suddenly the friends or people from the street are joining the scenario. We have to be able to know a couple of basic concepts and techniques in order to be able to fight against more than one attacker. So let's watch a couple of the videos and cover them up. So as you're able to see here, we have a scenario happening outside when there are actually 3 people that are attacking 2 people. So you can see the guy here with the red shirt, for example, is moving backwards and trying to defend himself against those punches. Another scenario happened in a gas station where 2 guys are stealing a pack of beer. The employee is getting out of the gas station and trying to fight those 2 guys. And here you can see 2 attackers that are fighting against the employee. Here another scenario when you have 2 attackers with a baseball bat. Here's the first one, and here's his friend joining him with another baseball bat against this one person. As you can see, they're attacking him, simply throwing him off the balcony here. Multiple attackers. So here we have Leo, which is one attacker, and our bag, who is going to represent a second attacker. Just understanding those concepts real quick. If Leo and his friend here, the bag, are attacking me, of course the first thing I want to do is to catch some distance. But more important than the distance, if Leo is going to be attacking me from here and I have the attacker who is attacking me from the back, I'm here in a very bad angle. So again, more important than the distance is actually the angle itself. If I'm moving backward, it's not simply enough to move backward when people are coming towards me. I want to grab an angle. I want to grab an angle telling this person to come down, and this person, I want to be able to kind of put him behind the attacker and get him stuck behind the attacker. Okay, so one more time. Leo, you're gonna be trying to attack me. Again, we don't have a real person today, so we have the bag representing another attacker, but just in order to understand the concept. 2 attackers coming towards me, who I'm trying to fight, maybe attack one, maybe then attacking the other one, but pay attention, I'm always grabbing the angle or towards one attacker or towards the other. Always get close to one of them. Here, for example, I'm with Leo, so I'm going maybe to grab what I did. He punched me, so I dived in, I control. And here, I might have the attacker coming from here. I'm going to be using Leo. If he's gonna be coming from the other side, again, I'm gonna be using him as a human shield, maybe push him towards the attacker. Most important is to understand this concept of using one of the attacker as a human shield. Of course, it's not a game we're not gonna be playing for too long, but only for a couple of seconds. He is attacking, we'll move towards him. Do not stay in between those attackers, which you're gonna be in danger. Now, one more thing, guys, we have to understand that if one of those attackers or 2 of them have weapons, I'm gonna have to make a couple of calculations. For example, if Leo has a knife and this guy's with nothing, of course I'm gonna go first of all towards Leo that has the knife, which I want first of all to take care of the knife. Take the knife, maybe use the knife against them later on. If one of them simply has a stick and the other one nothing, or even a knife, I'm always gonna go on the long object, which is on the stick, then use the stick in order to defend myself with the range of the stick. That's going to provide me some advantage. So understanding first the idea of not staying in between those attackers, even if it's here, especially not here. Second of all, the aspect about creating angles. Leo's attacking me, I might use the one attacker, okay? Changing the angles from here to here, using him as a human shield. Here, pushing him if needed, and trying to do your best. Of course, it's not easy. There's more than one attacker that is attacking you, but you should do your best to be able to defend yourself. Thank you guys for joining our Krav Maga class. You guys can stay tuned and check out our Facebook and YouTube page and learn more Krav Maga tips and lessons. Thank you. Hey guys, Owen Malul here. Today we're going to talk about the most common mistakes people do while learning or teaching self-defense. Okay guys, let's start from the beginning. When you have an attacker facing you and you're understanding you're being under attacked, you want to be as prepared as possible. Which means you want to put yourself in what we call a fighting stance. Right? There's an attacker coming. You're not going to be simply with your hands down. You want to cover most important parts, your face, your weak spots, in order to be able to defend yourself. What I still see out there when people learn or teach self-defense is a lot of the classic fighting stance that comes from boxing or all kind of martial arts when their hands coming to protect the face on one hand, which is good, but on the other hand, when I do something like this, or even with open hands, what I basically psychologically transforming to my attacker is, come on man, let's fight, okay? Which is the first thing that I don't want necessarily always to invite my attacker to the fight. Sometimes I would actually want to play the victim. The second and the biggest mistakes while doing all kinds of these self-defense is I'm simply losing the element of surprise, which is the best moment for us to surprise the attacker, maybe kick, strike, and run away. When I'm doing something like this, he's understanding that maybe I know what I do, maybe I'm trained, and I'm going to react. He might change his actions. I might be recognizing that my attacker is going to give me kind of a swinging motions, but when I put my hands here, he might change an attack in the last moment and actually go with a kick, or if it's especially with a weapon, maybe a knife or something like this. If I'm gonna put my hands here, whoa, he might confuse me because he is understanding he's facing someone who is going to react. So instead of these kind of stance or even with open hands, what we would recommend is simply a very little change that makes a whole difference. From here to here. Psychologically, I'm gonna tell here the attacker, my friend, I don't wanna fight, leave me alone. And on the other hand, I'm still protected. If he's attacking my face, I'm still prepared in order to defend and protect those weak spots. Okay? So very small change, guys, that makes a very big difference. Instead of these kind of fighting stance, put your hands close to each other. One more thing I want to talk about the fighting stance, that if you already put your hands together towards the attacker and you're already telling him psychologically, man, I don't want to fight, better you put your hands close to each other. And the reason is, when my hands are open, he has two options. He can attack me, boom, towards the face, straight towards those weak spots, right, boom. Or he can come around, which in a real time situation, I'm gonna have to decide if to do an inside offense or maybe an outside offense. And when you're being attacked under stress and when the adrenaline is high, and when you're being attacked under real-time scenario, under stress and when the adrenaline is high, you want to be able to think as less as possible. These kind of fighting stance will give you two options, inside or maybe outside. When you put your hands together, your attacker will never try to attack you towards your face. He will never do something like as such. He will always come from around. Something else you could do with this kind of fighting stance is raise your hands a little bit here. While doing this, you're affecting psychologically on the attacker to attack you towards the lower body, towards the stomach. Which means that I'm basically, just with my fighting stance, kind of controlling and directing the attacker to attack me wherever I want to. So it's not only in order to protect yourself, could be only in order to influence the attacker and tell him, man, attack me towards the stomach. Oh, and I'm already ready for my next move. To conclude, guys, we talked about fighting stance. They're not only here in order to be protected, also in order to create element of surprise. Instead of putting the hands here or here, put your hands here. Play the victim. Use the element of surprise to your advantage. We understood that in addition to that, with your own fighting stance, you can also influence the attacker to attack wherever you want him to attack and to influence him psychologically. This way, you're going to be able to be the most protected as possible and almost predict his next attack. Thank you guys for joining our Krav Maga class. You guys can stay tuned and check out our Facebook and YouTube page and learn more Krav Maga tips and lessons. Thank you. Hey guys, Owen Malul here. Today we're going to talk about the most common mistakes people do while learning or teaching self-defense. Let's talk about this common mistake called relying your defense too much on timing. What do I mean? Leo, you're gonna throw a punch. You're gonna throw a straight punch. Okay? So all of these moves, which can work in a ring when you're both professional fighters, for example, and you have a couple of opportunities, first of all, to learn your opponent, to learn his moves. Second of all, you're gonna have more than one opportunity to perform the defense. In a street fight, you have one opportunity to defend yourself and go home safe. Now, when he's gonna swing his hands towards my face, okay, doing all kinds of moves that are taken, for example, from boxing, which is a great competitive fighting sport, which can help us on one hand for the street fight, but on the other hand, this specific defense or a peeve against a straight punch would not necessarily work. The reason is that in a real-time scenario, your hands is the first thing that is reacting. Your palms is the first thing connected to your brain. When he's gonna throw the punch, whoa, that's what's gonna happen. You do not really know what to expect. If it's a right, left punch, choke, bear hug, kick to the groin, knife, gun. With those wide range of attacks he can pick, I cannot use timing only. For example, if he's going to punch me and I think he goes towards the face, but it actually goes down, I'm gonna perform a timing move, whoop, right? I'm in a problem. When it goes towards my face, up, could work. But if he changed the direction, oh, so I'm in a big problem. More than that if he's having a knife. And now I'm counting, for example, let's show you a very classic defense against a knife stab that comes down. So I could perform something that looks like this. But what happens if while I'm going to the side, he's going to change the direction. Instead of stabbing classic from down up, he's gonna give me an angle. Whoop! So I'm here in a very serious problem. One more common defense that we see out there is against a stub when I move. So again, one more time, I cannot rely on my timing because if I'm moving now and he's again changing the angle, as you were able to see now, I just got stabbed. Even though I performed a good timing, okay, he's getting too close to my body. So all those defense with timing, we have to understand, timing is essential and you're using timing in any defense, right? If he's stubbing up and the common defense I'm teaching, this one, if you do it in the wrong timing, you're in a problem. But on the other hand, what I rely on is also the defense with my hand, okay? The move that he's doing, it does not matter if he goes up now or if he's going down now. If I'm inside, I'm protected. So the timing here, whatever I'm going to do, when I'm diving in, performing a defense with a good timing, that will simply work. One more example so you guys will deeply understand. Leo, you're gonna punch to the face. One more time. This defense looks great. I'm redirecting, going diagonally forward. Can perform a strike or a hit towards the groin, then I'm in control. So these could look a very great defense, but on the other hand, please ask yourself, when someone is punching you towards the face, would you move back as someone is being surprised? Or would you move forward? Okay? So that's right, we have a couple of techniques where you need to move forward because you have no other choice. Because you're able to understand what kind of attack he is doing. Whoa! But with this straight attack to the face, which is really quick, the only way a human being is going to react is moving backward. Moving diagonally forward with this technique will create a problem. And what if he's changing his attack and suddenly going with a swing? Whoop. So here I am, planning to use timing for one move. When he's changing his move, I'm finding myself in a bad position. To conclude, guys, relying your defense only on timing might be a problem. Timing is an essential component in fighting in general, but you cannot rely on it because you simply do not know what the attacker is going to perform. You need to have a move that will work against different sort of moves, what we call minimum defense against maximum attack, and think as less as possible as a defender. Thank you guys for joining our Krav Maga class. You guys can stay tuned and check out our Facebook and YouTube page and learn more Krav Maga tips and lessons. Thank you. We can divide. Rolling. So knife stabs. We can divide knife stabs. טוב, יאללה. One more common street attack, and one of the most dangerous are knife attacks. They're accessible, easy to carry, and create severe damage. Let's watch a couple of real-life videos caught on tape and see how can we handle knife attacks. Here we have a scenario from Israel when a woman is pulling out a knife from her bag and attacking a security guard. Another scenario happening in a room full of people when an attacker is getting into the room and starts stabbing the person towards the stomach till he falls to the ground and then stab him towards the back. You can see many people in the room, unfortunately, does not interrupt. Here we have another scenario in Israel when a terrorist pulls out a knife and tries to stab a couple of soldiers here. In a store, when the attacker gets into the store and perform an upper stab towards the upper body till the person falls to the ground. You can see how they're struggling. So here we have a known scenario in Israel that happened in a supermarket when a terrorist comes from the back and surprises the person with an upper stab. Multiple stabs, hard images to watch. Knife stabs. We can divide them to 3 parts. Let's start from the first one, an upper stab that goes towards the upper body, chest area. So as you guys saw, I performed a dive in with a wrap. Okay? Which we have to understand that in order to perform this kind of move, I have to be ready. That means I have to see the attacker. It's impossible when I'm talking to a person and a guy is attacking me that I'm going to perform with dive in. As you saw, I performed with another move, which called an instinct. So we have to understand that first of all, if I am ready for the guy, the best thing to do is to actually dive in. As much as it's against the instinct and against the nature to dive into an attack, this is the only way to really neutralize the end of the knife. And from here, even though the knife can touch me a little bit, I don't care because I'm neutralizing the hand with the knife. And here, if he's gonna pull me boom. I'm anchored to him with those knees one more time. You can try to pull and I boom. And I will go with a couple of knees, elbows, hammers, boom, till the knife will be on the ground and I'm gonna push the attacker. So first of all, understanding that if I see the attacker, the best thing to do is to kind of suicidal knife. I know I'm in trouble, even though it's against my nature, I want to control the attack. So we do have to address what happens if I'm not ready. That means the attacker is surprising me. Sometimes, yeah, I would get the first stab. There's no magic technique for that. But sometimes I'm going to be able to perform what we call an instinct, a very natural move. For example, Leo is talking with me behind his back, he's the attacker, and suddenly out of nowhere, whoa, he's attacking. So we can see that a human being's natural motions are always to do this kind of motions. If he's attacking with the other hand, boom, he's attacking from up, from down. So all those motions, which are instincts, we can take a person who's even not trained and you'll see that he's going to defend against those swinging motions. So very similar to a punch. This move, as we spoke already, represent a punch, a slap, a knife stabs, battle of beer, hair grab, shirt grab, all those motions that comes from the outside in, okay, multiple attacks. Now we're addressing knife stabs. So if I'm not ready, the only thing I can do is first of all, to react with my own instincts, maybe try to create a better angle, okay, attack. So reacting with my instincts, attack, prefer maybe in other attacks, getting distance, running away if possible. But if it's not enough, and now he's going to stab, whoa, I will need again to go back to the dive-in because this is the only way I'm gonna be able to completely neutralize. Only defending and attacking is okay, but he still has the knife. I'm gonna perform it again and again. If I'm in a closed room here, the attacker under adrenaline, I cannot 100% count on those punches, on those attacks to neutralize a person who is motivated with a knife. So we talked about knife stabs that comes from up all the way towards the upper body. We spoke about that if I'm able to see the attack, I want to dive in, and sometimes I'm going to be surprised. It's two different scenarios. Being surprised, I'm always gonna have to react with my own instinct. And maybe the second punch, I'm gonna be able to dive in and control the hand of the knife. Next episode, what we're gonna be addressing is more scenarios that comes an attack with a knife from the back, out of nowhere when I'm really not able to see the attacker, and another stab that comes from down towards the stomach area, lower body. We're gonna have to learn how to address this one. Stay tuned, see you. Thank you guys for joining our Krav Maga class. You guys can stay tuned and check out our Facebook and YouTube page and learn more Krav Maga tips and lessons. Thank you. Hey guys, On Malou here. After watching and analyzing over 100 real-life scenarios caught on tape, we decided to go over all those videos, analyze them, and find for you the 8 most common scenarios in a street fight. We came to the conclusion that if you're gonna learn and master all those 8 scenarios, you have a high chance to be able to defend yourself in a real street fight. One more common street attack, and one of the most dangerous, are knife attacks. They're accessible, easy to carry, and create severe damage. Let's watch a couple of real-life videos caught on tape and see how can we handle knife attacks. Here we have a scenario from Israel when a woman is pulling out a knife from her bag and attacking a security guard. Another scenario happening in a room full of people when an attacker is getting into the room and starts stabbing the person towards the stomach till he falls to the ground, and then stab him towards the back. You can see many people in the room, unfortunately does not interrupt. Here we have another scenario in Israel when a terrorist pulls out a knife and tries to stab a couple of soldiers here. In a store, when the attacker gets into the store and perform an upper stab towards the upper body till the person falls to the ground. You can see how they're struggling. So here we have a known scenario in Israel that happened in a supermarket when a terrorist comes from the back and surprises the person with an upper stab. Multiple stabs, hard images to watch. Knife stabs. We can divide them to 3 parts. Let's start from the first one, an upper stab that goes towards the upper body, chest area. So as you guys saw, I performed a dive in with a wrap. Okay? Which we have to understand that in order to perform this kind of move, I have to be ready. That means I have to see the attacker. It's impossible when I'm talking to a person and a guy is attacking me that I'm going to perform with dive in. As you saw, I performed with another move, which called an instinct. So we have to understand that first of all, if I am ready for the guy, the best thing to do is to actually dive in. As much as it's against the instinct and against the nature to dive into an attack, this is the only way to really neutralize the end of the knife. And from here, even though the knife can touch me a little bit, I don't care because I'm neutralizing the hand with the knife. And here, if he's gonna pull me, boom, I'm anchored to him with those knees. One more time. You can try to pull the knife, boom, and I will go with a couple of knees, elbows, hammers, boom, till the knife will be on the ground, and I'm gonna push the attacker. So first of all, understanding that if I see the attacker, the best thing to do is to kind of suicidal knife. I know I'm in trouble, even though it's against my nature, I want to control the attack. So we do have to address what happens if I'm not ready. That means the attacker is surprising me. Sometimes, yeah, I would get the first stab. There's no magic technique for that. But sometimes I'm going to be able to perform what we call an instinct, a very natural move. For example, Leo is talking with me behind his back, he's the attacker, and suddenly out of nowhere, whoa, he's attacking. So we can see that a human being's natural motions are always to do this kind of motions. If he's attacking with the other hand, boom, he's attacking from up, from down. So all those motions, which are instincts, we can take a person who is even not trained, and you'll see that he's going to defend against those swinging motions. So very similar to a punch. This move, as we spoke already, represent a punch, a slap, a knife stabs, battle of beer, hair grab, shirt grab, all those motions that comes from the outside in, okay, multiple attacks. Now we're addressing knife stabs. So if I'm not ready, the only thing I can do is first of all, to react with my own instincts, maybe try to create a better angle, okay, attack. So reacting with my instincts, attack, prefer maybe in other attacks, getting distance, running away if possible. But if it's not enough, and now he's going to stab, whoa, I will need again to go back to the dive in because this is the only way I'm gonna be able to completely neutralize. Only defending and attacking is okay, but he still has the knife. I'm gonna perform it again and again. If I'm in a closed room here, the attacker under adrenaline, I cannot 100% count on those punches, on those attacks to neutralize a person who is motivated with a knife. So we talked about knife stabs that comes from up all the way towards the upper body. We spoke about that if I'm able to see the attack, I want to dive in, and sometimes I'm going to be surprised. It's 2 different scenarios. Being surprised, I'm always gonna have to react with my own instinct. And maybe the second punch, I'm gonna be able to dive in and control the hand of the knife. Next episode, what we're gonna be addressing is more scenarios that comes an attack with a knife from the back, out of nowhere when I'm really not able to see the attacker, and another stab that comes from down towards the stomach area, lower body. We're gonna have to learn how to address this one. Stay tuned, see you. Thank you guys for joining our Krav Maga class. You guys can stay tuned and check out our Facebook and YouTube page and learn more Krav Maga tips and lessons. Thank you. Hey guys, On Malul here. After watching and analyzing over 100 real-life scenarios caught on tape, we decided to go over all those videos, analyze them, and find for you the 8 most common scenarios in a street fight. We came to the conclusion that if you're gonna learn and master all those 8 scenarios, you have a high chance to be able to defend yourself in a real street fight. So after speaking and teaching you guys the 8 most common scenarios in a street fight and how to defend yourself, we're gonna go over all of these real quick. First of all, we spoke about punches. Punches are way far the most common attack in a street fight. We were able to see in our videos caught on tape at least 40–50% of the scenarios that are starting with a punch, with those swinging motions that goes towards the face. An argument is being developed, maybe pushing in the beginning, and then the sponge boom. So we talked about punches, defending yourself with an instinct. But if you're able to see the sponge coming, we also spoke about the dive in, because here you're neutralizing the hand of the knife. We spoke also about what happens if there are multiple attacks that comes to your face and you have to use both hands. You're able to defend yourself and attack with those legs. His stand is wide, go in between those legs. And of course, if needed as well, diving in is always great in order to neutralize the attacker. We spoke about what happened if you got a punch already towards the face and react with the natural instinct reaction, moving back, and you need to dive in. Go over it and learn it step by step. The dive in with those elbows. Surprise the attacker, do the unexpected. Then we moved into what happens if you already got the punch or something you simply got to the ground. Okay, here we spoke some about ground techniques. If he moves, try to reach you, try to use ground techniques and create angles from here. Attacking if he comes from one side, turning with him, the other side. What happens if he's already on top of you, here on the side, maybe punching, choking you, boom, we spoke about a technique, boom, pushing him, standing up. All those scenarios that you're on the ground. 50% of the time, guys, in a street fight, if you do not react quick enough, you're gonna find yourself on the ground. Really important to know how to defend yourself. We then moved to headlocks many times in a fight, even if it starts with those punches, swinging motions. Whoop, I'm moving on, and suddenly there is this headlock. Boom, boom. We spoke about the defend when he's headlocking you, going with the motion, attacking, grabbing a weak spot here, eyes, boom. We also spoke, what if you're able to see the headlock coming and simply putting your chin down. We also spoke about a back headlock in the same episode, that you have to be able to get air, put the chin, move on to the side headlock and continue from there. And of course, again, the same, this chin, if you're able to put the chin down, you're always able to escape on time. Now we're going to bear hugs. Bear hugs, very common attack. A person wants maybe to kidnap you, maybe to put you on the ground. We see it a lot happening on the street. We spoke about a bear hug from the back, that you can put your central body, attack, boom, getting out of the bear hug before he's lifting you, or if he already lifts you, whoop, to block his legs so he's not able to walk. And here, attack, boom, release him from the bear hug and continue from there. Now we're talking about hair grabs. What happens if the person pulls your hair? If you try to resist, we spoke about it, this is the last thing you want to do, because when he's pulling you and you're resisting, you're going to feel the pain, and this is when the damage is being created. You have to go with his motion, grabbing his own hand. He's pulling, come with him, becomes a part of his hold. One more time, the other hand. One, he's pulling, knee, hand, okay? So most important concept in hair grabs is to grab the hand the moment you can and go with the attacker. Even if he already pulled you the second time, you can grab, go with this motion, and perform counterattacks. Next, we have hand grabs. We haven't seen a lot of videos about it because it's simply, most of the time, not a dangerous scenario when someone comes in a club and simply holds your hand. But of course it can escalate to a scenario of someone kidnapping, pulling you towards the car, something like this. Really common scenario on the street, bars, clubs, we can see it a lot. So Leo is simply holding my hand. Important to understand that just pulling is not going to help, which is the common instinct. I have to use a technique going towards his thumb, grabbing and pulling. Same if he's going to hold me with two hands. So here I'm gonna be doing the same from up. His thumbs are up. I'm gonna go down. Simply, whatever hand is going to help me to hold me, I'm always going to do the same technique. Of course, if he's holding me and I feel in danger, I can attack and he's simply going to release it. But we have to understand how to use measurable force sometimes. And using the technique, someone is holding you in a restaurant or a club, bar, you don't necessarily want to punch and escalate the scenario. This technique really important. Next, we have our knife attacks. Knives are accessible to everyone and easy to hide, very dangerous, can create a lot of damage. So we spoke first of all about an upper stab. If I'm able to dive in, control, that will be the best thing if I see the attacker. If I do not see the attacker, my only choice is going to be reacting with an instinct. Maybe before we cap it off, counterattack. Hope this is going to help. If it's not, he keeps coming towards me. Now, because I'm not surprised anymore, I'm able to dive in. We also spoke about what happened if you're being surprised from the back with a knife. First stab, you might get it. Second one, third one, you're trying to defend yourself the moment you can, and again, wrap. Okay, we were able to see people who have been attacked from the back and keep functioning. Then we spoke about a lower stab. All those common stabs that we see in a street fight. Lower stab towards the stomach. Again, you're able to dive in, great. You're wrapping, you're controlling, you're not able, you're surprised. Natural instinct is simply doing something like this, boom, trying to use your legs, trying to use push kicks. But if it still comes towards you, again, the dive in will be the best solution. And last one, when we spoke about our multiple attackers many times in a street fight, you can see that there is more than one attacker. His friends are coming in a bar, in a club, something is being developed, and then out of nowhere the attacker is, oh, we spoke about that you have to be able to use one of them as a human shield, right? Use the good angle. If, for example, the bags are one attacker and he's now on my left, so I'm gonna use Leo, boom, boom, I'm gonna push him. So most important to understand all those angles, not to stay in between the attackers. And if you can, one moment, whoa, use him as a human shield. Thank you guys for joining our Krav Maga class. You guys can stay tuned and check out our Facebook and YouTube page and learn more Krav Maga tips and lessons. Thank you.
Welcome to ILTV's Israel Daily. I'm Kalev Ben David, and coming up in today's newscast, Prime Minister Netanyahu lays out Israel's conditions for a deal with Syria. Israeli and Lebanese envoys meet as the U.S. tries to preserve a fragile ceasefire. Opposition leaders slam proposed ultra-Orthodox draft deferment bill as a bluff. In his first public comments after a call with President Trump, Prime Minister Netanyahu is taking a firm stand on Israel's conditions for a deal with Syria. But Netanyahu also left the door open for a U.S.-backed agreement that could create a buffer zone in the Syrian Golan. More from ILTV's Steve Leibowitz.
New details are being reported about yesterday's phone call between Prime Minister Netanyahu and U.S. President Donald Trump. Trump reportedly pressed Netanyahu to be a better partner in moving forward on the Gaza agreement. He also questioned why Hamas operatives trapped in Rafah tunnels were being killed rather than allowed to surrender. Netanyahu reportedly replied they were armed and dangerous. The call then shifted to Syria. Following up on his public post, Trump urged Netanyahu to take it easy and avoid actions that could provoke the country's new leadership. In his first public comments since the call, the Prime Minister defended Israeli actions on the Syrian Golan.
אנחנו נחושים להגן על היישובים שלנו בגבולותינו, כולל בגבול הצפון, ולמנוע התבססות של טרוריסטים ופעולות עוינות נגדנו, להגן על בעלי בריתנו הדרוזים, ולהבטיח שמדינת ישראל תהיה פתוחה מהתקפה קרקעית ואחרת מהאזורים צמודי הגבול.
Hinting at a potential U.S.-backed deal to create a buffer zone on the Syrian Golan, the Prime Minister made clear what the Syrian government must do.
מה שאנחנו מצפים בסוריה לעשות זה כמובן להקים אזור חיץ מפורז מדמשק ועד אזור החיץ, וכמובן מבואות החרמון ושיא החרמון. ברוח טובה, בהבנה של העקרונות הללו, אפשר גם להגיע להסכם עם הסורים, אבל אנחנו נעמוד על עקרונותינו בכל מקרה.
Meanwhile, the United Nations General Assembly has passed 2 non-binding resolutions calling for Israel to withdraw from the Golan Heights and from what it calls the West Bank and East Jerusalem, resolutions the body has routinely approved for years. The resolution demanding withdrawal from the West Bank and East Jerusalem passed with 151 countries in favor, 11 against, and 11 abstentions. The Golan Heights resolution passed with 123 in favor, 7 against, and 41 abstentions. In both votes, Israel and the United States opposed the measures. UN Ambassador Danny Danon slammed the resolution, writing on X, "The UN General Assembly once again proved how disconnected it is from reality. Instead of addressing the crimes of the Iranian Axis and the dangerous activities of militias in Syria, it demands that Israel withdraw from the Golan Heights, a vital defense line that protects our citizens."
U.S. envoy Morgan Ortagus headed to Beirut today to push for strict implementation of the ceasefire between Israel and Lebanon. She met with members of the Cessation of Hostilities Implementation Mechanism, including U.S., UNIFIL, Israeli, French, and Lebanese officials. According to reports, Ortagus was expected to demand strict enforcement, including searches of private homes in southern Lebanon and the Bekaa Valley, areas known as Hezbollah strongholds. The U.S. envoy met yesterday with Prime Minister Netanyahu, Defense Minister Israel Katz, and Foreign Minister Gideon Sa'ar, where Israeli officials presented intelligence on Hezbollah violations of the ceasefire. According to that intelligence, Hezbollah is rebuilding its arsenal throughout southern Lebanon and the Bekaa Valley, potentially preparing for another round of conflict. Tensions have risen in recent weeks after IDF strikes on Hezbollah targets across Lebanon, including last month's attack that killed the Hezbollah chief of staff in Beirut. Hezbollah has publicly announced its intention to retaliate at a time of its choosing. Political tensions erupted last night after Prime Minister Netanyahu canceled a planned primetime speech on the government's proposed bill regulating ultra-Orthodox draft exemptions. It's a controversial issue threatening to break up the coalition. More in this report. The government says its bill revising the system of draft deferments for ultra-Orthodox young men will eventually increase Haredi enlistment in the IDF. But former Prime Minister Naftali Bennett released a video calling the bill a bluff designed to prevent Haredi enlistment altogether.
עכשיו, יש טענה שאי אפשר לשלב שירות צבאי עם לימוד תורה. מאיפה ההמצאה הזאת? מאיפה ההמצאה הזאת שצריך לשבת כל החיים בישיבה ולא להתגייס?
Opposition leader Yair Lapid accused Prime Minister Netanyahu of running away after he canceled a planned address on the bill because he knows there is no way to defend the law that Lapid calls a blueprint for draft evasion.
הבריחה של נתניהו הערב היא מסר ברור לכל חברי הקואליציה. אי אפשר להגן על החוק הזה, והחוק הזה לא יעבור. אני מתחייב, אנחנו נעצור אותו.
Knesset Foreign Affairs and Defense Committee Chairman Boaz Bismuth of Likud released his revised copy of the government's Haredi draft bill last Thursday, sparking widespread criticism, including from members within Netanyahu's own party. The bill continues to exempt full-time yeshiva students from military service, while claiming to increase conscription among Haredim who have graduated. The ultra-Orthodox parties, Shas and United Torah Judaism, are threatening to bolt the government if the new law doesn't preserve draft deferments. But with growing public opposition to deferments after more than 2 years of war, the government is finding it increasingly difficult to find a compromise that will enable it to avoid a coalition crisis. And joining me now is Reserves Lieutenant Colonel Doron Avital. He is the former commander of IDF Special Forces. Doron, thank you for joining us. Let's first turn to Lebanon. We had a meeting today with a member of the Israeli government, not from the security establishment, meeting, I believe, for the first time with a civilian member of the Lebanese government. That's a bit of a breakthrough. But how much likelihood is there that this ceasefire is going to hold, even if you can call it a ceasefire, between Lebanon and Israel, when we see almost daily violations of it by Hezbollah?
I think the American administration put its full weight on maintaining the ceasefire and trying to facilitate this process that in the end, everybody would have liked to see Hezbollah disarmed. So I think this meeting it's not from the security forces, but from the National Security Council. This is a big thing. And I think this was a push of the U.S. administration, and I hope it will generate some outcome. We have to understand how weak the Lebanese army is in terms of its attempt to do it by force, to dismantle Hezbollah. So it has to be by political means, trying to disarm them first from the heavy weaponry and so on. This is a tough process. We have to protect the buffer zone until the Litani. This is really for us, this is the first priority, and then to see that they're not getting this weaponry in the Baca. So this is where we play, but we have to play it, we navigate it smartly together with the Americans.
Right, and I want to move now to Lebanon's neighbor, Syria. Also, as we have reported, it appears President Trump pressuring Prime Minister Netanyahu to reach some kind of agreement with Syria. But a lot of skepticism here in Israel whether President al-Shara and his regime can be trusted, and even if he personally can be trusted, whether they can deliver. For example, he's been opposing this proposed buffer zone from Damascus until the Israeli border. So how realistic is it that Syria can meet Israel's conditions?
Now, here again, we have a circumstances in which we would have liked to see a country that has one law, one weapon, to see Syria the same way we want to see in Lebanon, and we can't trust fully those jihadists that are along our border. So we have to create this buffer zone. The question, how deep this buffer zone should be. We had this incident in Belgium, not far from underneath the Hermon. So we have to take care of our interests, but still, we have to work with the Americans. They have a real interest that the Syrian, that he will succeed to deliver. I mean, they trust his leadership. The question whether he will succeed to deliver, it's tough. And we have the complication, which is not to be undermined, the issue of the Druze, that we have this affinity, that they have relatives in Israel. We have to see that they're interest and that they are safe. So we have to work out to balance all those interests. So a buffer zone, smart, not too aggressive, not a buffer zone that all the time does it in your face to the Syrian administration, but take hold and take care of our interest in this buffer zone of Syria, because we can't fully trust whoever runs there along our borders.
Well, how far should Israel go? How far can it go in protecting the Druze in another country, in Syria?
Yeah, so there are two questions. First of all, the maps. We won't draw the maps exactly. But in terms of the Druze, there has to be some tacit agreement between us and the Syrian government. We have to see that it is his interest, of course, to see that the minorities, the non-Sunni, the Druze, both the Druze and the Alawite that commanded Syria in the past, that they are relatively protected. Otherwise, it means that this is a regime that cannot deliver one Syria that is commanded from Damascus. So we have to do the max, but we have also to be very sensitive, because it's not like all the Druze in Syria wants to be completely aligned with the Israeli context. I mean, some of them do, some of them less, so we have to work it very smartly. It's a question of diplomacy, but this bond with the Druze, as a paratrooper, I can tell that we can't undermine or underestimate. We have to make sure that we are there for them when it's needed.
Now, along with being a former senior IDF commander, you were also a member of Knesset, Doron. The Knesset is now weighing the government's proposed revision of draft deferments for the ultra-Orthodox. Where would you stand if you were there on this controversial bill?
Yeah. First of all, we stood there. We stood there in 2013, and basically the government that we were part of for 4 months, the coalition that Netanyahu formed with Kadima and with Ehud Barak as the head of the Labour Party and defense minister. In the end, this coalition in 2013 got dismantled because of this problem, what we called back then the Tal law about the recruiting of the Orthodox. So this is a persistent problem. So I don't know if I was a member of parliament, how would I vote? Most of the people think that this law is really a cover-up, a not serious attempt to resolve the problem. I would say that in order to resolve this problem, you need a real reform in the infrastructure, because even had you recruited those Orthodox, the question, where would they serve? In what position in the army? Whether we can think of position within our security needs that are more connected with within the country, within the borders. Maybe we should see that soldiers that really are in the battle zone are compensated versus... so we have to work... There has to be a structural reform. I'm not sure this law is in this direction and whether it's a serious law. It's not clear to me.
All right, then not be clear at any rate if this will be the final version of the law that eventually gets voted on in the Knesset. We'll just have to see how it develops. Doron Avital, thank you for joining us here on ILTV.
Okay.
The Islamic Jihad terror group claimed today that they had uncovered the body of a hostage in northern Gaza. Now, of course, this comes after Israel announced that the remains that were handed over by Hamas yesterday do not belong to either of the two final hostages still held in Gaza. Testing at the Abu Kabir Forensic Institute confirmed the material was not connected to either Ran Gvili or the Thai national Sud Thisak Rinthalik. The Prime Minister's office says efforts to return them home for burial will continue until the mission is completed. Our correspondent, India Naftali, has more for us. India?
Yes, Kalev, Israel says the remains received yesterday were not those of a hostage. Plus, now we're hearing of another disturbing testimony from a survivor of captivity in Gaza.
The Abu Kabir Forensic Institute completed the testing overnight. Officials say the families of Ran Gvili and Thisak Rinthalik were notified immediately. The Prime Minister's office said, quote, "The efforts to bring them home will not stop until the mission is complete, returning them for a proper burial in their country." And also, there is a different story coming from one of the surviving hostages. Alon Ohel, a former hostage held in Gaza for more than 2 years, said he suffered sexual abuse during his captivity. In a new interview, Ohel said the incident took place when he went to shower. He described a captor entering the room and touching him under the pretense of helping him clean himself. Ohel said he tried to push the man away, but the abuse continued. He is now the third recently freed survivor to publicly describe this form of mistreatment by Hamas terrorists. These testimonies are adding pressure on human rights groups as survivors continue to detail what they endured during their years of captivity.
Israel says it is still fully committed to locating Gvili and Rinthalik and returning them home. And as more survivors speak out, the public record of what happened in Gaza continues to grow. Kalev, back to you.
Great. Thank you, India. Australia's Jewish community is sounding the alarm over a sharp rise in anti-Semitism as new data and a Senate probe into bias reveal a reality far more dangerous than many Australians realize. ILTV's Mayan Hoffman has more from this report from Down Under.
A new report by the Executive Council of Australian Jewry records 1,654 anti-Semitic incidents between October 2024 and September 2025, still about 3 times higher than before October 7th. Overall, numbers are slightly down from last year's record, but serious attacks like arson and vandalism have risen, including the firebombing of the Adass Israel Synagogue in Melbourne and multiple attacks on Jewish businesses and synagogues in Sydney. The report warns that anti-Jewish racism has moved from the fringes into the mainstream, on campuses, in workplaces, and in the cultural sector. Jewish students are staying away from lectures. Parents say their children are abused on public transport. And many adults now think twice before wearing visible Jewish symbols.
But after October 7th, suddenly the radicals, and not only the radicals in the Islamic community, a vast majority of the Islamic community started, with their everyday anti-Semitism, and they have allies to justify it.
Inside the community, the response is mixed. Some are drawing closer to Jewish life, with fuller synagogues and packed Aliyah information nights, while others simply try to keep their heads down and avoid any talk of Israel in professional settings.
The future of Australia is actually quite dark. I have always seen myself and described myself as a proud Australian patriot, so I hope fighting back is the way, but I'm not going to lie, I feel like I have a backup plan.
At the same time, a Senate committee was expected to hear submissions about alleged systemic anti-Israel bias at the ABC, from combative interviews with Israeli officials to hours of airtime for activists accusing Israel of genocide, while detailed legal rebuttals and reports on Hamas abuses receive little or no coverage. The discussion was tabled at the last minute, but community advocates argue that when the national broadcaster repeatedly frames Israel as a villain, it helps normalize hostility toward Australian Jews.
What's alarming is the severity of some of these things, with firebombing of synagogues and Jewish businesses, they're both very triggering things for our community.
I believe that we should just be proud of who we are and not be ashamed of our identity, because if we hide who we are, then no one will understand what we're like.
Emunah's Rishonot program is transforming the landscape of religious women's leadership in Israel, giving participants the tools, confidence, and sisterhood they need to shape the country's future. Our Mayan Hoffman sat down with journalist and social entrepreneur Avital Indig, a participant in the program and a World Emunah delegate at the recent World Zionist Congress in Jerusalem, in order to understand its impact.
Emunah has spent 90 years identifying the most urgent needs in Israeli society and stepping in where it matters most. From children's homes to trauma therapy centers, Emunah has always focused on strengthening Israeli families and communities. The Rishonot program grew out of that same mission, empowering religious women with the tools, networks, and vision to lead. ILTV asked Avital Indig how she first became involved.
So I started with one of the first programs, so it wasn't like now where everyone knows about it and all, you tell your friends you have to go there, and so for me it was different.
She explained that the program has three main goals, beginning with the deep, on-the-ground understanding of Israeli society.
The first one is for us to get to know the challenges of the Israeli people. So it's a journey that we take. They take us from place to place geographically, and we meet the people and we talk about all the challenges and difficulties, and we get inspired by the people of Israel.
The second goal is about personal growth and leadership.
The second goal is to empower yourself and to know your strengths and weaknesses, and to give you the feeling that the sky's the limit.
But for Avital, the third goal, the network, may be the most powerful. Rishonot creates a mission-driven sisterhood where women from diverse backgrounds unite around shared values, trust, and a genuine desire to strengthen Israeli society. It's a community that not only supports one another, but actively mobilizes around each woman's goals and initiatives, turning personal leadership into collective impact.
It's more of a spider web even. It's not just a network, because we have each other's back and we help each other. And it makes you so much more stronger to be a part of this amazing network.
That sense of sisterhood has created a unique atmosphere among the women.
I've never seen anything like it, the sisterhood that is there. It's like this special bond.
One moment especially stayed with her, an overnight retreat where participants shared the most intimate parts of their lives.
Every girl in the program had to talk about important moments in her life. It made us so much more connected to each other. It was an amazing night.
Today, after October 7th, programs like Rishonot feel more essential than ever.
I think it's essential for everyone in the world, but especially now it's such challenging times right now. It's different when you get together with women and you have the space and you have the time to process together.
For Emunah, leadership begins with connection to each other, to community, and to the future of the State of Israel.
The Israel Hayom media outlet convened its annual summit this week, bringing together international Jewish leaders, not in Jerusalem as it did last year, but in New York City. Organizers said the decision to hold the summit in the city with the largest Jewish population outside Israel was both strategic and symbolic, emphasizing the ties between Israel and the diaspora at a time when the latter is under increasing threat by rising anti-Semitism. Also stressed were the ties between the U.S. and Israel, with Israel Hayom publisher Dr. Miriam Adelson hailing the majestic alliance between the countries, while warning that their shared values are under assault by bad actors that include terror groups, ideological extremists, and elements of Western media and academia. Other speakers at the conference included the former First Lady and Secretary of State Hillary Clinton and ILTV CEO Tom Sadok. Is Israel's future in Eurovision in jeopardy? The European Broadcasting Authority will tomorrow deliberate whether to allow Israel to continue to participate in the International Song Contest, which it has been a part of for nearly 6 decades. ILTV's Devo Klein has the story.
The EBU faces a major decision tomorrow as members will meet to discuss Israel's participation in the 2026 Eurovision Song Contest. Several countries are threatening to boycott the competition should Israel participate. They include Slovenia, Ireland, Iceland, and others. But crucially, Spain has also announced they will withdraw if Israel is involved. Spain is one of the Eurovision's Big Five and is a major financial backer to the competition. But on the other end, Germany, another one of the Big Five, has expressed support for Israel, and host country Austria has supported Israel's participation in an open statement. The televised annual celebration of pop music aims to be apolitical. However, with roughly 150 million viewers across the globe, the contest has been embroiled in controversy. Since Israel's war against Hamas in Gaza, protesters have taken to the streets and spent the last 2 years harassing Israeli representatives Eden Golan and Yuval Rafael. Rafael, who survived the Nova Music Festival massacre by hiding for nearly 20 hours. The Eurovision world remains deeply divided on this matter, and now the EBU must decide who it wants in next year's competition, as the reality seems to prove that the contest will never fully be apolitical.
Let's take a look at the weather forecast. Cloudy skies are expected around most of the country tonight, with temperatures reaching lows of 13 degrees Celsius or 56 degrees Fahrenheit. Then tomorrow we'll see partly cloudy skies alongside steady temperatures, seeing highs of 24 degrees Celsius or 76 degrees Fahrenheit. And that's a wrap for today's news. For the latest updates from Israel on all your devices, be sure to follow our ILTV channels and our new live channel, and you can also catch us on Screen IL with 24/7 live coverage. Stay informed with the latest news straight from the heart of Israel. I'm Caleb Ben David. Be well, and thank you so much for watching.
When you buy from Blessed by Israel, you're not just shopping, you're standing with the families of Israel's heartland. Every bottle of delicious olive oil, handcrafted necklace, or jar of honey carries the spirit of Judea and Samaria. These, along with many more products, are the tastes, scents, and stories of the Promised Land, made by people rebuilding our biblical homeland every day. Shop now at blessedbyisrael.com and use ILTV's special code BLESSISRAEL for 10% off on your first order. ILTV News, your source for Israel in English. Reporting from the ground where it happens, as it happens. An authentic, trusted voice in daily Israel news. Airing on 11 international TV channels and now launching a 24/7 Israeli news channel. Reaching millions every month across all social platforms. Independent, real, powered by truth. We don't just report, we connect. Thanks to a worldwide community that stands for truth. This is ILTV, your source for Israel in English.
Well, Israel loses billions of shekels every year, not to war or infrastructure, but to food being thrown away. A new report shows the country has lost more than $57 billion in food value over the last decade alone. Our correspondent, India Naftali, reports on the scale of the crisis and the solutions already underway.
Israelis threw away billions of dollars of food in the last decade. This is especially concerning considering how many families in the country suffer with food insecurity. The new food waste report shows how much money and nutritious food is being lost every single year. But it also shows that the tools to fix the problem already exist.
The 10th annual Food Waste and Rescue Report from BDO and Leket Israel, the country's national food bank, shows Israel has lost about $57 billion in food value over the past decade. The report, prepared with the Ministries of Environmental Protection and Health, warns that food loss remains one of Israel's most expensive problems. However, this year's report does show a positive trend. Israeli consumers are wasting less food, a drop of 13.3% per person. But with population growth and rising living costs, the total volume of waste remains very high.
Food waste affects Israel in three major ways.
In 2024 alone, Israel threw away 2.6 million tons of food, worth about $7 billion. That is nearly 40% of the country's entire food production and equal to 1.3% of the national GDP. Socially, it makes life hard for families who already struggle to afford healthy food. The average Israeli family discarded about $2,915 worth of food last year. Meanwhile, 1.5 million Israelis face food insecurity. Health costs associated with food insecurity are even higher, reaching about $1.57 billion a year. These costs include chronic illnesses such as cardiovascular disease, obesity, and other conditions linked to poor nutrition. And environmentally, food waste uses water, land, and energy that cannot be recovered, costing Israel about $1.14 billion annually in lost resources and pollution. But Israel has built a strong foundation for change to reduce food waste in places like restaurants, army bases, farms, or at home. These solutions include expanding food rescue operations in farms and supermarkets, using the Food Donation Act to increase safe donations, and implementing the national plan that sets targets for cutting waste and redirecting surplus food to families in need. Leket has also been working with government ministries, pushing for new laws and helping shape the national plan. They say the next step is to keep the momentum going so these plans turn into real, large-scale change, because the level of waste is still far too high. These plans are expected to save billions and support lower and middle-income families.
Leket says Israel already has a scalable system for food rescue. What it needs now, they say, is funding, coordination, and national commitment. Their goal is an Israel where food isn't thrown away while families go hungry.
Welcome to ILTV Security Brief. I'm Caleb Ben David. Each week, we focus on the latest developments in security and defense relating to Israel and the Middle East, impacting on this region and beyond. And we start with our top items of the past week. 6 Israeli soldiers are wounded, 3 seriously, and 13 Syrians reported dead after a clash between IDF troops and Islamist militants during a cross-border operation in the village of Bet Jin. The IDF says fighting erupted after the militants began shooting at the soldiers, who returned fire and were then aided by airstrikes. During ongoing security operations in Judea and Samaria, IDF troops neutralized a terrorist after he stabbed and lightly injured 2 soldiers near the Ateret settlement in northern Samaria. Another terrorist was eliminated near Hebron after he lightly injured a soldier in an attempted car ramming attack and destroyed the family homes of 2 terrorists, one in Nablus that belonged to a member of the terror cell that attempted to carry out bus bombings in Cholon and Bat Yam, and the other in the village of Aqaba, belonging to terrorists who shot dead Yonatan Deutsch at the Mahola Junction in April 2024. In response to shooting attacks directed at IDF troops in Gaza, the IDF launches airstrikes at terrorist targets, one of which takes out Ala al-Din Khudari, a commander of the Islamic Jihad Nukhba Brigade in Gaza City, who took part in the October 7th massacre at Kibbutz near Oz. Forensic examination of the latest remains handed over by Hamas show that they are not of the 2 remaining dead hostages held in Gaza. Staff Sergeant Ron Higivili or Thai worker Sudasak Rinthalek. The Islamic Jihad terror group then claims they have uncovered another hostage body in northern Gaza, which will soon be returned. As the IDF's Haredi Hasmonaim Brigade marks the first ever graduating class of its squad commander's course, the Knesset debates the government's proposed legislation on draft deferments for the ultra-Orthodox community. Opposition leader Yair Lapid and former Prime Minister Naftali Bennett slammed the bill, charging it will extend deferments rather than boost Haredi enlistment. And now our big story. The IDF's cross-border raid into the village of Bet Jin in southern Syria, in which 6 soldiers were wounded and 13 Syrians reportedly killed, was the most serious ground operation across the northern border yet since the fall of the Assad government. The IDF says the operations are essential to preventing Islamist militant groups such as the Jamal Islamiyah, whose fighters opened fire on the Israeli troops in Bet Jin, from establishing bases in southern Syria. Israel also accused forces of the new Syrian government of aiding the Islamists, with some security officials suggesting the IDF may need to expand its operations there. But that view differs from the Trump administration, which has lifted sanctions and established relations with the Damascus regime, with President Trump even warmly welcoming the Syrian president, Ahmed al-Shara, into the White House. Now, after the most recent clash, Trump released a message saying it is important that Israel maintain a strong and true dialogue with Israel, and that nothing takes place that will interfere with Syria's evolution into a strong and prosperous state. Trump also invited Prime Minister Netanyahu to Washington to discuss this and other issues. Here's what Netanyahu had to say.
אני פה עם פצועי צה"ל הגיבורים, אחרי הפעולה האחרונה שלנו בסוריה. אחרי ה-7 באוקטובר, אנחנו נחושים להגן על היישובים שלנו בגבולותינו, כולל בגבול הצפון, ולמנוע התבססות של טרוריסטים ופעולות עוינות נגדנו, להגן על בעלי בריתנו הדרוזים, ולהבטיח שמדינת ישראל תהיה פתוחה מהתקפה קרקעית ואחרת מהאזורים צמודי הגבול. מה שאנחנו מצפים בסוריה לעשות זה כמובן להקים אזור חיץ מפורז מדמשק ועד אזור החיץ, וכמובן מבואות החרמון ושיא החרמון. אנחנו מחזיקים בשטחים הללו כדי להבטיח את ביטחון אזרחי ישראל, וזה מה שמחייב אותנו. ברוח טובה, בהבנה של העקרונות הללו, אפשר גם להגיע להסכם עם הסורים, אבל אנחנו נעמוד על עקרונותינו בכל מקרה.
And joining us now for more is Iftach Berman. He is a geopolitics expert at the Middle East Learning Academy and Bar-Ilan University. And we have also the former U.S. diplomat and now editor-in-chief of the Jerusalem Strategic Tribune, Robert Silverman. Gentlemen, thank you for joining us. Iftach, I want to start with you. We heard Prime Minister Netanyahu, what Israel is going to require from Syria, but there is a big debate here. Can Syria, can this new regime, can President al-Shara be trusted?
Well, certainly al-Shara himself, he's a man whose aspirations talk about the presidency and uniting Syria. The question is, can he rally the troops? Can he organize the different militias? We know that these different organizations came under Hayat Tahrir al-Sham, and now they're all coming into these different elements in the government. The question is, can he rein everybody in? Can he bring law and order to the different parts of Syria and have the different arms of Syria function on the day of tomorrow? That's the big question, and this is something that is hard to tell at this point.
But what's your evaluation based on what you're seeing?
I think we're still at the pilot stage. We're not there yet. He needs to bring the Druze in, the Kurds, also on the coastline. The Alawites are claiming still not to be included and still some violence against them. So he's not at that point where he can... I'm not going to say trusted. I'm going to say be able to deliver.
Right. And Robert, the Trump administration seems more optimistic about the prospects of the new regime being able to deliver on some of these conditions Israel's made. Is there a basis for that? And how much do you think President Trump is likely to pressure Prime Minister Netanyahu to make some kind of concessions there with Syria?
Well, I am more optimistic. We all should be. We have to be realistic about the different options in Syria. Let's remember, it wasn't that long ago that Iran had bases all over Syria, and those don't exist anymore. Iran is no longer on our northern border with Syria. That's a huge plus. So, of course, we should all be optimistic. That's just a fact. Now, I mean, that doesn't mean you trust the new regime, but you should try to work with it. If the alternative is chaos there, the kind of chaos that allows Iran to come back in and set up missile bases, as it was doing a little more than 1 year ago, then that's a much worse situation. So we're in a far better situation. We should be optimistic. In addition to all the military steps that Israel is taking, which I think we should all support security on our northern border, obviously, we should also have a strong diplomatic outreach. The problem with Israel today is it has a super effective military wing. It has not invested in diplomacy. It has basically outsourced its diplomacy to the U.S. That's extremely dangerous for Israel. And we need to reinvest in other tools while we're continuing to keep the military strong.
Right. If you could respond to what Robert is saying, but I want to ask you, he does make the point that this new regime, whatever its faults, shares Israel's concerns about Iran. But there is another player in the region, Turkey, which this new government in Damascus is quite close to. So how much concern should there be in Israel about Turkey basically replacing Iran as a major player within Syria?
I would say that this is a triangle of three participants, Turkey, Israel, and Syria. The Syrian government and Ahmed al-Shara himself is looking for a strong ally. It could be Israel. Israel could play that card. However, Turkey is the one that trained the Syrian militants to take over Assad regime. And Turkey has bigger aspirations in the region rather than Israel just wanting to maintain its border. Turkey is looking to get into more areas geographically and geopolitically. Gaza Strip, we're seeing them trying to influence there. So Israel should be concerned more about Turkey's prospects in Syria. And for that reason, I agree with our colleague here that Israel should play a more involved role in Syria on trying to fend Turkish involvement in Syria tomorrow.
Robert, trying to fend Turkish involvement in Syria, how well will that play with President Trump when we've heard him repeatedly praise President Erdogan, calling him even his dear friend and a close ally?
Right. Well, of course, they are allies. They're NATO allies of the U.S., so that's a fact. And but I disagree a little bit with our friend Iftach here. Israel is not in a position to become an ally, an offsetting factor to Turkey in Syria, but the Gulf states are. Saudi Arabia is, and they're a moderating force on the outcome. We don't know what's going to happen with Syria. If anyone tells you that they know what's in the heart of Ahmed al-Shara or what's the future of Syria, don't believe them. It's unknown. But Israel can help affect it from the outside. Look, there's an ongoing state of hostilities between Syria and Turkey. There's been armistice, between Syria and Israel. There have been armistice, and the border was basically quiet during the Assad family's rule. But at the same time, especially in the last few years, Iran was establishing missile bases all over Syria. That doesn't exist anymore. We have to be clear about the main enemy among all the different enemies, Iran, Iran, Iran. Iran is not in Syria. At present, the Syrian government is stopping arms shipments that used to go overland from Iran to Iraq to Syria to Hezbollah and Lebanon. Those are being stopped right now at the Iraqi-Syrian border, at Bou Kamal border crossing. That's positive. Now, you can build on that. but you have to have an effective diplomacy arm. You have to work through intermediaries, not just the U.S., but intermediaries in Russia, in Europe, and in the Middle East, and in the Gulf. The real offsetting factor for Turkey in Syria will be Saudi Arabia. And they don't, and that's possible. That's very possible. Look, Turkey is not the same threat that Iran was. I know that people get worried about Erdogan's statements. I get worried about Erdogan's statements, but it's not the same threat. And failure to understand that is a basic problem in Israel.
All right. Iftach, both you and we heard earlier Prime Minister Netanyahu mention the Druze community in Syria, which has come under threat from Islamist elements, and there are some who charge that at least part of the government forces perhaps could be working on behalf or in collaboration with those extremist Islamist elements. Israel has historical ties to the Druze. Of course, there is pressure within the Druze community in Israel to aid them. But how far can Israel go in maintaining the security of the Druze in Syria?
The Druze situation is much more elaborate, much more complicated than just saying either Israel is for the Druze or against it. We have a war that's going on much longer than this current iteration between the Druze and the Bedouin community in Syria. The elements that did rise against the Druze do belong in part to the Syrian government and play a secondary role defending their own agendas. Israel is instrumental in providing humanitarian and somewhat protection for that Druze community, as it should. However, overstepping its boundaries, and this is something that's being said today in Syria, is a dangerous move for Israel. It should be worried about its image of tomorrow if it's planning of establishing some sort of a connection with the Syrian government, to not overstep its boundaries. Yes, it is possible to create some sort of a green zone, if you will, an area of demilitarization where the Druze can fend for themselves and establish
the buffer zone that Prime Minister Netanyahu spoke about.
Exactly. It's very similar to things that we've witnessed in Iraq. However, as we witnessed in Iraq, these green zones are not all the time effective. They need constant guardianship and so on. And I think that there is room for that. However, it's a delicate game between the different sides. And let's not forget those other elements in Syria, Kurdish elements that Turkey is eager to not get rid of, but at least have under control at bay.
Okay. Gentlemen, I do want to move now from Syria to its immediate neighbor, Lebanon. Of course, Israel has a, if you could even call it at this point, a ceasefire with Lebanon, considering the operations almost, it seems, weekly and certainly even maybe daily it's had to conduct against Hezbollah in South Lebanon. Morgan Ortagus, the U.S. envoy to Lebanon, was in Israel yesterday, going there today. And today we have what seems will be perhaps the first direct negotiations between non-military representatives of the Lebanese and the Israeli government. But of course, all of this hinges, Robert, on Hezbollah disarming, living up to that commitment. How likely is that happen in the face of a Lebanese government that seems impotent in front of Hezbollah?
Right. We have a core problem there. This is not new, of course. The Second Lebanon War ended with a UN Security Council resolution in August of 2006. So nearly 20 years ago, in which the Lebanese government committed itself to disarming militias, primarily Hezbollah. Well, that hasn't happened. And again, the ceasefire a year ago between Israel and Lebanon included, a new commitment to disarm Hezbollah in the south, and it hasn't happened. The Lebanese army has tried a little bit. They entered some bunkers, Hezbollah bunkers, that were booby-trapped. And when several Lebanese soldiers were killed, they stopped. So Hezbollah has deterred them from continuing that. Look, Lebanon is a failed state. We know that. Hezbollah controls it. What I could never understand, frankly, is the prior Israeli government under Yair Lapid signed a maritime agreement giving them a gas field without actually doing anything directly with Lebanon. It was all through the U.S. because The Lebanese government at that time, fearful of Hezbollah's reactions, refused to even meet with Israel. So Israel gave them whatever they wanted without any direct interaction. So the step at Nakura, where they're meeting face to face, is a positive, minor, small positive step. At least now they're meeting. Why the Lebanese government, after Israel has so severely deteriorated Hezbollah's military capacity, why it is refusing to exercise its own sovereignty and do what it's required under international agreements? I'm not a psychiatrist or psychologist. I don't know. What I do know is Israel has to have more than just a military option. Yes, Israel can continue to batter Hezbollah and maybe should, including in Beirut. If the U.S. says no to that, and the U.S. has its own interests, let's remember, there's a very large and significant Lebanese American community that cares a lot about Lebanon, okay? Let's just remember that. So, and that's part of the equation in the U.S. So, nevertheless, Israel needs more than a military option. It needs to be able to pressure the Lebanese government through diplomatic efforts, through coalitions that Israel develops with other countries that are relevant to Lebanon. But we don't do that. We don't have that capacity. We don't have the personnel to do that. So we're relying on the U.S. to do that for us.
Well, let me ask you, Yiftach, because Robert says Israel needs more than a military option. But if you talk to security officials here time and again, even in the studio, I have heard it is inevitable, or certainly almost inevitable, that there is going to be another round of fighting between Israel and Hezbollah. Do you also see it in that way? And are there other options to be pursued?
Well, I'll take us back just before October 7. We were conducting the Mabam, the campaign between the wars against Hezbollah in Syria and on a rare occasion in Lebanon. I think this is what we're expecting in the near future, unless the Lebanese government is strong enough to implement any serious steps against Hezbollah. And by that, the Lebanese government will have aid from the international organizations, from the U.S. We already see a worldwide campaign against Hezbollah's money in South America, potentially in Venezuela. This is something that the Americans are conducting right now. In Europe, we're seeing a crackdown on Hezbollah's operations worldwide. We just need the Lebanese government to do the same. It's due diligence to replace Hezbollah with other things. But one has to consider, if you do replace Hezbollah, if you take away its strength, what would the Shia community in Lebanon do? We're talking about somewhere low estimates of 40%, higher estimates of about 50% of the population represented by this organization. Who will replace Hezbollah? Will Hezbollah take the IRA model, that they take the political route and abandon weapons? I don't see that happening, because the Shiites themselves have threatened Hezbollah that if they give up their arms, they'll finish them. In their own words, that's what they're saying. So I don't see that happening. And Hezbollah has taken care of the Shiite community's welfare, jobs, medical care. We've just seen the scouts of Hezbollah, al-Mahdi, demonstrate their power in the stadium. Who will go into that vacuum? This is something that Hezbollah is there for more than 40 years. So taking out Hezbollah just militarily is just not going to do enough.
All right. Not enough. But then let me ask you, just very briefly, what could come in place of Hezbollah? What would we be looking at?
Well, the end of confessionalism is not in the horizon in Lebanon. It is sectarian representation. But you do have independent Shiite representatives in the parliament of Lebanon. Amal is weakened. Nabi Berri is corrupt, but there is representation there. Potentially, we could see taking over the mechanism, the security mechanism of Hezbollah, and working it into the army of Lebanon, the internal security forces of Lebanon. But the state has to come into the medical organizations, the NGOs, and all that. The state of Lebanon.
The state of Lebanon has to assert itself. Yiftach Berman, Robert Silverman, thank you so much for joining us on ILTV Security Brief. And now a final word. This week saw the passing of Major General Dan Tolkowski, former commander of the Israel Air Force at age 104. Tolkowski was an ace fighter pilot who flew with the British Air Force over Europe during World War II, battled Egyptian planes during Israel's War of Independence, and led the IAF during the 1956 Sinai War. But his greatest contribution to Israel's security was perhaps in the field of technology. Tolkowski oversaw the modernization of the Air Force, including the introduction of its first jet fighters. And later, in civilian life, he played a key role in establishing Israel's tech sector as the CEO of Discount Investments and then the founder of the country's first venture capital fund, Athena, helping to create such defense firms as Elbit. Now, another former Air Force commander also made news this week. Amir Eshel, speaking at the Defense Tech Week conference at Tel Aviv University, issued a stark warning. The aerial attacks that Israel experienced over the past 2 years of war, these are the low-flying killer drones from Lebanon and Yemen, the hang gliders from Gaza, the ballistic missiles from Yemen and Iran, were, Eshel said, but a taste of the evolving threats on the battlefield against which effective defenses had yet to be developed. He cautioned that the next wars will present Israel with challenges of far greater magnitude, and that the private defense sector will not on its own be sufficient in creating and providing affordable technologies to counter those threats. He called on the government and defense establishment to be more proactive in aiding Israel's tech sector to sufficiently develop in meeting that challenge. Now, just as Eshel was making that speech, the defense minister announced that the laser-based Iron Beam air defense system would be ready for deployment at year's end. And while that is certainly good news, it should not be cause for either celebration or complacency. Iron Beam will not be a 100-proof magic solution for intercepting slow-moving and low-flying drones. And even if it were, it's a response to Israel's past and current conflicts, not the answer to the new threats we will be facing. The only real answer to those future challenges will be needed investments in education, even as the government is cutting school budgets amid falling test scores in science and mathematics. It will be more funding for basic research, even as universities and institutions deal with cutbacks in public support, and in assisting the local tech sector, even as its leaders implore politicians to avoid actions that could discourage foreign investment crucial to its growth. Napoleon once famously said, an army travels on its stomach. Other generals, such as George Patton, stressed the importance of blood and guts. But today, it is brain power that fuels the success of modern militaries, and that's especially been the case for Israel. Soldiers such as Dan Tolkowski showed the way for Israel, and it is up to his successors in the IDF and government to continue maintaining that standard. Thank you for joining us on ILTV Security Brief.
And on a different note, we have with us in studio Shmuel Saket, the founder of the Dream Raffle. He joined us here in the studio last year when the Dream Raffle captured so much attention. And now it's back for its 8th edition, featuring a $1.2 million Jerusalem apartment and an early bird bonus ending November 17th. Shmuel, great to have you back with us.
Always a pleasure to be here.
Shmuel, what's the idea behind the Dream Raffle? Tell us about it and how it has grown since we last spoke to you at ILTV.
There are a lot of Jewish organizations that raise money. As you know, you need to raise funds in order to function, in order to support the projects that you sponsor and so on. But we decided to raise money with a twist, and that is to give people the opportunity to fulfill their dream. That's why we call it the Dream Raffle. And by purchasing just one ticket, obviously you can purchase more, but enough is one ticket, you could win a $1.2 million brand new, fully furnished apartment in the heart of Jerusalem.
Wow.
That's a dream, and it's a raffle, the Dream Raffle.
So now this year's prize is huge. What can people win? Maybe elaborate on this apartment if there are other prizes. And what's special about this early bird offer before November 17th?
So first of all, the raffle will be held around Purim time. So people always say, oh, buy in February. Why should I buy now? Because there are going to be several early bird raffles along the way. The first one is November 17th, which is a $15,000 prize, cash prize. Someone could win that and also win the apartment. And if they don't, it rolls over to the next one. There's going to be another bonus raffle as well. So the earlier you buy, you're in additional raffles at no extra cost. That's number one. Number two, what's new this year is the apartment is fully furnished. We hired a professional interior designer, and she furnished the place. You could literally win the apartment at 11:30 and move in at 11:31. There's the refrigerator, the stove, the oven, the dining room set, chairs, couch. There's a sukkah. All the mezuzot are there, bedroom furniture, closets. It's ready for the winner to move in immediately. The dream raffle.
Wow, that is a dream indeed. Now, where does the money from the raffle go, and how do you make sure that the whole process is fair and transparent?
So this is our 8th year, and we're very, very careful to really have full and complete transparency. The winning ticket is always picked live. We do it in front of an audience. We do it live. We live stream it all over the internet so people could see that there's no, great Yiddish word, feuerstück, any problems or anything, that we don't do that. 100% transparent. And what we do is we give the option to someone to either win the apartment, or if for whatever reason they don't want the apartment, $600,000 cash. Not bad for a $200 ticket. And again, this is yours forever. You could pass it to your inheritors. You could live in it, sell it, Airbnb, whatever you want. It is your apartment in the heart of Yerushalayim. No other raffle does this. And on our website, we have a list of all the previous winners. There are other raffles, I don't want to say names, who don't have this transparency. We do. You could see the winners. I interview every one of them. They're real people, whether they were from New Jersey, San Diego, California, or here in Israel. They're all real people winning this raffle, and that has changed their life.
That's incredible, Shmuel. Thank you very much. Scan the QR code on your screen right now. It takes 60 seconds. One entry could win you a home in Israel, and every ticket supports incredible organizations. And ILTV viewers, you get a bonus entry. Just use the code ILTV.
You learn that freedom is a mindset, that you have to build the courage, while dictators are trying to inject fear. There is Sergio Popovic, the Serbian activist. He wrote in his book that dictators don't want to kill everyone. They want everyone to be afraid of them. So it is the fear that they inject into the society.
Hi, and welcome to the ILTV podcast. I'm Ayan Hoffman, executive editor of ILTV, and we are so grateful to have back our viewers and our listeners. Now, I have a very special treat on today's podcast. In all the way from the United Kingdom, Pantea Modiri. She is a journalist and a documentary maker, originally from Iran. Welcome for being here.
Thank you, Ayan. It's such a pleasure to be here. Excited.
Yes, me too. All the way, from the UK, but really around the world. Now, Pantea, you've described yourself as someone who was born into a revolution that tried to silence an entire generation. Can you take us back to that moment? What was it like growing up in post-revolutionary Iran? And when did you first realize that you needed to get out of there?
I was little when Iran changed overnight. Even as a child, I could see the whole beauty vanish. The TV that was colorful, was with elegant women, beautiful romantic nature, and romantic scenes suddenly turned into a angry turban man preaching fear, sitting literally at a graveyard. So it was indeed a shock when the IRGC military raided our house and arrested my family. I realized that silence is deadly. and that was how we overcame actually those years. We left Iran actually a few years later, when I was a little bit older.
And what year was that?
We left Iran in 1986.
Wow.
My parents couldn't live in Iran anymore, and I wrote a poem when I was at a primary school. The teacher came at our house and they said that I could bring them in real troubles if anyone else had seen that poem. For me, I started my career as a poet and as a dissident. And looking back, it was probably a very Persian career planning.
Unbelievable. Now, how did leaving Iran as such a young child end up influencing the way you view both the concept of freedom and belonging?
Mm-hmm. You learn that freedom is a mindset, that you have to build the courage while dictators are trying to inject fear. There is Sergio Popovic, the Serbian activist. He wrote in his book that dictators don't want to kill everyone. They want everyone to be afraid of them. So it is the fear that they inject into the society, and somehow you learn how to dance with that fear.
Now, you have said that you really carry these two worlds inside you, one of the loss and the exile from when you left Iran, and of course one of relentless curiosity that you still clearly, as a journalist and documentary maker, have today. How do these two things coexist inside you?
They dance. They dance. One holds the pain and the other one talks to it and asks questions about it. Fleeing Iran at age 12, I thought I was losing home. But empathy became my homeland, and curiosity made me fearless.
Wow. Now you're here in Israel. You've come on a mission with some other Iranian dissidents. And Israel and Iran are always and often pegged as enemies, certainly since the revolution and most recently with the big Iran-Israel war that nobody expected over the summer to play out the way that it did. What does it mean for you as an Iranian dissident to walk the streets of Jerusalem?
It is surreal and poetic. It is surreal because I have been brought up with a propaganda that Israel is the enemy. Yet here, I see a shared hope, a shared exile. It is very poetic in that sense, because it is what I feel in the streets when I have walked since yesterday. There is a kind of humanity, a love connection that we are sharing, maybe even more than any other nations.
Wow. You feel that the Iranian and the Israeli people are connected in some way? The people, not the governments.
Indeed. They are. There is something, there is history. Maybe that is the history that is in between us that makes us connected. But it is also because there is a shared hope, and there is a shared exile. Well, the children of the Persia are meeting Israelis again, and that is quite extraordinary.
For sure. I mean, there used to be such a vibrant Jewish community in Iran, obviously, before everything changed. And many of those people live here today, so I'm sure that's very special in that sense as well. Talk to me a little bit about this turning point. I mean, you left as a child from Iran, and then you were a refugee. Today, you are, I don't know if I would call you a Zionist, but you're certainly somebody who's become a very good friend of the Jewish state. How did you go from one to the other, though? How did you make that leap?
Empathy, the exile made empathy my homeland. And although, of course, a lot of people criticize me but most of them say, most of the people tell me that they wish they were in my feet as well, in my shoes. They could do this. So I have received a lot of, since yesterday that I've put pictures that I'm here, mostly they have said, oh my God, you can do what we love to do. You can say what we can't say. Please tell them that Iran is not the Islamic Republic that is clinging on us. So that's what I'm here to say. That's what I'm here to do. I want to share the Israeli culture with the Iranians who love Israelis, but they don't know anything about them.
Well, then how come they love them?
That's something that is because of the human connection, maybe. Maybe because they are tired of the hate industry.
Yeah.
Iranians are very loving people.
Do you feel that the people will at some point have the power to rise up and overthrow their regime and let that love shine through?
Iranians are doing their best to see how they can do this without violence. They pressure life. Life is precious for Iranians. Although the Islamic Republic wants to propagate martyrdom, Iranians do value life. So they are trying to find a way to do this without any violence. And one of the things that I have learned, especially in the last few years, is that although journalism is very important, media is very important, but media has been quite monologue and not a dialogue, and it hasn't worked on human connections. And especially when you are mixing humor with the journalism, that can be a very powerful weapon, maybe even more powerful than bombs, than any other weapon. As Iranians are also very creative, and they love humor, they love to make ridicule of the power. So we need only a movement that breaks that fear in the people, the fear that the dictator has injected the society over the past 40 years. When that fear breaks, then the society will definitely stand and just get rid of the dictator.
And you mentioned the media, which obviously you've been working in media yourself for quite a long time, even at the BBC, at the Manato TV I read, and some other very large places. And the power of the media to play a role in this is quite interesting. Do you feel that there is an ability for media potentially to help the people of Iran? And how do you feel in general, after answering that question, media can help in terms of maybe there's been a lot of misinformation lately, so is there a way it can shift to do a better job of bringing out the truth?
I think the media has so far, media is a little bit behind. They are only working on the news, which is again injecting fear into the society. Media has definitely an important role because it's connecting people. But what media could do more is working on the human connection, because eventually it's the humans who can change the world. So if we learn that we can connect to each other, we get to know each other, even that whole fear that the governments are actually pressing the whole society and keeping them calm, keeping them quiet. The only way to get this society rise again is by the media teaching them that we love each other, we love to know each other, and we are all humans. And when even the worst people cannot kill each other, cannot be against each other in a bad way, if they know the story.
Do you think social media, I know you're very active on Instagram, for example, about 400,000 followers, if I remember correctly. So do you feel that those platforms might be able to do even a better job then than the let's call it mainstream media today, given the lack of trust as you're describing in the media?
Mm-hmm. I think the social media is indeed it can do a lot. Although the social media is also changing very fast. So I'm a bit cautious about saying that it can do a lot because you never know, especially with the TikTok generation right now. But I think as long as we work on human connection and cultural diplomacy, then definitely, yes, social media can play an important role.
Now, in Iran itself, storytelling can be very dangerous.
Yes.
So how...
Although they do, yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, how do you feel? I know obviously you're not living there anymore, but do you feel it must just take a lot of courage, I guess I would say, to be able to use your voice as an Iranian. What gives you that courage to stand up? Aren't you afraid?
Yes, I mean... Me and fear have coffee together every morning. Yes, courage doesn't mean that when you have courage, it doesn't mean that you don't have any fear, but you don't let fear to make the final edit. I think curiosity has made me fearless because it taught me that we all have fears. Every morning when we wake up, we are dealing with several kind of fears. But it depends how we are talking to it and whether we are letting the fear to make the decision for us or not.
When you're here in Israel, do you worry that something might happen to you as somebody who's spoken out so strongly against the Iranian regime?
I have, in the past 15 years that I have worked for the media, for the Persian diaspora media, I dealt with that daily, weekly. Not many, but definitely hate messages, stalkings, threats of all kinds. But as I said, you don't need to let the fear to rule your life. Eventually, you have to edit it and do the final cut, and make that your editorial policy.
Wow, you're a strong woman, a very strong woman.
Thank
you know, you're here in Israel as part of actually Sharaka's Cyrus delegation, and that's just to let our viewers know, is a group of Iranian expatriates promoting dialogue and peace that works also at the Claims Conference, educates about the Holocaust. Why did you say yes to joining this particular delegation?
Oh, because the history is walking. It's the history in motion. Yes, I definitely was excited to be part of the delegation and to come here because I think the public diplomacy is the front line.
Yeah.
And we as storytellers are the soldiers holding the lights.
And you plan to tell a lot of stories while you're here? Is that the goal, to be able to make videos and share information while you're in the country?
I definitely love to do this. This is my first day, and my people who follow my work expect that from me. Yes.
Wow. And this mission, as I mentioned, it's a visit to Yad Vashem, that's the Holocaust Museum. There's this big push about, fighting extremism, looking at trends in coexistence. What is it that you hope to get out of this mission when you're done?
Mm-hmm. Two things. First, to show the Israeli culture and to make the Iranians who are completely disconnected, apart from their heart and their love for Israel, but apart from that, they don't know anything about the Israeli culture. So first of all, I want to show that to my followers. And also, I want to show that dehumanization is universal. and good leaders have empathy. And if there is a quote from Cyrus the Great that says, diversity in counsel and unity in purpose, I think we all want to move towards a better world, towards a more human world, towards a more tolerant world. So we need to get to know each other, and we need to know that we are basically in our heart, apart from any religion or any way of thinking, we are human to human love. We have the love connection.
What do you want to, I have to ask you, beyond all of these beautiful things, what do you want to do here? Like, where do you want to go? What do you want to eat?
I want to try every Israeli food that there is. I want to meet everyone. I love to take public transport to meet people and to see the everyday life and to share that, hopefully, with everyone in Iran who are expecting that, who wish to be in my shoes right now.
Amazing. And how long are you here for?
For a week.
Oh, wow, a whole week. So there's lots of falafel and shawarma to be had. That's great. Now, obviously, there are growing tensions still between Iran and Israel, and even there's fears right now of another direct conflict between the two countries. How do you process the potential for another Iran-Israel war? And when you love both the Iranian people and now it seems like the Jewish people so much.
Absolutely. This is a difficult question because I know that there is a kind of contradiction within every Iranian and maybe even in every Jewish people. I don't know yet, but definitely within every Iranian, that they want to get rid of the Islamic Republic in Iran. And they feel themselves powerless, and they would love any foreign help and intervention. Yeah. But no one wants war. No one wants human cost. So this is the dilemma. How? I think, given the last experience of the 12-day war, that Iranians didn't go on the street. They couldn't, basically, because the system was eventually in place and they gave weapons to 16, 17-year-old boys to stand on the streets and hit everyone and just shoot everyone that they thought maybe they are pro-Israel attack. So in that sense, I think we have to... the Iranian society first have to break through that fear that there is right now, because the war is injecting another fear on top of that fear, and then nothing's happened. And I'm sure no foreign intervention can completely topple a government unless the people are cooperating. So I think that fear on top of fear probably doesn't work. First, the Iranian creative people who are now doing civil disobedience, they have to find a way to break this fear in the society so that people have this free mindset and they do the job themselves.
Do you think that if another war happens, it will be good for the Iranian people, or simply because it's war, it will be bad even if it helps to overthrow that regime?
When you talk to at least my followers and people who follow my work, they say we trust the Israeli government more than our own government.
Wow.
So we know that when they are targeting those people that they should target. But we all know that any war has, of course, civil casualties.
Yeah. It's very similar to what we've been going through here in a lot of ways, after Hamas attacked Israel and Israel had to defend itself and attack back, and we lost over 900 soldiers, but with the idea that we would eventually get security back. But it was so difficult because, you couldn't fight enough because the hostages' lives were worth so much. And on the other hand, if you didn't fight, you couldn't get security back. And it sounds very similar when we think about a war between Israel and Iran. We need to stop a nuclear program. We want to overthrow a regime. But the people don't deserve to be involved in war. It's very difficult.
Yes. I think people have to find civil ways and humor, as Sergio Popovic, who did the Serbian activist, did topple Milosevic. Milosevic was a brutal guy who was like any other dictator, not less. Something that European dictators are somehow softer. No, Milosevic was a brutal man, and the Serbians did topple him with humor and ridicule. Sometimes humor and journalism together can be the most powerful weapon.
Incredible. Now, many people forget that we do have these deep historical ties between Israel, between the Jews and the Persians, I should say, and they go all the way back to somebody we've mentioned a few times, which is Cyrus the Great. Do you think that his legacy can guide us in some way for the future?
I'm so happy that a lot of organizations are currently working on the Abraham Accord and now Cyrus Accord, because what Cyrus the Great has taught us is that ruling a country can be compassionate and with empathy. Sometimes people forget. They think that power has to be ruthless. They think that a good, powerful man is a ruthless man. But it is good to keep Cyrus the Great in mind.
Now, you've said before that your work explores how trauma can give birth to empathy, and we talked a lot about that at the beginning of this conversation. What role do you think that empathy plays in peace building between such divided ideologies?
Mm-hmm. I think empathy can have a longer effect and a more constructive eventually impact on a society. Although maybe on a short term it doesn't have any. It seems as if there is no result, but eventually in a long run, empathy will have a more sustainable and more enduring effect. So we need to practice it every day.
Now, you're a filmmaker, you're a journalist. How do you use that storytelling that you're doing beyond all of the mainstream stories that you have to tell in order to help to show the world the shared humanity that you're describing?
I produced a documentary called In the Eye of Freedom last year from the injured protesters who were shot in their eye or directly in their limb from a short distance during the Women Life Freedom movement in 2022. And it has been screened in a few countries, subtitled in English, and I would love to actually also have a screening in Israel, because it shows indeed the courage and the dream of the Iranian youth, which is like any other youth in the world. Mm-hmm. And you also see how this pain can be turned into a power. You can see this 17, 18, and 19-year-old who became heroes, who started to do a protest, to become the leaders of the protests in their area, in their cities. And after the exile, most of them are in Germany because Germany was kind enough to give them refuge. But the exile broke them. So they had lost an eye, they had lost a limb, and they had, again, at this young age, experienced exile on their own. And then what I tried to show in that documentary is that we all have the same dreams eventually. the roots of what we want, the freedom that we want, is all of the same quality. So why don't we connect on a deeper level? And or why are we only looking at this at the surface of what's divide us?
So finally, as you mentioned, you have many, many followers, some of whom are probably secretly watching in Iran the work that you do and being inspired by you. If you could speak to these young Iranians there from Jerusalem, what would be the message that you want them to hear?
Mm-hmm. I want to tell them that freedom starts in your mindset, and live your free life as you are doing, many of them are doing, and make laughter your weapon. And I promise you, one day we will walk the bridge from Jerusalem to Tehran together.
Wow, it's beautiful. Well, thank you so much for joining me today.
Thank you so much, Maya.
Political tensions erupted last night after Prime Minister Netanyahu canceled a planned primetime speech on the government's proposed bill regulating ultra-Orthodox draft exemptions. It's a controversial issue threatening to break up the coalition. More in this report. The government says its bill revising the system of draft deferments for ultra-Orthodox young men will eventually increase Haredi enlistment in the IDF. But former Prime Minister Naftali Bennett released a video calling the bill a bluff designed to prevent Haredi enlistment altogether.
עכשיו, יש טענה שאי אפשר לשלב שירות צבאי עם לימוד תורה. מאיפה ההמצאה הזאת? מאיפה ההמצאה הזאת שצריך לשבת כל החיים בישיבה ולא להתגייס?
Opposition leader Yair Lapid accused Prime Minister Netanyahu of running away after he canceled a planned address on the bill, because he knows there is no way to defend the law that Lapid calls a blueprint for draft evasion.
הבריחה של נתניהו הערב היא מסר ברור לכל חברי הקואליציה. אי אפשר להגן על החוק הזה, והחוק הזה לא יעבור. אני מתחייב, אנחנו נעצור אותו.
Knesset Foreign Affairs and Defense Committee Chairman Boaz Bismuth of Likud released his revised copy of the government's Haredi draft bill last Thursday, sparking widespread criticism, including from members within Netanyahu's own party. The bill continues to exempt full-time yeshiva students from military service, while claiming to increase conscription among Haredim who have graduated. The ultra-Orthodox parties, Shas and United Torah Judaism, are threatening to bolt the government if the new law doesn't preserve draft deferments. But with growing public opposition to deferments after more than 2 years of war, the government is finding it increasingly difficult to find a compromise that will enable it to avoid a coalition crisis.
Around the world, headlines paint a picture of an Israel acting recklessly. Palestinians shot after appearing to surrender, and 2 children tragically killed after crossing the yellow line in Gaza. But is the global media missing the deeper reality of the enemy Israel is facing? Plus, Prime Minister Netanyahu asks for a pardon to focus on winning the war. And abroad, a new Trump executive order targeting the Muslim Brotherhood, a sign that the world may finally be recognizing the nature of the threat. All that and much more on The Quad. And welcome back, everybody, to The Quad here in our Jerusalem studios with my wonderful co-host, Emily Schrader, human rights activist and journalist, and par excellence activist, model, dancer, and much more, Bellamy Bellucci. Welcome back, everyone. There's so much going on as every single week. But this week, we actually have the first ever real proof and a confession of somebody used as a human shield. Look at this.
الموقف اللي صار معي ما حد صار معاه. لي المرة بتقول لي صوت خروشة، نزلت افتح الباب لو من عناصر ملتمين من عناصر حماس مرقوا عنا، قلت له اللي تنقصف الدار علينا وصاروا يصيحوا الاولاد الصغار. لو بقول لي بدي ابعتك على دار سلمان تشوف اليهود موجودين غاد، قلت له بقدرش. لو بقول لي فدا الوطن، لو ضربوني وقال لي روح ما رضيتش اروح، لو قال لي ده غصبا عنك بدك تروح فدا الوطن، قلت له انت روح فدا الوطن. اضطريت اروح اشوف. بعد ما ضربوني اضطريت اروح، والحمد لله ما لقيتش يهود ورجعت. وتعامل معنا ضروب بشريه يعني، والناس في غزه ما لهاش قيمه عند حماس يعني، وبتعاملوا بالمدارس بخشوا بين المدنيين في الخيم بين المدنيين، يعني حرام اللي بصير فينا.
So here we have it again, what we've been telling the world and screaming from the rooftops, that Hamas uses human shields. And not only uses human shields, but that's exactly their strategy. And they use human shields because they know that we actually care for other people. And yet with all of that, war is horrible and war is ugly. And we've had a slew of different news items this week that expose the ugliness of the war in impossible urban conditions. And we're here to unpack all of that and much more. Let's start with Judea and Samaria, the West Bank, where these two terrorists, let's not confuse it, they were terrorists. There was a showdown with the Israeli army. They were there for 2 hours trying to get them out. They come out. It looks like they're surrendering. The IDF soldiers are telling us afterwards in the interviews that somebody put their hand in their pocket. You can actually see that in the video. And so they thought there was an imminent threat of getting shot and shot them. Of course, the media sees things very differently, and all of the headlines go out that Israel is summarily executing people who surrendered. How do we deal with all of this in the middle of what we're facing? Emily.
Well, I mean, I think the Army did say that they are investigating it, so I'll reserve my judgment of the situation. But what we do know so far is that Palestinian Islamic Jihad did confirm that those two individuals were wanted terrorists, that they were active members of Palestinian Islamic Jihad. And I think the problem that I've seen in how the media is reporting it and how, commentators, especially on social media, are responding, such as Hussam Zamla, the Palestinian ambassador to the UK, they're presenting it as if these are innocent Palestinian children who were just walking down the street and the IDF executed them.
Yes, going about their day.
And this is a total misrepresentation. And I find it highly disingenuous that someone from the Palestinian Authority is complaining about this when the Palestinian Authority is actually hunting these same terrorists. This is a terrorist organization that actually threatens the sovereignty, or what little there is, of the Palestinian Authority itself.
And they keep paying terrorists to kill us.
That's right.
In any case.
And that's right.
So it's not like they've given up.
Yeah, the idea that these are innocent people and that it's being presented as something somehow indicative of Israeli policy, or that those are the orders is ridiculous, especially given the fact that the IDF said immediately, we're investigating this, because at first you see it appears as if they've surrendered, then they're rolling around on the ground, you can see their hands moving, one of them looks like he's going back inside.
Yeah.
And again, as you mentioned, this is after a 2-hour manhunt for these individuals who are known terrorists.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of things going on that we don't know when you're not the actual combat soldier. So people should reserve judgment, and I think it's irresponsible of the media to be opining on this the way that they have thus far.
This is what we've been suffering for the last 2 years, and people don't seem to realize that the IDF rules of engagement are actually very, very strict.
Yes.
In fact, many soldiers complain that the rules of engagement actually sometimes could endanger their lives. And this is the terrible situation that you find yourself in. You have to make a decision in a split second, or you're dead, or you're dead, a flinch. And people don't seem to understand that these soldiers, our soldiers, have to make these life-death decisions about their own lives, about defending their troops with terrorists. It's not like it's, like you said, people going about their lives.
But the world does understand. They just choose to not see it for exactly what it is.
You think
if,
so?
If we look at, one of my favorite things that Joan Rivers ever said is if if New Jersey came into New York, we would flatten them. That's the American mentality. If they attack even the smallest flinch of them thinking, okay, there's an imminent terrorist attack coming in, or there's a terrorist out there, they actually go about their business. So it's strange to me from the West to then have this ideology, which almost is like them washing themselves of the blood that they've already had, especially after all the other terrorist attacks. And all of a sudden after 9/11, there's this rewrite that's happened mentally of this is how we're going to wash our hands of the blood that we have on us by constantly going back to Israel. So let's look at Israel. Don't worry about anything else. Wait, but this is Israel's surrounded. It's not like New York. It's not an island in the middle of nowhere in America that's got borders and bases all over the world, where there are eyes all over the world. And all of a sudden, like you said, anybody in the IDF has to make a quick split decision because they're the barrier between a terrorist, not just them, but Israelis.
Yeah.
How is the world not? It's such a simple. You can explain that to a 5-year-old.
No, but I also, the hypocrisy of it all. Was there ever any scrutiny like this when they were fighting ISIS? Ever? Anybody? In fact, I've got a friend who brings over a lot of senior army people to Israel, to some of them hostile, some of them less hostile, to see what the IDF faces. And they confirmed that their rules of engagement are much looser than ours. Yep. In fact, in Afghanistan and Iraq, they used to have these boys spotting for ISIS, 12-year-old boys. And the directive was, you see a spotter, you kill them. We don't care what age they are.
Yep.
And we do so much to avoid that.
Yes.
When Hamas is just throwing these kids in front. And unfortunately, horrible things happen, like what happened over the yellow line. Now, those children, I am assuming they were innocent. I'm assuming, because you can't assume anything these days.
Yeah.
I'm assuming they were innocent. Of course, the whole narrative has gone that they were picking up wood for their father in a wheelchair. There's always a father in a wheelchair. I'm not sure that's right. I'm not sure it's wrong. I don't want to judge. They may have well been innocent children, but if you know there's a yellow line and you're the parent or the family, you would say, I don't know, don't go near a place that could be in danger for you. I don't know anymore what you think, but that's the nature of war.
Well, I think one of the things that's the most irritating to me about this is that let's say that those particular soldiers were wrong and that they shouldn't have engaged in both of these incidents and that they are in the wrong. First of all, it's already under investigation.
Yeah.
Second of all, the way that's
both incidents.
The way that it's being presented as if this is the policy of the Israeli army, that is what I have a major problem with. Of course, there are things that happen in war that are wrong.
Yeah.
It's going to happen invariably. That's why we don't want to fight wars.
Yes.
Okay? Because bad things happen in war. It doesn't surprise me that there are soldiers who did individual acts that are bad. The question is that the policy? Is that coming from above? Is that what the standards are? And it's not. And if you need evidence for that, you can just look at the fact that we arrested dozens of terrorists this week alone, and none of them were executed. Yeah. This is not a policy of Israel. And so the intentional misrepresentation that we see from commentators, from people who don't know what they're talking about, from NGOs, and even from government officials, from foreign governments, it's completely unacceptable and totally inaccurate. And you're right, the hyper focus on Israel, and not just Israel, but specific incidents, as if that's indicative of the whole, is totally disingenuous.
I think that's a very, very clever point, that it's not a system-wide or it's not endemic. It's things that happen. I saw something on Instagram the other day. Somebody said that Israel, okay, this is a new blood libel, because there's one a day at least, that there is violence in the Arab towns in Israel. In the Arab society in Israel, there's a lot of gun violence. We saw some murders recently. This is all crime, gangland stuff, okay? That the Israeli police are actually releasing illegal guns into the Arab community so that they can kill each other. So somebody puts this on Instagram, they get, of course, the token Israeli idiot who is looking for attention because doesn't have a job. They find that person, they roll them out, and they say, Israel, the police has a policy. Of course, and And I write, there may be a crooked cop or two, because there are crooked cops everywhere. But is this the policy of the police? No.
Yeah.
Which is exactly what you're saying. Is it, do mistakes happen at war? Yes. Is war ugly? Yes. That's why, by the way, I remind everyone, we never started any wars. But is this something that is coming from a directive from above? No. And this is exactly where that blood libel lies, that you're trying to portray Israel, you're trying to demonize Israel, which is part of how a legitimate criticism moves over to anti-Semitism. You're trying to demonize Israel at every given moment. And that's what's going on.
But also within the source of what the education system is already in the world outside of the Middle East. It has dumbed people down to a point where they think that they even understand what war is. So it's not a little squabble between brother, sister, and your cousin, and then somebody reprimands you and takes you to therapy. We don't need a social worker.
Yeah.
This is a situation that's happening to people, and they're thinking, well, you could have done it differently. Oh, okay, please tell me how.
And they're all experts.
No,
they're all war experts.
Exactly.
Dave Smith.
Dave Smith,
the best.
Dear caught in the headlight, he really looks stupid. He's now an expert. He read Google, did ChatGPT 3 times, and now he knows better than everyone else.
And the thing that there was an interview with Mark Ruffalo with one of them, I think it was Seg or somebody else, where he literally verbatim uses the words of Israelis when he says, and they all keep saying, this is the manipulative tactic that he has, and I'm also like, you're not that good of an actor because I don't believe you. Well, the wording is, so what's happening right now, I'm no longer friends with these people like Scarlett Johansson and all of them because they keep telling me that they use their own people as human shields. I mean, what kind of person that's being starved, that's going through famine, and is literally living in an open air prison would ever use their children as human shields?
Oh, God.
Okay. Hold on. Then again, ask yourself the same question. With a headline just like came out, ask yourself if people are truly starving, if they're truly, what, logically, does that make sense? No. Then why do you have anything to say? Like for anybody with a second grade degree will go, wait, something doesn't make sense. The milk is not the water's not the milk.
There's no logic.
But if you keep selling something so many times, like I've said multiple times, of course, at some point, if you tell yourself a lie enough, even you will believe it.
They've bought it lock, stock, and barrel. That's it. They're committed, and they're doubling down. Even when the report in the UN comes out, there was no famine. Oh, really? We knew that. The report came out in the UN, there was no genocide. The report comes out, there's no rapes. Really? We have the video evidence. Like, it's cognitive dissonance. They just say, okay, it's AI. It's just, you've doubled down, you're lying, you don't care because ultimately you hate Jews. And
Israel's Hollywood, yes. According to them.
Okay, let's move to cheerer topics. Yes. Like Netanyahu's request for a pardon, which again, it's incredible how everybody around the world is now a legal expert on the Israeli legal system. And I'm sure there'll be disagreements here around the table, but let's hash it out, ladies. So the argument is, if he wrote a letter and the letter says, for the sake of the country, I want to prove my innocence, but for the sake of the country, I have to be in court 3 times a week. For the sake of the country, we're in the middle of the war still, post-war, whatever we're at. I'm asking for a pardon or to be let off in order to get the country to move on. Okay? So the cynics will say, oh, come on, you haven't admitted your guilt and you want a pardon, which doesn't work legally. But other people are saying, and I had a little Twitter argument last night with Piers Morgan, it's an abuse of power. Sorry, everybody in this country is entitled to apply for a pardon. It's not an abuse of power because legally it's allowed. So again, there's standards for everyone else, and then there's standards for Netanyahu, there's standards for everyone else, and then there's standards for Israel. So I'm very curious to know what you think, Emily.
I mean, I don't think it's an abuse of power, and I don't think it's people are saying it's undemocratic. It is anything but. It's literally something that is structured within the legal system.
Exactly.
It also exists in other countries as well.
Absolutely.
So I don't think there's no legal problem with it. I also think that the charges are kind of ridiculous to begin with.
I agree completely.
Not really that big of a deal. I don't like Netanyahu personally. I don't support him, and I don't want him to run again. But I don't think that it's what people are making it out to be. And I think people hyper-focus on this just the same way that they do with everything related to Israel. And I don't think it's that big a deal. I don't think it's that big a deal if he does get a pardon, and I don't think it's that big a deal if he doesn't.
Well, you know, the most serious charge, which was the bribery charge, is bribery, fraud, and breach of trust. The bribery charge, basically the judges said to the prosecution, guys, really holds no water.
Yeah.
And so that's basically been thrown out.
Yeah.
So what's left is breach of trust and fraud, and we're talking about mainly cigars and champagne, which honestly, I find ridiculous. You have Trump taking a plane from Qatar, and people are worried about cigars.
Again, when you look at the most hated man on the face of the earth right now, everybody will always come at him from some kind of avenue, even Israelis included.
Oh, God.
My number one thing is I'd much rather listen to an Israeli lose their mind about who is part of their governing system than listen to somebody that does not have citizenship in this country and does not actually have full footing to even vote. I don't want to hear it. But if I'm going to be asked what my opinion is on it, I was born in a country where corruption fuels the 24 hours of the day. I don't think people would actually have a pulse if there was no corruption.
Yeah.
I also live, I'm a citizen of the United States of America. If I had to go down a list of every single politician that everybody is so in love with and so charismatic and they, the kumbaya, the things that they're doing behind closed doors, trust me, if you're coming at him for cigars and champagne, give me a break.
I know.
Well, it's also, I mean, if you look at the Israeli government, I'm sorry, but it's no exception. Governments are governments. There's corrupt pieces of in every government, including ours, many of them. And I don't like the idea that this is so much worse and so much more important to the integrity of democracy. It's preposterous.
Preposterous because the thing is, and people don't want to accept this, that Netanyahu, even with this over his head for the last 10 years, keeps winning elections, which means people are having their say, and this doesn't seem to bother them. It doesn't mean that if he did something wrong, he shouldn't, be prosecuted.
Well, that's a whole other issue.
Yes, but I want to say that there's a very strong chance that these are politically motivated charges.
Oh, for sure.
A, because the bribery charge was thrown out essentially by the judges. B, because, like you're saying, you come from a country where there's real corruption. This seems like they're clutching at straws. And we know that the prosecution is very, very politicized. We've seen it with other people who've been absolutely vindicated after a while.
Hey, look at Sarkozy. Great. He went in, you're guilty. He walked into the prison. A few days later, he walked out. He was just jogging 2 days ago. So, like, seriously, what's going on? You can lose your mind as much as possible, but at some point, politics is a very dirty game.
Yep.
And if you're going to have some kind of skin in it, you have to be able to play dirty. The only thing is that no one should ever find out. If we want to call a spade, no one should ever find out what you're actually doing. And you have to make sure that you've got people around you to help you keep your hands clean. And unfortunately, Israel, the size of New Jersey. If we're talking about a country with, 50 states or somewhat, I honestly, I'm not coming to his defense. I'm just saying he seems to be the number one leader who's under a microscope.
Yeah.
When you have somebody like Putin that's still blowing up Ukrainians on a daily basis, and somehow we're going to put this one on the back burner. We have to focus on Israel.
Yes, 20,000 children missing in Ukraine. Yeah. 20,000 children missing, 20,000. And nothing to see here. That war has nothing to do with the rest of humanity. And this hyper-focus, again, I think Netanyahu is just taken as the bogeyman representing Israel, representing the Jew, and representing the Jew that nobody wants to see, which is the empowered, strong Jew who doesn't apologize for his own existence. And I think that, I have a lot of things that I could say about Netanyahu. I think that we, as a government, have completely failed in the communications war. They don't take it seriously. They're arrogant. There's many things I could say, but at the same time, I can also say that, what's interesting is that he's made the request for a pardon. Everybody's going nuts. I mean, Israelis have been writing horrible things to me on Twitter since I came out and it's just saying it is legal. What did I say? It's not an abuse of power. That's what I said. And Israelis are like coming at me, calling me the worst names in Hebrew. I don't care, bring it on. But the point is that that ultimately what I think is going to happen is that President Herzog, will come back and say, we will consider your pardon if you do A, B, and C.
Yeah.
He'll get legal advice. The legal advice will say, this is my prediction, the legal advice would say, well, he has to confess before he gets pardoned. So I think what Herzog needs to do, wants to do is throw this back into the ball in the court of Netanyahu and say, yes, I can pardon you if you do A, B, and C. I think that's where it's going. I don't think there's anything else that's going to happen, and this is going to be a football for a while. Might not even get. We might have an election with this football going through. I don't know.
At the end of the day, like you said, he keeps winning elections. You have to give him one thing. He keeps winning elections no matter what, like how much is coming at him. But we're not really out of the clear yet.
No.
We're not out of the clear yet. So I would honestly want to focus more on what's happening tomorrow here. What's happening tomorrow here? Where are we as Jews? And making sure that if Israel is state, Jews outside feel safer.
Yeah.
That should be the main focus.
Yeah.
You could be in New York, even when Trump was here,
yeah.
when the signing was happening, and then he was here, and then he had to go to Egypt. He said it as a joke. I would really want you, no, President Herzog.
I'm not sure it was a joke. I think that the whole thing was probably orchestrated by Netanyahu. But you know what? If he can get the American president to lobby on his behalf, I don't know.
Especially during a victory lap. Why not?
Well, exactly. Especially during Emily?
I don't know that I would call that a victory lap. And also part of the reason we're in the situation that we're in today in terms of security is Netanyahu's responsibility. And I don't mean that he did it, because he certainly did not. But he was a leader more than anyone else during all of this time period.
The last 20 years?
And he bears more responsibility than anyone else as a leader. And that is one of the many reasons that I have a problem with him being the leader. And I think he needs to go. It's not a left-right issue. It's not because I think he's a criminal or corrupt or any of those things. It's because I think he hasn't done his job. And I think that the electorate is not paying attention, and we don't have a highly educated electorate that is looking at these things critically. It's kind of a cult of personality, and it has been for many years.
And come on, which electorate is honestly
the electorate that votes for
sophisticated? Which electorate around the world is a clever, sophisticated electorate?
Scandinavian.
Really?
They're much higher.
Well, they're going to get swollen up very soon.
But that's because of their immigration policy,
by
which is also
Islamism.
tied to EU immigration policy.
True. Moving swiftly on to the Muslim Brotherhood, and we got very excited last week because it was announced that Trump had asked Marco Rubio to start prescribing the Muslim Brotherhood or parts of it as a terrorist organization, terrorist group in America, which hasn't happened before. But then we had some caveats. Not in Qatar, was it? Not in Turkey, really the mecca of the Muslim Brotherhood. Qatar, Turkey, and Syria, which basically takes the responsibility away from these leaders, at least two of them, who are currently fueling the hatred, the Muslim Brotherhood hatred and philosophy. So what do we think about that?
There's two arguments. So first we have the argument that terror designation can be very hard legally to enforce.
Yeah.
And so the argument of the State Department and the administration is that if they focus only on ones they know they can implement, it's a lower bar.
Yeah.
And once it's passed, once it's approved, then they can go after the individuals that are associated with those chapters in any capacity, which does, of course, include those in Turkey, those in Syria, and those in Qatar.
Right.
That's a legitimate argument. Okay. I don't accept it. I think that it makes much more sense to ban altogether the Muslim Brotherhood as an organization and as an international
And then argue
entity.
later. You mean the onus should be on them trying to get themselves out of it rather than...
Right.
Yeah.
Right. And, I don't know all of the legal loopholes and justifications. It could be that I'm incorrect on this, but, if all of these other countries can do it, which they have, I'm not sure why. Like, why can you ban Hamas, but you can't ban Muslim Brotherhood altogether?
Yeah.
It doesn't make sense. And it also adds more fuel to the argument that the Muslim Brotherhood somehow has a legitimate entity. It's like when Europe did a differentiation between Hezbollah's political wing and Hezbollah's military wing. There's no such thing as that. You know, like it's a terrorist organization, and it's the same with the Muslim Brotherhood.
And it's the same with Iran and the IRGC.
Correct.
It's the same, it's all coming from the same place. Unfortunately, we're not going to solve all those issues here today, but what we can do is bring you the very popular Scumbag of the Week. And now, Scumbag of the Week, and we're joined by our co-host, Shoshana Keats-Jaskol, who just couldn't miss this part of the show this week. But let's start with Emily. Emily, who's your scumbag this week?
After that, I'm excited to hear Shoshana's scumbag. No, my scumbag this week is the new Qatari influencers, the conservative, American conservatives who joined the allegedly Qatar-sponsored delegation of influencers from the United States. Apparently, they were intentionally targeting people who had been to Israel. They also invited a few members of the LGBT community to take part in this delegation to Qatar to learn about how wonderful Qatar and the Muslim Brotherhood are. It's awful and disgusting, and I can't believe that these people have... There's a few of them. We don't know all their names yet. I know Rob Smith was one of them. Claire Sinclair was one of them. Emily Wilson, who also goes by Emily Saves America, was one of them. Sounds like she's saving Qatar, not America.
Yes, like Tucker.
But exactly. So this is definitely a concerning trend. It's not something new, but we see that Qatar is continuously moving into these spaces, trying to buy people off. There was even a video clip that was released this week of one of their officials saying, we have many foreign journalists on our payroll. Yes, we know.
Kidding. We know. It's very obvious who they are.
Yes, so they're my scumbags of the week. And I do want to add one more differentiation, because I saw that this Emily was saying, well, no one complained this much when I went on a trip to Israel. Yeah, because Israel's an ally of the United States. Israel's a democratic country. Israel is not a country that is actively trying to undermine Western civilization and to promote a terrorist organization, or in this case, many of them, through the Muslim Brotherhood Islamist ideology. So it's not at all the same thing. It is an enemy of the United States and all of Western civilization, and anyone who's taking part in it is a part of the problem, period.
Absolutely. Here.
Seconds ago with fashion industry all flocking Doha for 3 days.
Why, there was a fashion show?
3 different events that had nothing to do with fashion, and Anna Wintour was there.
Of course she was, because somebody flew her in a private jet. That's really all it takes. Pathetic, but here we go. Here we have it. Shoshana.
Speaking of visiting Israel.
Okay.
I hate this guy so much, and I feel like I've said this before on the show. Peter Bainhart is my scumbag of the week, perhaps decade.
Yeah.
I can't stand you. I can't stand you. You've already blocked me on X, but I have a few accounts, so it's all good. What did you do? You come to Israel.
Yeah.
You speak at Tel Aviv University. And then you apologize for the people who you thought were your allies because they turned on you, because of course you can't come to Israel, Peter. That is a no-no when you are part of BDS. Did you not know that? And your apology is so sad that I weep for you. I weep for the weak Jew that you are.
Yeah.
By speaking earlier this week at Tel Aviv University, I made a serious mistake. In the past, when formulating my view, I can't even read it. It's vomit. It's disgusting. You want to go, you can read it online. It is so annoying and disgusting. And then what do we find out afterwards? Tel Aviv University made a statement. He was invited to speak about America and Trump and democracy, not the genocide that you say we did, and the Nakba, and all the things that you threw at an Israeli audience. And my one line for you is what I put on X that you won't see because you blocked me. It's Tatala. Ain't no Israelis buying what you're selling. Bye-bye.
It's not just Israelis. Nobody else seems to be buying.
He was here.
When you bend yourself into a pretzel to satisfy the people who hate you for who you are, this is what's going to happen. They didn't give you 1 inch of the benefit of the doubt that you came here to argue on their behalf, which you did. And now you're groveling like an abused spouse, which is what all these self-haters are. They're abused spouses.
Nauseating.
It's
nauseating.
He's in a cult.
Exactly.
It's totally a cult.
He's in a cult. I always wonder, at what point does anybody go, ooh, maybe I was
wrong.
At what point At what point? If it happens at all. Or do they die like this? Or do you think at some point when they're like 80, they'll go, I spent my whole life turning against my own people, and who thanked me for it? Well, not the people that hated my people. I don't know. For me, it's this whole self-hating Jew is a fascinating psychological phenomenon.
I agree.
It's fascinating to me. It's so weird.
I can't grasp it.
I can't grasp it.
Yeah. And you know your grandparents are probably Holocaust survivors as well. Like, I don't get it.
I had lunch with somebody this Shabbat who was in school with him.
Yeah.
She said his family, they're not very proud. Put it this way. They're traditional people. You know what the worst thing is? That when he made his apology or he had an interview, he did an interview, I think it was for the Jerusalem Report. I don't know why anybody's bothering to interview him anyway. He had all these Sepharim, all these Jewish Gemara texts behind him. What are you trying to prove?
Yeah.
This is a sign that you're a good Jew? No, it ain't. Sorry. You obviously didn't actually open it.
And read them.
There's assimilation above your own people.
Oh my God.
That's what it all
and what happens with assimilation above your own people? They don't want you anyway. Unfortunately, we have a painful history of that. Bellamy, who's your scumbag this week?
Guy Pearce is the scumbag of this week. And going back to just what you mentioned is like, for Jews, do they ever get to a point where they say, wait, maybe I should question what I did. I was wrong. Or maybe, no. Even with him, the good thing about all these actors, musicians, and entertainers is that they have PR machines behind them. So somebody went, hey, buddy, you're about to literally burn your career to the ground because this is incorrect information. We understand that you feel this way, and then we're going to give you something to say, and then we'll write it out for you, and then whatever you need to say is just say that you're taking a break for a while from social media. You don't even run your own social media. Let's get real. It's done through filters of everything else. And I was watching things that he's done on every single carpet and posting throughout since the beginning of this year. And he says, okay, this is January of this year. So they've reached a ceasefire. His response was, this is great. What a wonderful thing that the Palestinians can go back to their homes exactly where they were, happy and sound, on October 6th. And I said to myself, if you're smart enough to be able to read a script, study a character, take yourself out of your body and embody something else, how am I not believing anything that you're selling to me? And that's the issue that I have with all of these stars that are so protected by agents and managers and everything else. Because when a Jew even wears a Magen David or a yellow pin on a stud, they come after them like a crazy person. That's a symbol of genocide, as a Zionist, blah, blah, blah. That's the end of your career. On the other side, don't worry. Go away on vacation for a few days. Don't post anything. We'll make sure that nobody takes a picture of you. Come back with a tan and say, I'm very sorry.
Yeah. It's just, honestly, that it's, as you say, it's so disingenuous. Like, basically what the guy was doing was sharing ultra far right tweets.
Yeah.
Like, this is supposed to be the liberal lefty Hollywood guy. He's sharing the worst hatred of Jews on his thing. And you know what I find really funny? We had, who was it that made, David Lang made John Cleese a scumbag of the week a few weeks ago. And now he then did another little apology tour. And now, if you watch his tweets, are like, is this true? Now, every single tweet, he's asking the audience of haters, am I getting this right? Like, man, you should be taking.
He's old enough.
Yeah, you're old enough. And nobody wants you to come here and do your show anymore. So anyway, so my scumbag of the week is this Timu Bobby villain called George Abarioni, who was the head of the Oxford Union and who callously and disgustingly celebrated Charlie Kirk's murder. And the worst thing is that he knew and met Charlie Kirk because Charlie Kirk went to Oxford Union to do a debate against students, and this guy faced him on the table. So he met him. He saw him as a human being, not just something on a screen. And when he finds out that Charlie Kirk gets murdered in front of his family in the most terrible way that happened, what is his reaction? Oh, great. Charlie Kirk was murdered. Let's go. That's the tweet he put out. Now, why is he my scumbag? He was a scumbag then, but he's a particular scumbag this week. is because now he's going on a victim tour. Because, of course, the murder of Charlie Kirk, he's the victim. Because he got pushed out of the Oxford Union because they had no other, they couldn't do anything else, let's be honest. And now he's going around, he was on LBC radio, saying that he is the victim because of the way the people reacted to him celebrating the murder of a good man that maybe you didn't agree with, but he was a good family man who got murdered in front of his children. And you are now using that and your reaction as a reason to get people to feel sorry for you. And it's just, and people are feeling sorry for him. That's the worst. A lot of people are not. A lot of people are saying, who the hell are you? I don't even know how he got into Oxford, honestly, because it's clowns letting clowns in. And that's, the lunatics have taken over the asylum, and that's the problem with the Oxford Union. But the fact that now he's the one going around making himself the victim of Charlie Kirk's murder, which he celebrated, you are really a piece of work and a scumbag, narcissist, and everything in between.
Yeah.
George Abarioni, you're the scumbag of the week. Okay, and now to cleanse ourselves with some good vibes for the week, to give us strength, to keep going for another week, we have Heroes of the Week. So, Bellamy, let's start with you. Who's your hero this week?
My hero this week is Sammy Steigman, who is from Birkenau. He's an Holocaust survivor. And while I was in New York, I went to the Soroka Gala to help rebuild and raise money for them. And he was one of the heroes of truth that the photographer, Limor Garfunkel, had done portraits of a lot of advocates so that they had a different angle, and they were showing all the people that have been speaking out since October 7th and even before. And he's just somebody that I had met before, but I had the pleasure of going and sitting at a gala because I really do hate galas. I've said it before, write the check, get on with it. Yeah, get on with it. But I sat next to this incredible human being who was filled with so much life and so much pride. He's not religious, whatever. He doesn't care. He was too busy flirting with people at the table, whatever. But there was just this air and this energy and this fire and the strength of a man that said, no matter what happened to me, losing my family, no matter what happens even now with Mamdani or anything else, we're in one room, we exist, look around. That was his message, look around, we exist. You coming from where I come from, you're sitting next to somebody that survived the Holocaust. So the conversation that we should be having right now is, hey, let's make a toast. We should be cheering each other on. We should be celebrating. We should be coming back to the joy and the light that is the core and the underbelly of who we are as one body of a Jewish people and of Am Israel. Like, that is why he's my hero of the week. And how incredible that as a kid growing up in South Africa, I was able to meet Holocaust survivors when they were coming and teaching us about this. And I got out of this being indoctrinated by these demonic people that call themselves human rights, champions. And I got to sit next to him, not in a photo shoot, not in a dinner at someone's house, whatever, and have a conversation and laugh. That is something that I took away with myself, and I'm holding him with me wherever I go now.
Beautiful. If one thing has kept me going throughout this whole thing has been Holocaust survivors, because the way I see it is, if they went through the worst, what we went through is like a day in Auschwitz, let's be honest, a day or 2 days. And if they went through that for years, that gave me hope that we can get over this, that we can move on, that we can remember, but still look to a positive future. I had a friend who, she's now passed away, but I had a Holocaust survivor friend named Judith who I miss terribly. And I used to go and just cry to her, and she's comforting me, and that gave me a lot of, strength. So I hear you. I really hear you. Shoshana.
Well, they've been my scumbags before, so it's actually really nice to make you my heroes. Oh. Yeah, imagine that. Have they had that before? Have we had a scumbag turn into a hero?
Oh, I think Bibi's been both.
Okay. Other than Bibi, who's definitely Trump been both. Okay, well, that's true. That's true. Well, Australia, you're in good company with Bibi and Trump as someone who was a scumbag, and now you are a hero.
Oh,
why?
What happened?
Because the Australian government has listed the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, the IRGC, as a state sponsor of terrorism. Yep. They committed to taking the step following the ASIO's assessment that the IRGC, sorry, I'm reading this, had orchestrated attacks against Australia's Jewish community in order to sow division and undermine the multicultural society by targeting Jewish Australians to inflict harm and stoke fear. And I have to say that it's not just symbolic. Like, it's a really big deal to do something like this. First of all, you have to stand by your values. If you don't stand by your values, what are you? You're nothing. What are you? So the fact that Australia has said, you know what, they are terror supporters, they are not somebody that we can say we are friendly with, and they are sowing division in our home, in our land, with our people. That is what a democracy does. And I applaud you, Australia. Thank you very much for being my heroes as opposed to my scumbags. Keep going.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's,
well, nice, right?
I think it's because it was in their territory that,
well,
you know, the
how long have we been warning? If they'd listened to us, we would have told you it's coming.
Yeah.
Right?
Listen, I like the turnaround.
Yeah.
I like it. You have to recognize people when they do the right thing, as opposed to when they do horrible things.
Gives me hope that the West is waking up.
Let's hope.
Yeah.
Emily.
So my hero this week is actually related to the scumbags that I had. Xavier de Rousseau.
Oh, we love Xavier.
The activist, influencer, commentator. I don't know what title I should use for him. He wears many hats, I guess.
Yes.
He's a hoot. Love him.
He is.
But he apparently was also invited to go on this Qatari influencer tour, to which he replied he would like some answers to the questions as to why they're investing $7 billion into the education system to undermine American values. And somehow that got him uninvited from the trip.
Oh, I wonder
Shocking.
why.
Yeah, I wonder why. It's almost like they're not a democratic country that accepts criticism of their government.
Or
who would have thought?
Or a question.
So anyway, he's my hero for not only saying no, but for making this public and calling them out on exactly what they're doing, which is indeed, as I mentioned in my scumbags, undermining Western civilization. So kol hakavod to you, my hero of the week.
Xavier's a very worthy hero. He's been here a few times. He's been on the show.
Yeah.
And we love him. And I'm glad that he stood by his principles because, you know, forget it. What people don't seem to understand is put Israel aside for a second. This is against America. That's what they're doing. They're trying to undermine your country. We're just the canary in the coal mine. We're just the first on their big leg of turning the whole world into what they are. So good for Xavier for standing through by his principles.
Important.
Okay, my hero is kind of different than what I normally do, which is normally a country or a politician. It's a sportsman called Ahava, what a great name, Ahava Gordon. Now, I'm really not a fan or a follower of MMA, which is this mixed martial arts thing, but this kid popped into my feed and I can't stop watching him because he's this really confident 19-year-old. I think he's like a mix of half Thai and half this or that. He's Israeli, but so he's a very confident, very successful MMA fighter, very young. But what I love about him is that he wears his Judaism right up in front. He wears a kippah when he's not fighting. And he goes up on stage. He says the Shema. He pulls out his flag. Look at this. And then he goes and says, I'm going to beat you. And he said to this guy who was like the champion, he said, I'm not going to beat you in the first round because I want to give people a show. I want to beat you in the second round. And he did. And people, even Israelis, were going, he's so arrogant. Maybe, you know, pipe down, be a little bit more modest. But he did exactly what he said he was going to do. But to me, he's a hero because when he went out there with his Israeli flag, of course, as you can imagine, people were booing him because of the Israeli flag. And he doesn't care. He goes out with his flag, his kippah, and he's like, I'm a hero from Israel. And anyway, go and look him up. Ahavat Golden Boy calls himself Gordon. Love the confidence and I love the pride in your Jewish heritage. So thank you very much. And ladies, with that, we finish another week and we pray that the two hostages that are left, fallen heroes that are left, come back to their families. We're not going to listen to Qatar when they say, oh, maybe Israel should just forget about that and move on to the second stage. No, you signed the deal. You brokered the deal to bring them all home. And we're not going to stop until they all come home. So thank you for watching and see you next week.
Emunah's Rishonot program is transforming the landscape of religious women's leadership in Israel, giving participants the tools, confidence, and sisterhood they need to shape the country's future. Our Mayan Hoffman sat down with journalist and social entrepreneur Avital Indig, a participant in the program and a World Emunah delegate at the recent World Zionist Congress in Jerusalem, in order to understand its impact.
Emunah has spent 90 years identifying the most urgent needs in Israeli society and stepping in where it matters most. From children's homes to trauma therapy centers, Emunah has always focused on strengthening Israeli families and communities. The Rishonot program grew out of that same mission, empowering religious women with the tools, networks, and vision to lead. ILTV asked Avital Indig how she first became involved.
So I started with one of the first programs, so it wasn't like now where everyone knows about it and all, you tell your friends you have to go there, and so for me it was different.
She explained that the program has three main goals, beginning with the deep, on-the-ground understanding of Israeli society.
The first one is for us to get to know the challenges of the Israeli people. So it's a journey that we take. They take us from place to place geographically, and we meet the people and we talk about all the challenges and difficulties, and we get inspired by the people of Israel.
The second goal is about personal growth and leadership.
The second goal is to empower yourself and to know yourself and to know your strengths and weaknesses, and to give you the feeling that the sky's the limit.
But for Avital, the third goal, the network, may be the most powerful. Rishonot creates a mission-driven sisterhood where women from diverse backgrounds unite around shared values, trust, and a genuine desire to strengthen Israeli society. It's a community that not only supports one another, but actively mobilizes around each woman's goals and initiatives, turning personal leadership into collective impact.
It's more of a spider web even. It's not just a network, because we have each other's back and we help each other. And it makes you so much more stronger to be a part of this amazing network.
That sense of sisterhood has created a unique atmosphere among the women.
I've never seen anything like it, the sisterhood that is there. It's like this special bond.
One moment especially stayed with her, an overnight retreat where participants shared the most intimate parts of their lives.
Every girl in the program had to talk about important moments in her life. It made us so much more connected to each other. It was an amazing night.
Today, after October 7th, programs like Rishonot feel more essential than ever.
I think it's essential for everyone in the world, but especially now it's such challenging times right now. It's different when you get together with women and you have the space and you have the time to process together.
For Emunah, leadership begins with connection to each other, to community, and to the future of the State of Israel.
Is Israel's future in Eurovision in jeopardy? The European Broadcasting Authority will tomorrow deliberate whether to allow Israel to continue to participate in the International Song Contest, which it has been a part of for nearly 6 decades. ILTV's Devil Klein has the story.
The EBU faces a major decision tomorrow as members will meet to discuss Israel's participation in the 2026 Eurovision Song Contest. Several countries are threatening to boycott the competition should Israel participate. They include Slovenia, Ireland, Iceland, and others. But crucially, Spain has also announced they will withdraw if Israel is involved. Spain is one of the Eurovision's Big Five and is a major financial backer to the competition. But on the other end, Germany, another one of the Big Five, has expressed support for Israel, and host country Austria has supported Israel's participation in an open statement. The televised annual celebration of pop music aims to be apolitical. However, with roughly 150 million viewers across the globe, the contest has been embroiled in controversy. Since Israel's war against Hamas in Gaza, protesters have taken to the streets and spent the last 2 years harassing Israeli representatives Eden Golan and Yuval Rafael. Rafael, who survived the Nova Music Festival massacre by hiding for nearly 20 hours. The Eurovision world remains deeply divided on this matter, and now the EBU must decide who it wants in next year's competition, as the reality seems to prove that the contest will never fully be apolitical.
Gabe Geller here again with Jay Buxbaum. We are back. You remember that episode we had a few months ago for Hanukkah with Brent Delman, the cheese guy.
More than a few months ago.
Yeah. And now, it's much warmer outside, but I'm freezing because we're in a cold warehouse. Brent, it's so good to be with you here again, and with delicious cheese, of course.
Great for
Shavuos. It's going to be amazing pairing these wines with the cheese. And Jay, why don't you introduce the first wine?
So spring has sprung, and we had a wonderful Pesach. I was in, of course, Paradiso Playa del Carmen. It was just a ridiculous, amazing Pesach. And this is our first wine. And on Shavuos, which is just right here, we're always doing cheese, right? So that's why we're back with Brent. And you looked it up on Rabbi Google, right? So tell us some of the reasons why we do cheese.
Okay,
while I open this.
One of the reasons is because in Israel, the Jewish people were about to receive the Torah, and from that point on, they had to follow all the laws, all the halachos of slaughtering, animals to have kosher meat. So until then, what did they eat? They eat dairy fare. So that's one of the reasons why we eat dairy on Shavuos.
And we're so fortunate to have Raziel, that's made from the same people, not the same person, the same person, who makes Castel. And he makes it at the old Castel Winery, which is now the Raziel Winery. And this is one of the few and rare and wonderful rosés that is actually oak aged. And so why don't you tell us what you think about what's in the glass?
Of course. So
now we already made Baruch Yagafen before, so
that's right. We had a little L'chaim before. Please excuse us. So this amazing rosé, which is a GSM blend, as we call it, which means it's a blend of Grenache, Mourvèdre, and Syrah, all grapes coming from the Rhone Valley, Spain also. It's aged
Mediterranean varieties.
Mediterranean varieties, exactly. And it's aged for 6 months in new French oak barrels, but big barrels, 600 liters. Usually barrels are 300 liters.
Which is about over 100 gallons.
Yeah, that's right. And what does it give to the wine? So let's taste it.
Okay. But we're going to taste it with some cheese. You want to tell us, Brent, what cheese we're going to taste it with first?
Sure. So we'll stick
we
to
these fancy little spoons here.
These are disposable spoons, eco-friendly, by the way. So let's stick with the Mediterranean region, okay? And we're going to eat a burrata. We're going to try a fresh mozzarella burrata. And what it is, burrata is that cheese right there. It comes in the container and it's packed in a brine, a saltwater solution. And it's a fresh mozzarella on the exterior, and it's filled with a creamy filling called stracciatella. And anyway, give it a try. Very creamy, and I think that it goes very well with this nice, light and fruity wine, because this is a light, creamy cheese. Never before kosher. It's been produced in northern Italy, and again, only brought to the kosher world by the cheese guy, by our company, for over the last few months. And tell me what you think about the filling.
I think it's a good match, and it's light and fresh and creamy all at the same time. But this wine is a little bit richer, and demands a little bit more of a richer cheese, I believe. But wow, what a great cheese! What a great wine!
Oh yeah,
even though they're not a perfect, in my view, match.
That's right. I would go with something a little bit more delicate, a little fruitier.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah. Right. So you could still go with a rosé like Chateau Rubin, for example. That would go great, or Herzog Lineage Rosé, which is very fruity, would also be a great pairing with this cheese. Here, the Raziel Rosé, it's so interesting, it's so complex, so unique compared to other rosé. Like we said, it's aged in oak barrels. There are very, very few rosé that are aged in oak barrels, because you need a wine that has the body, and the acidity to take the oak, to be able to handle the aging in the oak barrels. And you have that here. You have a richer rosé here, great acidity, and you get that complexity from the oak, which adds some a little bit toastiness and nuttiness to the wine, which is so interesting. It's really a fascinating
So
wine.
I got a bone.
Kudos to Eli Ben-Zaket.
Yeah, I got a bone to pick with you.
Go ahead.
You chose the wines to pair for this swirl, right? And it's all for Shavuos, right?
It's all for Shavuos.
And Shavuos is all about milchiks and dairy, right?
Yeah.
Why pick a red wine?
Okay, why pick a red wine? So, I think I mentioned that.
Now wait, what red wine is this? Just to tell you, this is a Pinot Noir from the Herzog lineage line. And is this also from their private vineyards?
I believe so.
I believe so too. So it's all estate vineyards. But it's a red wine. Aren't only whites supposed to be drunk with dairy?
Well, not necessarily. White wines are easier to pair with dairy in general, cheese and cream and pasta, things like that. But that doesn't mean that you cannot have red wine with that. Quite the opposite. But you have to choose the red wine carefully. So a wine like Pinot Noir, like this Herzog lineage Pinot Noir, is light to medium in body. It's delicate, elegant, a little bit floral, and that goes really nicely with some cheeses, especially soft, slightly creamy cheese. And let's just experience it now.
You know me. I always say that the three most important things in making great wine is good grapes, good grapes, grapes. And you're always like, yeah, but what about the wine? Well, you know what? Every winemaker will tell you that Pinot Noir is the one wine that is considered the winemaker's wine. Because what you do with it, once you get this very delicate grape, once you get this thin-skinned, and by the way, it's thin-skinned both in actuality and euphemistically, so to speak, because it really is very finicky.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's thin-skinned in that respect too. And if you don't treat it right, you can really mess it up. And if you treat it right, you can really make a wonderful wine.
Absolutely.
So, Brent, you're up next. Which wine are we gonna? I'm sorry.
One of the common themes, Jay, that we always talk about is the word terroir, right? We always discuss, where does the wine come from? What type of soil are the grapes grown in? You talk about grapes, and grapes. Well, this is a goat cheese. So it depends on what the animals are consuming, on how the milk is going to turn out, the flavor of the milk, and thus the flavor of the cheese and the texture of the cheese. So this is a Wisconsin goat cheese. And first,
which one?
First we have plain. And then we have with garlic and herbs. This is our own unique blend of garlic and herbs. So first we're going to try plain. And again, you're going to find some of the traditional taste of a fresh goat cheese. And again, being here sort of in the spring, this is the time that the animals are lactating. So this is the time when fresh cheeses are most enjoyed. And they're enjoyed with a good fruity type of a wine like this. But traditionally, in the winter, we tend to like very hard or more aged cheeses. And here, fresh, this is considered a fresh cheese. So let's go with this.
Some people freak out when you say goat cheese. Right. The answer is, man, get into it, baby. Try it. Flavor it.
We have three varieties. This one is honey goat.
Wow.
So, right, I forgotten that.
Did we maybe switch the...
Out of the three varieties, so you can obviously taste, we put honey crystals in this one. And it was meant to, what it does is it sort of brings down some of that acidity in the goat cheese. When you talk about how some people are a little bit put off by goat cheese, it's because it tends to be a little tangy and lemony and a little bit goaty, right? But this, what the honey does is it sort of neutralizes some of that and it brings it all together and just brings out a great flavor. So what do you guys think how it pairs with the wine?
I think it pairs okay, but we'll find out in a minute because we're gonna taste the last wine that we've chosen or that you've chosen for this Shavuos swirl. with the other goat cheese, the herb goat cheese, and I wonder if maybe we should swap them, but we'll find out in just a moment. Gabe, why don't you well, you know what? I'll talk a little bit about this. This is a late harvest Machpeah Hill, Galilee. It's a single vineyard Gewürztraminer. It's a late harvest, meaning that they let the grapes sit on the vine until they shrivel. Now, they don't get completely like raisins, but they do shrivel. And as a result, it dries out, meaning there's less water, more liquid that is concentrated in sugars. And as a result, the final wine is also quite sweet and luscious.
Yeah.
And I have a feeling, we'll find out, that's part of the fun of
this is gonna
these swirls.
Pair a little bit better
Let's
with...
Let's see. And what I love about what Carmel is doing with their single vineyard series, Carmel arguably is one of the largest growers of grapes in all of Israel. And so they have the most diverse number of vineyards. And so they could really pick and choose for their single vineyards selections. This
Jay,
late harvest
you did it.
Gewürztraminer, yeah.
That worked.
Let's taste this with this.
That worked really well with the honey goat cheese.
With the honey goat cheese.
So now this is our herb goat cheese. Again, has garlic and different assorted herbs.
Good. I'm glad we didn't even taste this yet. You're right. We had the honey goat cheese. Wow. Perfect.
Absolutely.
That was wonderful.
Perfect. Right?
By the way, I'd like to share a recipe for Shavuos that you can do with the honey goat cheese. If you like to make pizza at home, so you take the pizza dough, you make your pizza, you put cream on the pizza, heavy cream or sour cream, whatever you like, and then put several slices of the honey goat cheese and put that in the oven. You get a fantastic, delicious, very special pizza, and it would go very well. Probably not with the Pinot Noir, I'd say, but it would go very nicely with the rosé, absolutely, and even with the dessert wine, I'd say.
So I'm going to recommend that this garlic and herb goat cheese probably paired a little bit better with the Pinot Noir, right? Because I think the herbs and sort of the savory nature of this cheese tended to go a little bit better with a fruitier Pinot Noir. What do you think?
Amazing.
And a little bit more full-bodied.
We're about to accept the Torah. We're about to get the Torah. We're going to have some amazing cheeses, amazing wines from Eretz Yisrael, and from California.
Add to the Shavuos some of the reasons that we're talking about the land of Chalav Udvash, right? Land of milk and honey.
Yeah.
Right? So, and one more cheese just to throw in.
Go ahead, sure.
So we've done cow, goat, and now we're going to do a little bit of sheep cheese. And I think that the contrast, we complement and we contrast. That's how we pair wines and cheeses, right? So this is going to contrast. Okay, so this is an aged Pecorino Romano from the island of Sardinia, Italy.
Sardinia?
Sardinia, Italy. Yeah, now where the sheep.
How'd you get the rabbis out
sheep,
there?
It's not easy. It ain't easy. I can tell you that. So the sheep are grazing in the fields as they've done for generations.
This
is.
Okay.
And it's a hard cheese. It's aged 2 years, and you'll see the salty nature and the sharp nature. This is a wonderful grating cheese, but it's also fantastic to eat just as it is, as what we call a table cheese. So what I'd like to propose is that the sweet and the savory will really pair together nicely on this. Again, contrasting as opposed to complementing. Let's take it in a different direction.
I hear that. I really hear that. Not only that, but to their credit, this late harvest Gewürztraminer has enough structure and acidity that really does, in that part of it, does complement this sharpness of this. What is this?
Pecorino Romano.
This Pecorino Romano. So you get that sharp acidity, even though it's sweet. You get the sharp acidity from the wine. And you get that sharpness of the cheese, which then blends with the sweetness or contrasts with the sweetness of the wine to the dryness of the cheese. I think, wow.
Delicious.
delicious.
Yeah, I like that sort of like I say, savory, sweet combination.
By the way, guys, you notice my T-shirt? Life is good.
You want
the
it?
cheese guy. Yeah, I want it. I want it. I need to participate in the contest that we have online. But it says the cheese guy. Usually people call me the wine guy. So.
Well, Gabe and Brent, it's been a wonderful.
Wonderful. Wishing everybody a Chag Sameach.
Chag Sameach.
Chag Sameach.
And cheers.
Hold on. Let's do this. Let's do this. Months ago, we did this together, right? So let's all do it like one for all for one. L'chaim.
Hi, I'm Naomi Nachman, and this is Sunny Side Up. Hi, I'm Naomi Nachman, and this is Sunny Side Up. I'd like to introduce everyone to my friend and neighbor, fellow foodie, Celeste Hackle from Healthy to the Core on Instagram. How you doing?
Good, how are you?
Good, good. I love what you do on Instagram, showing everyone how to eat healthy and keep their mindset calm and relaxed and just fitness and health and everything good for you. So, welcome.
Good. Thank you. So happy to be here. Thanks.
So, Shavuos is like around the corner and we all want to eat cheesecakes, but we're kind of like watch what we eat, but we want to also have cheesecake. So, I believe you have something really interesting for us.
Okay, I have something really good for you. It's a healthier turtle cheesecake. I love dessert too. We all want to have dessert, but it's made with healthier ingredients like pecan crust, Greek yogurt in the cheesecake.
Greek yogurt?
Yes.
Really?
You won't know the difference.
Okay,
it's amazing.
I'm gonna take your word.
A caramel glaze and dark chocolate drizzle.
You had me at caramel and cheesecake, and even if it's with
amazing.
yogurt, it sounds like it's gonna be epic. So Celeste, what is our first step?
Okay, the first thing you're gonna do is spray your springform pan. This is a 9-inch.
Okay.
So you want
like
it to be
a
well
pan
oiled.
or something.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay. We're gonna take our ground pecans.
Okay, you just took pecans, put them into the food processor, crushed.
Exactly.
Okay.
We're gonna take butter.
Ooh, butter is better. I love butter.
This is real butter, salted butter.
Okay, salted butter. Okay, great.
Okay. And then just a little bit of coconut sugar.
Okay.
We're gonna,
So this is the crust.
this is the crust.
Okay.
So it has the healthy fats, some protein, some fiber.
I think everything tastes better with butter.
That's what holds it together.
Okay, we need that oily based.
You need something, yeah.
Vehicle to like hold it together.
Okay.
In the bottom of the pan?
And bottom of the pan, and that's it.
Right.
Once
I
you
feel like most
grind,
cheesecakes do start off with some sort of nut and oil.
and you're just gonna press it down and a little bit up the sides of the pan.
Oh, okay, we do a little bit up. Okay, here we just go around, and I'm going from the center, pushing it out, so it's, evenly gets spread.
Okay, it looks perfect. So now we're gonna put it on a baking sheet before putting it in the oven, because it does leak a little bit.
Right, the pan
Yeah,
separates, so you
a
want
little.
to. It does get a little bit of leakage, right? So
A little. So we put it on a baking sheet and put it in for 350, 10 minutes.
10 minutes, okay, because you don't want to overcook those nuts. Nuts also have a lot of their own oils, so you don't want to overcook those oils and then it starts to burn. Okay, let's get in the oven.
Okay.
So time to make the cheesecake part.
Okay, so we're gonna start, first of all, the most important thing is to make sure your ingredients are room temperature.
Oh, okay.
The eggs, the yogurt, the cream cheese, room temperature.
Okay, that's great. I love learning things from my guests.
Okay.
Okay, guys.
Okay, so
That's
this is our cream cheese, like a regular whipped cream cheese.
Okay, that's whipped?
It is whipped. It's actually ideal, I know, to use a block of cream cheese because you don't want the air for a denser cheesecake, but I've been making it with the whipped. It's just easier.
And it's
I do a whole
delicious,
container
right?
and it's delicious.
Okay.
So I say that's easy enough.
Okay.
Okay, this is the Greek yogurt. Now,
so interesting.
The reason for the Greek yogurt is Greek yogurt has less liquid. It's thicker than a regular yogurt. And it's also rich in protein. It usually has less sugar and just helps also create a creamy consistency.
Right, and that's what we're looking for in a cheesecake.
And it's protein rich, so when you eat a dessert, especially that has some protein and benefits, it's more satisfying.
Right,
so
you feel fuller longer.
You do feel fuller longer, and you're satisfied, so yeah.
Okay, so?
Okay,
now?
so next we do the coconut sugar.
The whole thing in?
Whole thing in.
Okay.
It's not that much, actually. It's half a cup, so it's not,
okay,
not too
it's
much.
not so much at all.
Vanilla, yep, and then a little bit of lemon juice.
Yeah, there's always
you
a
need
little
that
lemon
also.
juice
Yep.
in cheesecake.
So we're going to start mixing and then mix the eggs in one by one. We could scrape the sides down a bit.
Yeah, I think it's always important whenever you bake a cake to scrape the sides of the bowl.
Yeah, and underneath too sometimes.
Yeah, and the bottom. Okay. Yeah, don't waste
There you go.
anything. Okay.
Okay, it looks great. Okay, and then we're gonna pour this into the crust once it's cooled.
Okay.
Let it cool a little. So next we're gonna take the crust out. We're gonna lower the temperature to 325, pour the filling in, and put it back into the oven.
Okay, it's out of the oven?
Out of the oven. We're gonna pour the filling in.
Okay.
And you see how we left it on this pan because it leaks out just a little.
Just a little bit.
Yeah.
So we're just going to slowly pour. I like to use a rubber spatula to get right in there. Scrape down all that batter. We waste nothing. Yum.
And now, I'm sure you know, you probably make your cheesecake in a water bath.
I do.
That sounded confusing to me, so
Really?
I looked
It's so
up.
easy. It's
I don't
so
know.
easy. A
So I did
bubble
something
bath.
similar.
Okay, so how do you do your water bath?
So what I do, a trick I learned also, is you just put like a Pyrex filled with water in the oven at the same time.
So this could go on like a top middle
Yep.
shelf and a bowl of water,
Yep.
on a lower
On a lower shelf. It helps create the steam. The reason you want to do that, maybe you can explain more. You want the steam so it doesn't dry out and burn and crack. Yeah.
Oh, I love that.
There you
Okay,
go.
again, I've learned
That's right.
a lot from you. I've learned a lot from you today. Okay, so back in the oven this goes.
Back in the oven.
About how long?
On 325. Everyone's oven is different.
Yeah,
Mine
it's
happens
true.
to cook really quickly. Mine was about 40 minutes, but figure anywhere from 35 to 50 minutes. You know, it really depends
All
on
right,
your
so
oven.
you monitor it.
Around 40-ish.
You want the top to be a little bit set on top.
Okay, yes. You want it to be set. You want the middle to be a little jiggly, but you don't want it to crack in the oven. That means it's too far done.
Okay. All right, let's go.
So we're gonna go.
Back in the oven we go.
Okay, so now we have our cheesecake out of the oven. You have to let it cool, right? We don't
A
want
good
to
few hours.
melt a good few hours. You can make it even the day before, put it in the fridge, take it out the next day right before you serve
Oh,
it.
that's good. I love that prep ahead tip.
Yes.
You can even probably freeze it and then top it when you're ready.
That's a good plan too.
Okay.
So what we're gonna do is you wanna loosen it, take the sides off.
Beautiful.
Okay, and you see, even with my little trick, it's still cracked, but it's no problem because the glaze is gonna cover it.
Yeah, mine crack a lot also.
So now that it's cooled and ready, we're gonna make, you're gonna love it, the sickest caramel.
Ooh, I love
Amazing,
caramel, I love
amazing.
caramel.
Really simple, few ingredients, almond butter, maple syrup, a pinch of salt.
These are things I would never even thought that make caramel.
It's delicious.
Okay, so we're gonna turn on our oven.
So you want it to be on low, just so it like
Yeah,
melts and
because
combines a little.
Also, especially because almond butter can burn fast. So we want to have that on a medium low heat. Again with a spatula because that way it grabs everything out. And what's this?
Maple syrup.
Maple syrup. I'm just starting to swirl.
Yeah, you just-
Gonna lower it maybe even more because we don't want that
Yeah.
burning. And
Then you add
I
a
can't
little vanilla.
believe it that this is.
Okay,
This is the parve, isn't it?
Yeah,
the
totally
topping.
parve.
Ooh, you can
Parve,
use this on a
vegan.
lot of things.
I use it on everything. And you want to add that pinch of salt just for that salted caramel. Yum.
yeah.
Yes.
Salted caramel.
Okay, it's
baby.
perfect. And it's ready.
Oh, it's done? That was it?
That's it.
Boom.
That's it. Stir it together. Take it off the heat. We want to let it cool a little. You don't want to put it on while it's boiling hot. Let it thicken a little. I want you to try it.
Can I just do it?
Yeah.
Let's go.
You have to. Right?
It's like a nutty caramel.
Yeah, yeah.
It's amazing. You just got all those notes.
Okay,
Wow.
good. I'm so happy. Yay.
Okay, terrific. All right.
Okay, so in the meantime, while this cools, we're gonna chop our pecans. Get out your chocolate chips. We're gonna melt some chocolate chips also for the drizzle.
Ooh.
And start our layers.
Okay, so it looks like we got a topping situation going
We
on.
have our,
over here.
it's all about the topping
Ooh,
for
yes.
the cheesecake. Yes. Okay, so we're gonna start by pouring on the caramel glaze on top.
Okay.
Just
So-
like pour it on and
Like a
smudge
drizzle?
it in. Not a drizzle, like a layer.
Like a layer, like this.
Yep.
Wait, that's how
You
if
just
there's a
pour
crack.
it on.
If there's a
It co-
crack. Oh, like this?
Yep.
Oh, look at that. Really like, it looks like real dolce de leche, and it's just made from like almond butter and maple syrup, all the good stuff.
For the cheesecake itself, you want to use low-fat or whole yogurt. You don't want to use fat-free. It'll
good.
just be watery.
It's watery.
Not, yeah, it won't be good.
How's that?
Looks amazing.
It does indeed.
It really does.
Okay.
Okay.
Next.
Next, we're gonna just sprinkle on chopped pecans all over, however much you like. Okay, so now we're ready for the chocolate drizzle.
Okay, you show me how
So
to
I
do
melted the chocolate. I
That's it.
just have fun
Oh.
with it, just like that.
And if it gets on the platter, it looks great just on the platter, like chocolate.
It's beautiful, just like that.
Oh my God, it's stunning! You could maybe even do white chocolate.
Yes, that's a good idea. And then I love these chocolate chunks or chocolate gems.
I can't believe it. That looks really, really
How
good.
gorgeous.
And it was really easy to make. Nothing was crazy complicated. Didn't
Yeah.
take a lot of time.
I need those kind of recipes. Yeah, so it's healthier. It's just got wholesome ingredients, things you love, things that'll keep you satisfied, and good. So it's like a balance. Yeah.
Let's eat it. Let's eat it.
Yay, okay.
It is time to cut the cake.
Yay. Best part.
Best part.
Okay.
Best part's eating it. Okay, here we go. Ah, here we go. Whoa, so excited! You want to make sure when you grab the bottom, with your spade, you just make sure you get all that crust at the bottom. I'm using my finger to hold it in place.
Oh, wow.
Yum. One for you.
Okay.
One for me. One for everyone else. There you go. All right.
Okay.
Let's go.
Let's dig in. How good is that? Do you like it? Do you approve?
I love it. I love it.
I love
It is
it.
so good. I love cheesecake. It's so delicious. A lighter version means I could probably have a second slice. I'm going
Thank
in
you.
for that second bite right away.
Same.
Thank you so much for coming on
Oh my
the
God,
show.
thanks for
and
having
making
me.
this with me. I'm so
Thanks for
excited.
having me.
We hope you'll all make this and some of our other great recipes right here on kosher.com. Hi, I'm Naomi. Oh, what are we doing? Is the first step. Stop.
Whoops. Can we redo that?
Okay.
Has your... forget that.
So,
So action. I'm just gonna say it for myself.
Yeah, you are your own director. It's like a choose your own adventure book.
It's weird because when you do stories, you're pressing the button, and this one is just happening. Okay. Let's cook. Like, don't think too much into like what you're doing, but like, you just like keep it like cool and like casual, just like you're talking to a friend. For the fourth time, the same thing. Hi. Okay, here's the deal. I have nothing against donuts. Hanukkah time, there's donuts everywhere, but that's the thing. I have no interest in making them in my own kitchen. There's just no point. You can buy delicious donuts pretty much everywhere you go. But you know what you can't buy everywhere you go or anywhere you go? Deep fried candy bars. And today I'm gonna show you how it's done. If you've been watching this show long enough, you know that I only fry during Hanukkah time. So if you're only gonna fry once a year, you go big. And deep fried candy bars are always a winner. And you can't just toss chocolate into the oil, you actually have to coat it. So I make a quick pancake batter that comes together in just a few seconds. Start with a cup of milk right here in this bowl. And we add 2 eggs and a splash of vanilla. Whisk these just to kind of break up the eggs a little bit. I have a little bit of sugar here just to sweeten it up a little bit. Obviously the chocolate inside is the major flavor punch, but we want it nice and sweet. I've got my flour here. And I have baking powder. Now baking powder is what's going to give the batter that nice puff. So I actually have a generous amount of baking powder here. And that's going to coat our chocolate really, really nicely and make sure that none of it oozes out into the oil. So you just whisk this together. You want kind of like a smooth batter. Some lumps are totally fine. You don't have to be worried about those. And that's it. Your batter is done. It should look like this and it should be thick. So you kind of want it, to be able to coat the chocolate nicely. If you feel like it's too runny, you add a little bit more flour, and if you feel like it's too thick, you can thin it out with some milk. This looks perfect. It actually doesn't. I need a little milk. Adding another splash of milk, working it in a little bit at a time, because really the thicker it is, the better. So you'd rather have it too thick than too thin. If it's too thin, it'll just like run off the chocolate. That's not good. Okay, this is looking better. Yeah. You can use any candy bars that you like. Today I'm using Elite sticks. My kids actually love these, so I always have them in the house, and they come in really fun flavors. This one has popping candies inside, so that's gonna be a nice surprise when somebody bites into that. And they come individually wrapped, which I just love. It's just so easy. So we're gonna open one of these, just unwrap it, and you have this perfect size, and then we pierce it with a toothpick. And this is kind of going to be the handle. It's actually going to fry with the toothpick. So you just go right into there, about halfway through, and then you have this little handle, and then you dunk it into the batter, and you want to ease the batter over. So whatever you're mixing with, your whisk or your spoon or your fork, you want to make sure that it is entirely coated in the batter. Just like that. You let the excess drip off a little bit. Okay, now gently lower it into the oil and don't let go. Kind of give it a second before you let go. Let it form that crust so it doesn't get stuck to the bottom of the pot. And then let go. And then you can repeat it. But for the first one, I would say, watch this one and learn how it needs to go. You want to make sure it's golden brown on all sides. It takes about a minute. Now it's beautifully golden brown, you pull it out of the oil, and now that you know how long these things take, you can do a few of them at a time. Okay, so turns out fire is actually really instrumental in getting foods to fry properly. We're gonna go to the fire. There it is. Hey! You're so beautiful. Okay, so here's the thing. They tend to disappear really quickly because they're so delicious right out of the oil. So getting a plate together is actually really difficult because people tend to just kind of grab them. But if you happen to be lucky enough to get a plate together, all they need is a dusting of confectioner sugar. And I'm using need liberally. They really don't need anything, but it looks much prettier. Who fries chocolate? Me. And you. I kind of want to make a pellet. Okay, check it out. Look, I can't even hold it up because it is all melted and gooey inside. Oh my gosh. Check it out. Is this camera show? Check it out. Oh my gosh. Happy Hanukkah, everybody.
Now we're really going to enjoy it.
It is so good. What's it saying?
It's fine. Why don't you use it?
What? If you've been interrupted with the sorry, no. What's wrong?
No, I want to pop in candy one.
I think we should do that. It's not enough.
You get rid of those. Esty, come on!
I don't know what to say!
Esty, I want to eat them. I took a picture. Oh wait, no.
I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. I just want to eat it.
Please note.
There is nothing to say. They speak for themselves. Hey guys, I'm Esty and today we're gonna make cheesecake cannolis. Shavuos is coming and everybody loves cheesecake, but not everybody has the time. And store-bought looks store-bought. So we're gonna take a store-bought cheesecake. You can use any flavor. I like chocolate, so I got the marble one. And we throw it right into a mixer. Crust and all, topping and all, the whole thing just right in there. You can use a plain one, you can use a caramel one, you could use a marble one. And then we just mix it up and turn it into a mousse. Now once it's all blended up, you just want to stop it for a second to scrape down the sides of the bowl so you get all the bits of crust back in there. And go again. Now, depending on how thick the cheesecake is in here, you might need to add a little bit of milk. So we're gonna use a little splash and let it go again, and then I think we're good. That's it. Our mousse is all smooth and creamy and ready to fill in our cannoli shells. Look at that, it's nice and thick, and it was so easy. So I transferred our cheesecake mousse into a piping bag fitted with a large star tip, and I have store-bought cannoli shells here, and we're just gonna fill them up. Just squeeze gently till it comes out, and then the other side. Then you have this really pretty design on both sides, and move on to the next one. A really cute way to present these, especially on Shavuos, is to actually glue them together with some melted chocolate, and you have Torah scrolls. Watch. You just take one and some melted chocolate here. And then take another one and attach them. How cute! You just put them aside to set and dry, and you can do that with all of them. For more easy recipes like this, go to kosher.com.
Welcome to ILTV's Israel Daily. I'm Kalev Ben David, and coming up in today's newscast, Prime Minister Netanyahu lays out Israel's conditions for a deal with Syria. Israeli and Lebanese envoys meet as the U.S. tries to preserve a fragile ceasefire. Opposition leaders slam proposed ultra-Orthodox draft deferment bill as a bluff. In his first public comments after a call with President Trump, Prime Minister Netanyahu is taking a firm stand on Israel's conditions for a deal with Syria. But Netanyahu also left the door open for a U.S.-backed agreement that could create a buffer zone in the Syrian Golan. More from ILTV's Steve Leibowitz.
New details are being reported about yesterday's phone call between Prime Minister Netanyahu and U.S. President Donald Trump. Trump reportedly pressed Netanyahu to be a better partner in moving forward on the Gaza agreement. He also questioned why Hamas operatives trapped in Rafah tunnels were being killed rather than allowed to surrender. Netanyahu reportedly replied they were armed and dangerous. The call then shifted to Syria. Following up on his public post, Trump urged Netanyahu to take it easy and avoid actions that could provoke the country's new leadership. In his first public comment since the call, the Prime Minister defended Israeli actions on the Syrian Golan.
אנחנו נחושים להגן על היישובים שלנו בגבולותינו, כולל בגבול הצפון, ולמנוע התבססות של טרוריסטים ופעולות עוינות נגדנו, להגן על בעלי בריתנו הדרוזים, ולהבטיח שמדינת ישראל תהיה פתוחה מהתקפה קרקעית ואחרת מהאזורים צמודי הגבול.
Hinting at a potential U.S.-backed deal to create a buffer zone on the Syrian Golan, the Prime Minister made clear what the Syrian government must do.
מה שאנחנו מצפים בסוריה לעשות זה כמובן להקים אזור חיץ מפורז מדמשק ועד אזור החיץ, וכמובן מבואות החרמון ושיח חרמון. ברוח טובה, בהבנה של העקרונות הללו, אפשר גם להגיע להסכם עם הסורים, אבל אנחנו נעמוד על עקרונותינו בכל מקרה.
Meanwhile, the United Nations General Assembly has passed 2 non-binding resolutions calling for Israel to withdraw from the Golan Heights and from what it calls the West Bank and East Jerusalem, resolutions the body has routinely approved for years. The resolution demanding withdrawal from the West Bank and East Jerusalem passed with 151 countries in favor, 11 against, and 11 abstentions. The Golan Heights resolution passed with 123 in favor, 7 against, and 41 abstentions. In both votes, Israel and the United States opposed the measures. UN Ambassador Danny Danon slammed the resolution, writing on X, "The UN General Assembly once again proved how disconnected it is from reality. Instead of addressing the crimes of the Iranian Axis and the dangerous activities of militias in Syria, it demands that Israel withdraw from the Golan Heights, a vital defense line that protects our citizens."
U.S. envoy Morgan Ortagus headed to Beirut today to push for strict implementation of the ceasefire between Israel and Lebanon. She met with members of the Cessation of Hostilities Implementation Mechanism, including U.S., UNIFIL, Israeli, French, and Lebanese officials. According to reports, Ortagus was expected to demand strict enforcement, including searches of private homes in southern Lebanon and the Bekaa Valley, areas known as Hezbollah strongholds. The U.S. envoy met yesterday with Prime Minister Netanyahu, Defense Minister Israel Katz, and Foreign Minister Gideon Sa'ar, where Israeli officials presented intelligence on Hezbollah violations of the ceasefire. According to that intelligence, Hezbollah is rebuilding its arsenal throughout southern Lebanon and the Bekaa Valley, potentially preparing for another round of conflict. Tensions have risen in recent weeks after IDF strikes on Hezbollah targets across Lebanon, including last month's attack that killed the Hezbollah chief of staff in Beirut. Hezbollah has publicly announced its intention to retaliate at a time of its choosing. Political tensions erupted last night after Prime Minister Netanyahu canceled a planned primetime speech on the government's proposed bill regulating ultra-Orthodox draft exemptions. It's a controversial issue threatening to break up the coalition. More in this report. The government says its bill revising the system of draft deferments for ultra-Orthodox young men will eventually increase Haredi enlistment in the IDF. But former Prime Minister Naftali Bennett released a video calling the bill a bluff designed to prevent Haredi enlistment altogether.
עכשיו, יש טענה שאי אפשר לשלב שירות צבאי עם לימוד תורה. מאיפה ההמצאה הזאת? מאיפה ההמצאה הזאת שצריך לשבת כל החיים בישיבה ולא להתגייס?
Opposition leader Yair Lapid accused Prime Minister Netanyahu of running away after he canceled a planned address on the bill because he knows there is no way to defend the law that Lapid calls a blueprint for draft evasion.
הבריחה של נתניהו הערב היא מסר ברור לכל חברי הקואליציה. אי אפשר להגן על החוק הזה, והחוק הזה לא יעבור. אני מתחייב, אנחנו נעצור אותו.
Knesset Foreign Affairs and Defense Committee Chairman Boaz Bismuth of Likud released his revised copy of the government's Haredi draft bill last Thursday, sparking widespread criticism, including from members within Netanyahu's own party. The bill continues to exempt full-time yeshiva students from military service, while claiming to increase conscription among Haredim who have graduated. The ultra-Orthodox parties, Shas and United Torah Judaism, are threatening to bolt the government if the new law doesn't preserve draft deferments. But with growing public opposition to deferments after more than 2 years of war, the government is finding it increasingly difficult to find a compromise that will enable it to avoid a coalition crisis. And joining me now is Reserves Lieutenant Colonel Doron Avital. He is the former commander of IDF Special Forces. Doron, thank you for joining us. Let's first turn to Lebanon. We had a meeting today with a member of the Israeli government, not from the security establishment, meeting, I believe, for the first time with a civilian member of the Lebanese government. That's a bit of a breakthrough. But how much likelihood is there that this ceasefire is going to hold, even if you can call it a ceasefire, between Lebanon and Israel when we see almost daily violations of it by Hezbollah?
I think the American administration put its full weight on maintaining the ceasefire and trying to facilitate this process that in the end everybody would have liked to see Hezbollah disarmed. So I think this meeting it's not from the security forces, but from the National Security Council. This is a big thing. And I think this was a push of the U.S. administration, and I hope it will generate some outcome. We have to understand how weak the Lebanese army is in terms of its attempt to do it by force, to dismantle Hezbollah. So it has to be by political means, trying to disarm them first from the heavy weaponry and so on. This is a tough process. We have to protect the buffer zone until the Litani. This is really for us, this is the first priority, and then to see that they're not getting this weaponry in the Baca. So this is where we play, but we have to play it, we navigate it smartly together with the Americans.
Right, and I want to move now to Lebanon's neighbor, Syria. Also, as we have reported, it appears President Trump pressuring Prime Minister Netanyahu to reach some kind of agreement with Syria. But a lot of skepticism here in Israel whether President al-Shara and his regime can be trusted, and even if he personally can be trusted, whether they can deliver. For example, he's been opposing this proposed buffer zone from Damascus until the Israeli border. So how realistic is it that Syria can meet Israel's conditions?
No, here again, we have a circumstances in which we would have liked to see a country that has one law, one weapon, to see Syria the same way we want to see in Lebanon, and we can't trust fully those jihadists that are along our border. So we have to create this buffer zone. The question, how deep this buffer zone should be. We had this incident in Belgium, not far from underneath the Hermon. So we have to take care of our interests, but still, we have to work with the Americans. They have a real interest that the Syrian, that he will succeed to deliver. I mean, they trust his leadership. The question whether he will succeed to deliver its stuff. And we have the complication, which is not to be undermined, the issue of the Druze, that we have this affinity, that they have relatives in Israel. We have to see that their interest and their that they are safe. So we have to work out to balance all those interests. So a buffer zone, smart, not too aggressive, not a buffer zone that all the time does it in your face to the Syrian administration, but take hold and take care of our interest in this buffer zone of Syria, because we can't fully trust whoever runs there along our borders.
Well, how far should Israel go? How far can it go in protecting the Druze in another country, in Syria?
Yeah. So there are two questions. First of all, the maps. We won't draw the maps here exactly. But in terms of the Druze, there has to be some tacit agreement between us and the Syrian government. We have to see that it is his interest, of course, to see that the minorities, the non-Sunni, the Druze, both the Druze and the Alawite that commanded Syria in the past, that they are relatively protected. Otherwise, it means that this is a regime that cannot deliver one Syria that is commanded from Damascus. So we have to do the max, but we have also to be very sensitive, because it's not like all the Druze in Syria wants to be completely aligned with the Israeli context. Some of them do, some of them less, so we have to work it very smartly. It's a question of diplomacy, but this bond with the Druze as a platform, I can tell that we can't undermine or underestimate. We have to make sure that we are there for them when it's needed.
Now, along with being a former senior IDF commander, you were also a member of Knesset, Doron. The Knesset is now weighing the government's proposed revision of draft deferments for the ultra-Orthodox. Where would you stand, if you were there, on this controversial bill?
Yeah. First of all, we stood there. We stood there in 2013, and basically the government that we were part of for 4 months, the coalition that Netanyahu formed with Kadima and with Ehud Barak as the head of the Labour Party and defense minister, in the end, this coalition in 2013 got dismantled because of this problem, what we called back then the Tal law about the recruiting of the Orthodox. So this is a persistent problem. So I don't know if I was a member of parliament, how would I vote? Most of the people think that this law is really a cover-up, a not serious attempt to resolve the problem. I would say that in order to resolve this problem, you need a real reform in the infrastructure, because even had you recruited those Orthodox, the question, where would they serve? In what position in the army? Whether we can think of position within our security needs that are more connected with within the country, within the borders. Maybe we should see that soldiers that really are in the battle zone are compensated versus... so we have to work... There has to be a structural reform. I'm not sure this law is in this direction and whether it's a serious law. It's not clear to me.
All right, then not clear at any rate if this will be the final version of the law that eventually gets voted on in the Knesset. We'll just have to see how it develops. Doron Avital, thank you for joining us here on ILTV.
Okay.
The Islamic Jihad terror group claimed today that they had uncovered the body of a hostage in northern Gaza. Now, of course, this comes after Israel announced that the remains that were handed over by Hamas yesterday do not belong to either of the two final hostages still held in Gaza. Testing at the Abu Kabir Forensic Institute confirmed the material was not connected to either Ran Gvili or the Thai national Sud Fisak Rinthalik. The Prime Minister's office says efforts to return them home for burial will continue until the mission is completed. Our correspondent, India Naftali, has more for us. India?
Yes, Kalev, Israel says the remains received yesterday were not those of a hostage. Plus, now we're hearing of another disturbing testimony from a survivor of captivity in Gaza.
The Abu Kabir Forensic Institute completed the testing overnight. Officials say the families of Ran Gvili and Sutisak Rinthalik were notified immediately. The Prime Minister's office said, quote, "The efforts to bring them home will not stop until the mission is complete, returning them for a proper burial in their country." And also, there is a different story coming from one of the surviving hostages. Alon Ohel, a former hostage held in Gaza for more than 2 years, said he suffered sexual abuse during his captivity. In a new interview, Ohel said the incident took place when he went to shower. He described a captor entering the room and touching him under the pretense of helping him clean himself. Ohel said he tried to push the man away, but the abuse continued. He is now the third recently freed survivor to publicly describe this form of mistreatment by Hamas terrorists. These testimonies are adding pressure on human rights groups as survivors continue to detail what they endured during their years of captivity.
Israel says it is still fully committed to locating Gavili and Rin Thalak and returning them home. And as more survivors speak out, the public record of what happened in Gaza continues to grow. Kalev, back to you.
All right, thank you, India. Australia's Jewish community is sounding the alarm over a sharp rise in anti-Semitism as new data and a Senate probe into bias reveal a reality far more dangerous than many Australians realize. ILTV's Maayan Hoffman has more from this report from Down Under.
A new report by the Executive Council of Australian Jewry records 1,654 anti-Semitic incidents between October 2024 and September 2025, still about 3 times higher than before October 7th. Overall, numbers are slightly down from last year's record, but serious attacks like arson and vandalism have risen, including the firebombing of the Adass Israel Synagogue in Melbourne and multiple attacks on Jewish businesses and synagogues in Sydney. The report warns that anti-Jewish racism has moved from the fringes into the mainstream, on campuses, in workplaces, and in the cultural sector. Jewish students are staying away from lectures. Parents say their children are abused on public transport. And many adults now think twice before wearing visible Jewish symbols.
But after October 7th, suddenly the radicals, and not only the radicals in the Islamic community, a vast majority of the Islamic community started, with their everyday anti-Semitism, and they have allies to justify it.
Inside the community, the response is mixed. Some are drawing closer to Jewish life, with fuller synagogues and packed Aliyah information nights, while others simply try to keep their heads down and avoid any talk of Israel in professional settings.
The future of Australia is actually quite dark. I have always see myself and describe myself as a proud Australian patriot, so I hope fighting back is the way, but I'm not going to lie, I feel like I have a backup plan.
At the same time, a Senate committee was expected to hear submissions about alleged systemic anti-Israel bias at the ABC, from combative interviews with Israeli officials to hours of airtime for activists accusing Israel of genocide, while detailed legal rebuttals and reports on Hamas abuses receive little or no coverage. The discussion was tabled at the last minute, but community advocates argue that when the national broadcaster repeatedly frames Israel as a villain, it helps normalize hostility toward Australian Jews.
What's alarming is the severity of some of these things, with firebombing of synagogues and Jewish businesses, they're both very triggering things for our community.
I believe that we should just be proud of who we are and not be ashamed of our identity, because if we hide who we are, then no one will understand what we're like.
Emunah's Rishonot program is transforming the landscape of religious women's leadership in Israel, giving participants the tools, confidence, and sisterhood they need to shape the country's future. Our Maayan Hoffman sat down with journalist and social entrepreneur Avital Indig, a participant in the program and a World Emunah delegate at the recent World Zionist Congress in Jerusalem, in order to understand its impact.
Emunah has spent 90 years identifying the most urgent needs in Israeli society and stepping in where it matters most. From children's homes to trauma therapy centers, Emunah has always focused on strengthening Israeli families and communities. The Rishonot program grew out of that same mission, empowering religious women with the tools, networks, and vision to lead. ILTV asked Avital Indig how she first became involved.
So I started with one of the first programs, so it wasn't like now where everyone knows about it and all, you tell your friends you have to go there, and so for me it was different.
She explained that the program has 3 main goals, beginning with the deep, on-the-ground understanding of Israeli society.
The first one is for us to get to know the challenges of the Israeli people. So it's a journey that we take. They take us from place to place geographically, and we meet the people, and we talk about all the challenges and difficulties, and we get inspired by the people of Israel.
The second goal is about personal growth and leadership.
The second goal is to empower yourself and to know yourself and to know your strengths and weaknesses and to give you the feeling that the sky's the limit.
But for Avital, the third goal, the network, may be the most powerful. Rishonot creates a mission-driven sisterhood where women from diverse backgrounds unite around shared values, trust, and a genuine desire to strengthen Israeli society. It's a community that not only supports one another, but actively mobilizes around each woman's goals and initiatives, turning personal leadership into collective impact.
It's more of a spider web even. It's not just a network because we have each other's back and we help each other. And it makes you so much more stronger to be a part of this amazing network.
That sense of sisterhood has created a unique atmosphere among the women.
I've never seen anything like it. The sisterhood that is there. It's like this special bond.
One moment especially stayed with her, an overnight retreat where participants shared the most intimate parts of their lives.
Every girl in the program had to talk about important moments in her life. It made us so much more connected to each other. It was an amazing night.
Today, after October 7th, programs like Rishonot feel more essential than ever.
I think it's essential for everyone in the world, but especially now it's such challenging times right now. It's different when you get together with women and you have this space and you have the time to process together.
For Amuna, leadership begins with connection to each other, to community, and to the future of the State of Israel.
The Israel Hayom media outlet convened its annual summit this week, bringing together international Jewish leaders, not in Jerusalem as it did last year, but in New York City. Organizers said the decision to hold the summit in the city with the largest Jewish population outside Israel was both strategic and symbolic, emphasizing the ties between Israel and the diaspora at a time when the latter is under increasing threat by rising anti-Semitism. Also stressed were the ties between the U.S. and Israel, with Israel Hayom publisher Dr. Miriam Edelson hailing the majestic alliance between the countries, while warning that their shared values are under assault by bad actors that include terror groups, ideological extremists, and elements of Western media and academia. Other speakers at the conference included the former First Lady and Secretary of State Hillary Clinton and ILTV CEO Tom Sadok. Is Israel's future in Eurovision in jeopardy? The European Broadcasting Authority will tomorrow deliberate whether to allow Israel to continue to participate in the International Song Contest, which it has been a part of for nearly 6 decades. ILTV's Devo Klein has the story.
The EBU faces a major decision tomorrow as members will meet to discuss Israel's participation in the 2026 Eurovision Song Contest. Several countries are threatening to boycott the competition should Israel participate. They include Slovenia, Ireland, Iceland, and others. But crucially, Spain has also announced they will withdraw if Israel is involved. Spain is one of the Eurovision's Big Five and is a major financial backer to the competition. But on the other end, Germany, another one of the Big Five, has expressed support for Israel, and host country Austria has supported Israel's participation in an open statement. The televised annual celebration of pop music aims to be apolitical. However, with roughly 150 million viewers across the globe, the contest has been embroiled in controversy. Since Israel's war against Hamas in Gaza, protesters have taken to the streets and spent the last 2 years harassing Israeli representatives Eden Golan and Yuval Rafael. Rafael, who survived the Nova Music Festival massacre by hiding for nearly 20 hours. The Eurovision world remains deeply divided on this matter, and now the EBU must decide who it wants in next year's competition, as the reality seems to prove that the contest will never fully be apolitical.
Let's take a look at the weather forecast. Cloudy skies are expected around most of the country tonight, the temperatures reaching lows of 13 degrees Celsius or 56 degrees Fahrenheit. Then tomorrow we'll see partly cloudy skies alongside steady temperatures, seeing highs of 24 degrees Celsius or 76 degrees Fahrenheit. And that's a wrap for today's news. For the latest updates from Israel on all your devices, Be sure to follow our ILTV channels and our new live channel, and you could also catch us on Screen IL with 24/7 live coverage. Stay informed with the latest news straight from the heart of Israel. I'm Caleb Ben David. Be well, and thank you so much for watching.
Step into the story of Israel's heartland with Blessed by Israel, where every purchase connects you to the land, the people, and the promise. Taste the sweetness of the promised land in their delicious honeys, or wear the story of the land close to your heart with the stunning Special Places of the Land necklace. Behind each product is a family, pioneers living in Judea and Samaria, crafting beauty and goodness from the soil of the Bible. When you buy their creations, you're not only receiving something extraordinary, you're investing in Israel's future, helping small businesses thrive and communities grow strong. Join a movement that celebrates faith, resilience, and hope. Visit blessedbyisrael.com and use ILTV's special code BLESSISRAEL, that's BLESSISRAEL, at checkout for 10% off on your first order. Be part of strengthening Israel, one purchase at a time. ILTV News, your source for Israel in English. Reporting from the ground where it happens, as it happens. An authentic, trusted voice in daily Israel news. Airing on 11 international TV channels and now launching a 24/7 Israeli news channel. Reaching millions every month across all social platforms. Independent, real, powered by truth. We don't just report, we connect. Thanks to a worldwide community that stands for truth. This is ILTV, your source for Israel in English.
Well, Israel loses billions of shekels every year, not to war or infrastructure, but to food being thrown away. A new report shows the country has lost more than $57 billion in food value over the last decade alone. Our correspondent, India Naftali, reports on the scale of the crisis and the solutions already underway.
Israelis threw away billions of dollars of food in the last decade. This is especially concerning considering how many families in the country suffer with food insecurity. The new food waste report shows how much money and nutritious food is being lost every single year. But it also shows that the tools to fix the problem already exist. The 10th annual Food Waste and Rescue Report from BDO and Lekit Israel, the country's national food bank, shows Israel has lost about $57 billion in food value over the past decade. The report, prepared with the Ministries of Environmental Protection and Health, warns that food loss remains one of Israel's most expensive problems. However, this year's report does show a positive trend. Israeli consumers are wasting less food, a drop of 13.3% per person. But with population growth and rising living costs, the total volume of waste remains very high. Food waste affects Israel in three major ways. In 2024 alone, Israel threw away 2.6 million tons of food, worth about $7 billion. That is nearly 40% of the country's entire food production and equal to 1.3% of the national GDP. Socially, it makes life hard for families who already struggle to afford healthy food. The average Israeli family discarded about $2,915 worth of food last year. Meanwhile, 1.5 million Israelis face food insecurity. Health costs associated with food insecurity are even higher, reaching about $1.57 billion a year. These costs include chronic illnesses such as cardiovascular disease, obesity, and other conditions linked to poor nutrition. And environmentally, food waste uses water, land, and energy that cannot be recovered, costing Israel about $1.14 billion annually in lost resources and pollution. But Israel has built a strong foundation for change to reduce food waste in places like restaurants, army bases, farms, or at home. These solutions include expanding food rescue operations in farms and supermarkets, using the Food Donation Act to increase safe donations, and implementing the national plan that sets targets for cutting waste and redirecting surplus food to families in need. Lekit has also been working with government ministries, pushing for new laws and helping shape the national plan. They say the next step is to keep the momentum going so these plans turn into real large-scale change.
because the level of waste is still far too high. These plans are expected to save billions and support lower and middle income families.
Lekich says Israel already has a scalable system for food rescue. What it needs now, they say, is funding, coordination, and national commitment. Their goal is an Israel where food isn't thrown away while families go hungry.
So let's move on to new wines from all over the world, actually. Where is Jay?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm a little late, but
Jay,
man,
what's going on? I know
there?
it's windy and I'm actually pretty cold, as you can see, but
no, this is my party shirt. It's
your
party time.
Party time when it's so, when it's so cold and windy?
That's when you got to go inside and party down.
Okay, enjoy.
All right. This is a Pinot Noir from New Zealand. As you can see, I'm wearing my party shirt. What's interesting about Pinot Noirs in general is the first thing you can see right off the bat is their color. Very different than almost any other red wine. So let's talk about this. South Island Pinot Noir.
Yep.
Tell us about Pinot Noir.
Usually Goose Bay, most people know Goose Bay for the great Sauvignon Blanc. Their Pinot Noir is not as well known yet. Pinot Noir also is known as the red grape variety from Burgundy. It also grows very nicely in other regions in the world, in some places in California, even in Israel they make some.
Also,
and New Zealand.
And also they will tell you, speak to winemakers, and I have spoken to hundreds, who tell you that Pinot Noir is known as the winemaker's wine.
Yeah.
It is so delicate and it is so sensitive to how you make it and when you harvest it and how you process it. It can really make a tremendous difference in the winemaking, more so than most other varieties.
Correct. Pinot Noir is a very finicky grape. It's got a very thin skin. And hence the light color compared to Cabernet Sauvignon, Merlot, Shiraz. It's really different. It's
Good wine to
lighter
start
in
with
body.
of the wines from what? All over the world?
Yes, we have 5 wines today from all over the world.
So I would imagine, just like you would do in a dinner, this would probably be the lightest of the 5.
Absolutely.
Okay, so here we go. Pinot Noir. It's got that raspberry, cherry,
red currants.
Goose Bay Pinot Noir. Nice wine. There you
Very
go.
nice.
Let's
Very
go to the
nice. Next one. So here is the next wine, Jay. Terra di Seta. Terra di Seta Winery is an estate winery, boutique winery in Italy, the first fully kosher winery in Italy. They specialize in Chianti. They're in Tuscany, which are wines that are made either from 100% Sangiovese, sometimes with just a little bit added of Cabernet Sauvignon.
And if you're lucky enough, they have a little bed and breakfast.
Yeah.
If you're lucky enough and it's empty, which is not so usual these days, you can get to stay there overnight. And the people that run it, tell us about them. They're such wonderful people.
Daniele della Seta and his lovely wife, Maria Pellegrini. They're amazing people.
And he's also a professor of
Yes,
chemistry.
Yeah, that's correct. That's correct. And now he's so busy with the winery that I think he doesn't really teach anymore.
Oh, is that right? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, this is made from 100% Sangiovese.
And this wine got a 93 points Wine Spectator.
What's interesting about Chianti is that you can buy Chianti for like $10, $12, $15, and you can buy Chianti for close to $100.
Yeah.
And it's exactly the same grape, but it depends on where the vineyard is, how they aged it, et cetera, et cetera. So we have the Terra di Seta Reserva Chianti 2012, delicious bottle of wine from yet another different region in the world. Okay, what are we doing next?
Next.
So now we went all the way from Italy to South America.
South America,
It's like
Argentina.
literally two ends of the world.
Yep.
If you took a flight from Italy to South America to Argentina, what would that be, like 15 hours or something?
At least.
At least, I would guess, right?
Unfortunately, I've never been to Argentina yet.
And
You have been many
I've
times.
been many times. I'm actually, I just came
Going
back.
soon? Oh, yeah.
I just came back. But I will tell you what's interesting about this Fleches de los Andes is that not only is it a wonderful winery in and of itself, it's also part of the Rothschild group of wineries.
Yes.
And they won't put their name on anything that isn't just absolutely top quality.
Exactly.
So this is a 100% Malbec.
Yes.
It's from Mendoza, which is known as the best place to grow Malbec. Also, Malbec, many people don't know this, is one of the grape varieties that can be used in Bordeaux.
Yeah, it comes. It's a variety that's originally coming from Bordeaux. It's also well known as making varietal wines in the region of Cahors in France, which is close to Bordeaux. And Argentina has adopted that grape variety, and it's like officially now the official national grape variety of Argentina. And yes,
I'm just looking at the
Malbec
color.
was
You have
fantastic there.
dark red and maroon and even a little purple. So, and this is a wine that is what vintage?
2016.
So this is a relatively young wine for its type, but still to be this purple and to be this dark and black in the center. Let's taste it.
Also, if it's a 2016 from Argentina, does that mean that it was harvested in September or October 2016? No.
They have, because they're in South America, and if you ever, I don't know if I'm allowed to say this on air, but if you ever flush a toilet, the toilet goes clockwise. Yeah. In Argentina, it goes the other way.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because the gravity of the earth, it's really true. Check it out next time you're in Argentina. But, or actually Google it. You'll see I'm doing the right thing. But that means also that summer and winter are opposite too. So when we're harvesting in July or August or September, they're in the middle of their winter. And vice versa. When they're in January, February, that's when they're harvesting.
Yeah. February, March, that's about the time they start to harvest. So this wine is actually almost 3 years old.
So we have the Fleches, the Grand Malbec.
Yes.
And it's a Rothschild property, and it's quite delicious. Here's looking at you, kid.
Hi.
So this next wine originally was only available at the winery, I remember.
Not only available at the winery, but for the wine club, and then they decided to make it more available to a few different
So we're
stores.
tasting.
So it's hard to get.
It's hard to get. It's a Herzog Petit Syrah. It's from Clarksburg, which is their
from
own.
the Prince Vineyard. Yeah.
Their own estate vineyard that they own and grow their own grapes for. So it's what we call vertically integrated, meaning they control not only the winemaking process, not only buying and getting the right grapes, but actually growing the grapes as well, which almost can be considered a state. The only reason it's not a state is because it's a little bit far
from the winery.
From the winery, and by law you can't call it that, I believe. But let's smell it.
It's got that. Petit Syrah is a very, it's a grape that gives very concentrated wines, very full-bodied, extracted.
Also, it's an older vineyard, from what I understand, and it's quite vegetal. I get a lot of real green pepper.
Green pepper. I get like white blueberries, ripe blackberries, the pepper, like you said, like freshly cracked pepper, black pepper.
Man, tannins and doing your gums up and staying with you, and it's a medium to long finish. It's not very long, but it's more up front than it is back in the back.
Like I say, the tannins are chewy. You
Look at that. You're I don't know if my teeth are the same way. It actually coats your teeth with this color.
Completely.
Great bottle of wine, and if you want to find this, look for it because it's not everywhere. So enjoy it. Thanks for choosing this. You really pulled out the stops this time. I'm partying with my party shirt. Man, this is a great way to end any party. And a great way to end this video, I'll tell you. It's Sifona. It comes from Canada. It's what we call a VQA Cabernet, which now VQA is the same as saying For France, it would be AOC.
Yeah.
And for Italy, it would be DOC. And for
California, it would be AVA.
AVA. So this is really an interesting wine. It's an ice wine. You want it, I mean, I know what it is, but tell everybody what an ice wine means.
Okay, so ice wine are dessert wines that are made in very cold countries, primarily Germany, Austria, and Canada, where even in early October, it gets so cold that sometimes the grapes freeze on the vines in the vineyard.
Before they harvest them.
Before they harvest.
Right.
So they harvest them frozen on the vines, and then they crush them when the grapes are frozen, extracting really all the sugar and the acidity at the same time because the grapes are frozen, they're not dried.
Because as I was explained, the water in grapes, and there is water in the juice, freezes at a different temperature than the sugars. So they actually separate in the grape. And then when they crush them, they throw away the water or the ice crystals, and they're remaining with this luscious, thick, sweet, oh God, nectar.
In Savona, they already have another ice wine from a variety called Vidal, which grows there in Ontario in Canada, and also in upstate New York. And here they decided to do it with Cabernet Sauvignon, so that's very unique. I don't think I've ever heard of ice wine Cabernet Sauvignon
because
ever before,
Vidal is not it's unusual,
Yeah.
but it's not that unusual. But Cabernet, to make an ice wine out of Cabernet, really, I've never heard of it.
Really
before.
cool.
Really cool. So it's not only the first kosher ice wine from Canada, it's the first kosher ice wine Cabernet from Canada.
And taste it. It tastes like preserved cherries.
Oh gosh. I think it's raspberries and syrup.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I'm not spitting this one. Anyway, great way to end this. What a great wine to end any meal. Even sipping in your living room with the fireplace going during this cold winter days. Now,
if you'd like to taste this wine,
there you go. Good segue.
Yeah.
You can do so at the New York February KFWE, which takes place February 11th, or in Los Angeles 2 days later on the 13th.
London, February the 6th, Tel Aviv, February the 4th.
Delicious way to end a wonderful, wonderful series of tastings. Thank you very much, Gabe.
Pleasure as always, Jay.
Wow, my goodness, we're back. Jay Buchsbaum and
Gabe Gatter. Well, we're at the Kedem Winery tasting room in upstate New York, Marlboro, to be precise.
Well, you picked everything today, so and if it goes bad, you can blame it on Gabe, you know. No, really, he's great, so.
You can blame me. I'm here for that.
What are we tasting?
Okay, so we have some great wines and great cheese. Schwurz, dairy dishes, cheese, that's a minhag, it's a custom that many, if not most people have. So we have 4 wines, as you can see. The Herzog Lineage Chardonnay.
Repeat that again.
Lineage.
Yeah, very good.
I learned it.
Yeah, right.
Took me 3 months. So Herzog Lineage Chardonnay. It's part of the brand new Lineage series from Herzog Wine Cellars. Fantastic wines below $20 retail. Let's go.
Oh my goodness. You know what's interesting about this wine? It's clearly Chardonnay character, but what's great about it is you also get that malolactic, creaminess that comes out. And wines at this price rarely go through malolactic fermentation, which is a secondary fermentation, partially in the barrel. So you get, good aromas, good viscosity. So it's got to be with a little bit of a fatter cheese.
Yep.
So what do you got it going with?
So something fattier and creamy. A Camembert from France, Grand Terroir it's called.
And it's got this rind on it. And this rind really should be eaten with the cheese. I know it looks like it shouldn't, but it should. So you got some? A little bit.
Delicious. Right.
Make sure, just like I always tell you to kind of involve your entire tongue with the wine, do the same thing with the cheese. So you can really get the full flavor, texture. Wow, what a good combination. Especially, you know, also that little bit of sweetness that's coming off of the biscotti and the almond biscotti also kicks in a little bit of that richness with the wine as well.
It's delicious. And it's got the wine has that creaminess that the cheese has too. But it's got also very good acidity to cut through the fattiness of the cheese, which is very important. And also in body, this is pretty much a medium to full flavor cheese, and same with the wine.
So it comes from estate vineyards.
Absolutely.
So they control everything, not only from when they get the grapes in, but even from when they start growing the grapes.
Yeah, and you know what?
Very impressive.
You know what? All the wines we have here are estate wines. Let's go with the Terra di Seta Chianti Classico Riserva 2012, 93 Wine
Now, there's a
Spectator.
very interesting thing you're doing. You're skipping you're going from white to red, even though we have other whites in between.
Yes, I started with the dry white, then I went to the dry red, but then the other whites that we have are sweet. So I think that this is the proper order to go with in this case. Chianti Classico is made from Sangiovese most of the time. Sometimes there are blends,
This
but
one
the
happens
main
to be
grape is
100%
Sangiovese. Yeah, it's
Sangiovese.
100% Sangiovese, that's correct. So you're looking for aromas of cherries, sour red cherries. There is a bit of earth from the terroir. Some spiciness to it also.
A little
finish.
rinse. And we're eating it with what?
Viney sheep. So it's a sheep.
Viney sheep, okay.
Yeah. It's a sheep milk cheese, aged in red wine.
And Chalav Yisrael too.
And it's Chalav Yisrael too.
Just so that everybody knows, in another life I used to be in the cheese business. A long time ago. I don't want to tell you how long because then it'll age me. But what's interesting about this is it's firm, yet when you kind of put it in your mouth, it does kind of soften up on the palate. And it's a little more robust than the last one. Not kind of that creamy, smooth. You know, you had the kick of the rind on the Camembert, but this you don't have that, but still, it still has robustness to it.
It was aged in Italian wine, Italian red wine, giving the cheese a very deep, rich flavor, very interesting aromas, and goes perfectly with this.
Wow, wow, what a nose. OMG, what a nose. And this is Oregonose. This is a Muka Gewürztraminer. Now, Muka refers to a single vineyard, correct?
Correct.
And it's 100%, I believe it's 100% Gewürztraminer.
It's 100% Gewürztraminer.
Has this spent any time in oak?
No, 100%
So
stainless steel.
So you would expect it to be fresh and lively, right, on the palate and kind of jump around. And what are we putting this with? What
Here,
kind of
have some cheese. Authentic, again, an Italian cheese actually. Authentic Parmigiano Reggiano.
Now, just like wine with cheese, smell it, because your olfactory senses are actually, some people say, as much as 75% of your taste, not the other way around. Your mouth should be 70, no. It's really your nose that does most of the tasting. Oh, the smell on this is great. Also crumbly, a little firm in texture.
Crumbly, it's aged also. So you know, these cheeses, wine and cheese have so much in common. They come from different countries, different terroir, characteristics, traditions in the making of them. The terroir is very important. The way it's being made gives a completely different characteristic. Even at the end of the day, it all comes from fermented milk, just like wine always comes from fermented grapes.
But grape wine does. But you know, just a heads up and a consumer alert. Keep in mind, and again, ask your local rabbi what cheese is considered hard cheeses for the purpose of weighting between milk and meat in this case.
This is really a classic Gewürztraminer with those aromas of lychee, rose water, peach.
Oregano's, do you remember the approximate retail?
Yes, I think it's around $20 also, between 20 to 25 if I'm not mistaken. So moving on to the Herzog late harvest Chenin Blanc. So Herzog have a great lineup of dessert wines, the late harvest series. There's the Chenin Blanc, the white Riesling, the orange Muscat, and the Zinfandel. Sweet wines doesn't mean that a sweet wine is a cheap or unsophisticated wine, quite the opposite.
But I will tell you, everybody, just so that you know, what a late harvest simply means that they allow the grapes to over-ripen. There's less water inside the grape itself. They shrivel up a little bit. The amount of sugar at harvest is much higher, and as a result, the amount of sugar that they allow to remain in solution after it's been fermented completely to about 12 or 13% is still a residual natural sugar from the grape itself, and that's how you end up with this late harvest sweetness.
Yeah.
And what are we tasting it with?
Okay, blue cheese.
And take a look. I don't know if you can see this. Get a real close-up if you can. There's green mold growing on this blue cheese. What's interesting about that, by the way, is that some of the sauternes, their grapes have mold growing on them.
I was about to say that.
Yeah. So this mold is actually an edible mold. In fact, most molds may be edible, but certainly this one is meant to be eaten, and it gives it a kind of bitter, wonderful flavor that goes with the creaminess that is in the rest of the white part of the cheese. Very aromatic, or I should say in a positive way, in cheese terms, very stinky and quite wonderful. Yeah, so, but the reason why you chose this is because it's so rich a wine that you need like a really flavorful, rich counterpart to go with it, and this cheese is that rich, flavorful counterpart to go with it.
That's true. And so the bitterness and the funk that we talked about, and it's also quite salty cheese, can be balanced out very nicely by a sweet dessert wine. So they really go great together. It's really delicious. And when I said that these are dessert wines, it doesn't mean that you must have them only with dessert.
I would suggest, by the way, that if you get these dessert wines or sweet dessert wines, chill them extremely well, because the flavor still will pop because of the sweetness. The aromatics will still come out. Chill them extremely well. It should be served right out of the refrigerator. On the other hand, the Herzog lineage should also be served cold, but not ice cold. You know, you have to let those aromatics of the oak and the vanilla and the flavor of the Chardonnay and the aromatics of the Chardonnay to arise, and that's a little bit better at cold temperatures, but not ice cold. So thank you for listening. And again, there's tons of other wines to enjoy with your meals this Shavuos.
It was a pleasure to share and pair those wines with cheese and with you. L'chaim.
Now, who does this right, me or you?
Well,
One of us-
usually I do it right and you do it wrong.
Okay, so
And today it's gonna be the opposite.
well, we'll see about that.
So here's the glass, Jay.
Well, gee, thank you.
Doesn't taste like much. What's wrong here?
Give me a proper glass.
You mean these?
Yes, those. It's a little bit tapered on the top, and that's because you want to focus the aromas. And we put a white background on here so we can actually see it. Now, here, always hold a glass by either the base or the stem. And the reason for that is that you don't want to heat the wine. And I do a very simple thing. It's called the 5 S's. The first S is the S of sight. So we're going to look at this, and you want to look in white wine, anything from almost clear to a golden color, but not brown, because that means it's oxidized. Then you want to do the S of swirl, and then you look for the driplets. I don't know if the camera can pick that up, but we call them legs in wine speak, and that'll tell you how much viscosity the wine has. Then you stick your nice little...
That's good.
I don't believe what I'm watching here. What are you making, kiddish? You should not fill up the whole glass.
Why?
Go ahead, put your nose into that right now. Oh
No.
my gosh! Ooh, ooh. You're supposed to sip it off, not gulp it down.
Why? It's good wine.
So you had the S of sight, the S of swirl, the S of smell, and the S of savor, and the final S was the S of spit, but some people do the S of swallow.
Okay, so it's an interesting wine, I believe, because it's very light red.
Light red?
Orange, if you prefer.
No, it's not orange. It's not a light red. It's a rosé, you silly guy.
Oh.
So I'm gonna teach you how to do this properly. Just a little bit at the bottom, about what we call a thumbnail's worth, about 1 inch. And again, let's do the 5 S's. First, the S of sight. This is a golden kind of rosé. Whoa! Okay, don't go crazy on me here. Whoa! You're getting us all crazy here. Come on. Put it on the thing and go like that. That way it'll never come out of the glass.
Smells nice. Smells like schnitzel.
You should be looking for aromas that you can identify, as I said before. In this case, I smell a little bit of alcohol, a little bit of mustiness.
I do get some cherries.
We want you to taste it, like I explained, to savor it. Combine it in your mouth and... So, what do you think about that? Would you please answer? What is your problem? Spit it in the bucket already.
Well, tasting wine with you, you know, Jay, it's a party. So I think that for a party we need a bubbly. What I love about it also, we don't need a corkscrew.
Let's see what you... How you
let's shake it first.
No, what are you crazy?
What?
What?
That's what they do on TV.
No. They do it on TV that way because it's TV. That's why how people end up in hospitals with, their eyes hit by a champagne cork. This is the champagne flute, and this is the wine glass.
So here's for you. And here's for
Yes,
me.
but this is sparkling wine. You want to be able to see the bubbles. So in the case of sparkling wine, especially since it's in what we call a fluted glass, you need to fill it up about a third to about 40%.
Oh, it's like a bubble bath.
Yeah, I know people actually have taken bubble baths in champagne. You have to be cognizant of the mousse. The mousse is the foam that comes up.
Hi.
What are you doing? No, what are you doing? What are you going to do? Stop.
They always show on TV that they throw the glass.
What do you mean they throw the glass?
They throw the glass. It's the party.
It's fine champagne. This is like, $100 a bottle. So you sip it slowly, and then you don't throw the glass because you want to have more.
So you said that there are the 5 S's. Before you said that the wine should be light to golden in color and brown is oxidized. Well, this wine is almost black. I mean, I guess that this one is way off.
Okay, in red wine, the color should be anywhere from purple to burgundy to bricky.
So you taste the wine?
What are you tasting?
Wine. It tastes like a good steak.
Well, if it tastes like a good steak, it'll probably go with a good steak. I just want to thank you for being really such a good sport. Till next time, Bubala.
Till next time.
Step into the story of Israel's heartland with Blessed by Israel, where every purchase connects you to the land, the people, and the promise. Taste the sweetness of the promised land in their delicious honeys, or wear the story of the land close to your heart with the stunning Special Places of the Land necklace. Behind each product is a family, pioneers living in Judea and Samaria, crafting beauty and goodness from the soil of the Bible. When you buy their creations, you're not only receiving something extraordinary, you're investing in Israel's future, helping small businesses thrive and communities grow strong. Join a movement that celebrates faith, resilience, and hope. Visit blessedbyisrael.com and use ILTV's special code BLESSISRAEL, that's BLESSISRAEL, at checkout for 10% off on your first order. Be part of strengthening Israel, one purchase at a time.
Welcome everybody to another episode of Kosher.com. I'm here with a good friend of mine, Rabbi Tzuli Fried, director of Chai Lifeline New Jersey.
Yossi, I'm gonna interrupt you. You know I've spoken in a lot of places.
Yeah.
But it's always been my dream to be on your show, so what an honor to be on Kosher.com.
Hey there, I'm Yossi Weiss, and welcome to my home, where the hustle and bustle of shopping, cooking and cleaning all week is our way of preparing the Korban Shabbos Kodesh. So, when that special moment arrives, you sit back, take a deep breath, and say out loud, Baruch Hashem, c'est Shabbos. Rabbi Fried is director of Chai Lifeline. He is the director and producer of Bike for Chai. We're here, it's the middle of the summer, Bike for Chai is just around the corner, and we're making beet salad today. Now, beets are really good for you if you're cycling. So for this episode, we're gonna make the beet salad. Rabbi Fried is gonna tell us why beets are good for bike riding. It's Bike for Chai season. Everybody's up with Bike for Chai, Camp Simcha. I've been there multiple times. I've been on the ride. Some of my followers have followed me along on the ride. This is the way we're gonna do it. I'm gonna make beet salad. Rabbi Fried's gonna talk about Bike for Chai.
As you can tell, Yossi is an avid cyclist. For those of you questioning his physique, please understand that Bike for Chai is the only sporting endurance event in the world that they say you gain weight on the ride. So Yossi has been involved in Bike for Chai from its inception.
Yes.
From when it left, the first year, when David Eggert left in 2009 from the Chai Lifeline Lakewood Walk,
Yes.
actually was in front of the first Yossi's store, Yossi's Deli on Clifton Avenue. And since then it has evolved to become the #1
Remember those
charity sport. Yes, I do. The charity sporting event in the world. And again, as you can tell, Yossi is an avid cyclist. But what does that have to do with beets? Look at this. We're cutting up this most delicious beet salad because Bike for Chai, we know, is a 180-mile ride, and you need that oxygen, and you have to have that endurance. And for avid cyclists, they know that if you eat beets 2 to 3 hours before a ride, it increases your endurance, it increases your oxygen throughout your body, and thus your output would be the same with a lot less energy. So this is the salad we should all be cutting up right before, a couple hours before. So if we're riding on a Sunday morning at 10 a.m., we can be eating beet salad at 7 a.m. Or if you're riding at 5 a.m., obviously, you're going to be eating your beet salad with your grain during Malava Malka.
So let me know, not only that, you're making fun of me that I'm an avid cyclist. When it comes to cycling, it's all about speed.
I'm sorry.
It's all about average speed. Now, when it comes to downhill, I'm the one that will always win. Okay, guys? Just remember that. Okay, cut. That's it. Enough.
Okay, I spoke enough.
You spoke enough? Guys,
Get rid of me.
No. I want to finish the salad. That's it.
I'm making fun of you. Wait, Yossi.
It's okay. Okay, Rabbi Fried's still talking. I cut him off. We're going to finish the salad. This is going to be a yummy beet salad. Eat it before you ride. If you're not riding, get into cycling. You'll have the time of your life. I can tell you that. I've been there, done that.
Yossi. Are there carbs in these beets?
So carbs come with the pasta party. We don't eat carbs. This is before the pasta party. Can I please finish?
Please.
Guys, some Toscanini extra virgin olive oil. Let me finish the salad because I want it to be good. While you're riding, you have 180 miles to think of nothing. So what you're going to think is that beet salad you had. And then we're going to add some Ceylon, which is pure date syrup, which is yummy. No honey. Pure date syrup. It's actually from the Shivas Amidim also. Here, over you see that? Now, for a little spice, because I'll tell you why, because in the middle of riding, sometimes you need that. You want to feel that
Does this have any impact on those that are cycling in a peloton next to you?
A little hot honey.
Is that a fair question?
Now again, I used the Geffen cooked beets, which is a great product. You can find them in Costco, you can find them in all your local supermarkets. If you want, you can cook your own beets. I have yellow beets, I have red beets, I have whatever color beets that is. I have beets with the I have all different types of beets. I'm gonna add a little bit of candied pecans, a little bit of pomegranates, parsley. Rabbi, the Halsmedo, I don't know if you know, give me a reason why pumpkin seeds are good before riding. You have any reasons, Rabbi? Pumpkin seeds.
Please. You explain, you're the food expert, not me.
A little shawarma spice, a little cumin. I need a knife. I don't know where my knives are. I'm using my challah knife, guys. I'm sorry. I'm using a little lemon, a little lime. You know, Rabbi, before we continue, I think we should take a break on some Baron Herzog.
Please, let's
have
make
some
a
Merlot. The reason I chose Baron Herzog Merlot over something else is because it matches to the color of the beets.
Right. And as Team Lakewood will tell you, drinking before a ride is very healthy.
Does that go specifically to Team Lakewood or?
That's just the champion. Chaim, to a successful ride. Make
a
sure
to a safe ride.
A safe ride, successful ride for the children. Looking forward to seeing you all at the world's greatest finish line.
Where's it going to be this year?
This is the first year ever at the Raceway in Monticello.
Oh, really? So for all of you that want to know, when you're up to mile 80, 85, 90, and I've been there and I've done that, you start talking to yourself, okay? Because it gets hard. And it's like, okay.
Can I drink more?
No, I'm going to talk and you're going to drink. And you start talking to yourself and you're like, okay, this is all for the kids. It's all for the kids. This is by 80, by 85, by 90, okay? Then when it comes to mile 100, you forget about the kids and you say, okay, this is all for the cold beer when I get there. This is all for the cold beer when I get there. So that cold beer that I had after 100 miles.
So why don't you do it again, Yossi?
Okay, we're gonna talk about it. Am I free? Here we go. That's for me. Now give me one for you. And we're gonna taste the Zagazint. Everybody gotta get back to work. Don't use your fingers. What are we using? Forks? Here we go. You also made a brucha?
No, did I? Definitely feels like I can ride 180 miles now.
Right?
Absolutely. No sugar in this, right?
Salon. We don't do sugar. Bike riders don't do sugar. Oh, I forgot. The sea salt. Rabbi, come here. You know why the sea salt? You know, the cyclists have salt pills before they cycle because that helps with the water. You would think it makes you more thirsty. It doesn't. It's good for later, right? Talk to me about the salt pills.
Can I get doubles? It's delicious.
To all you cyclists on Bike B'chai, have a safe trip. Remember, it's all for the kids. Here's Rabbi Shuli Fried, and he approves this message.
This beet salad, pre-ride, and don't forget, if you're riding early Sunday morning, you can't eat the salad, you can count your chrein as your pre-ride endurance food.
Thank you very much, everybody. Until next episode, this has been real. Thank you.
It absolutely is delicious.
Looking forward to serve you in my new restaurant in Lakewood, Rechov Agrippas.
Baruch Hashem, Shabbos.
Hey, I get Native Shabbos. My name is Yossi Weiss. Today I'm preparing a delicious pan-fried salt and pepper kigel. Crispy on the outside, yummy salt and peppery in the inside. Let me show you how to do this. Simple, easy. Might make a little mess, spritzes all over the place. Otherwise, it's a simple recipe. You'll cook your lakshan. I like to mix the noodles, which is like a medium noodle and a fine noodle. Actually, it's not my recipe. It's my sister Frumi's recipe that she got from Babu Wolf, I think, right? Which you mix the lakshan. Why? Kacha, for no reason. Okay? We're gonna add, of course, the salt, black pepper. I have a little white pepper. Guys, I was supposed to put everything back where I took it from. My daughter Mindy is very busy with this, and she yelled at me the last time I didn't do it. So I'm sorry. Mindy, slicha, a pinch of sugar. My Tante Esther told me, whenever you put salt in, you always put a pinch of sugar in, no matter what. Always put a pinch of sugar. So I had a pinch of sugar. Okay, now you get this mixed up. Let me give it a little taste. This is when I taste it. I can't do the raw eggs thing. It's salty and it's peppery. Now I add the eggs. This looks about right. So always preheat your oil in a nice little frying pan. I think this is a 9-inch frying pan. Stainless steel will come up beautiful. You don't put any oil into the lakshan. It's really simple. It really takes a few minutes, this whole thing, and it's so delicious and it's so well worth it. And it's a perfect nash like Erev Shabbos to serve, but it's nice and crispy. I think my oil is a little hot. Feels just about right. And it sounds perfectly right. You leave this in a nice medium flame. You want to keep it like this and you want to cover it for around 20 to 25 minutes. We'll check later if it's nice and crispy. And after that, we'll have to flip it, which is the most fun part that we can do. Stick around and I'll see you in a second. 20 minutes later. Voila. Now you see, once the edges start browning, look at this, look at this, look how beautiful this is. Okay, so it didn't stick, it's beautiful. Now, is the fun part. I gotta flip it. Try to get a plate that's bigger than your pan. There's a few things you can do. You can start thinking how to do this. You go like this, like this. You can go like, you can think and think and think and like get ready in your head, or you just go 1, 2, 3, boom, done. Now look at that. Beauty. No thinking. Chapasun, gebes a draaien, ben gegangen water. 1, 2, 3, boom. Right back in here. Look at that. Now we're not going to cover this. I want to try to keep it nice and crispy. And it's on a medium-low flame. I love the crunchy. Hold on, maybe you can hear it. You hear that? That's what we're talking about. Okay, it's 15 minutes later. I'm super, super excited. Really excited to taste this. I'm going to shut my fire. I'm going to cut myself a little slice. And let's see how this really tastes, okay? Boom. Beauty. Okay. Look at that. Yeah, let's taste this. You hear that? Mm. Get back here. Get back here. Ooh, it's hot. It's crispy. Look at that. Love the crisp. Wow. This is so good. It's hot. It's hot. You know what? Salt and pepper giggle. Let's add a little salt. Let's add a little pepper. It is salt and pepper giggle after all. All right. Now let's take another piece of the crispy part right here. I don't want to burn my tongue off. Oh, it's hot. I like it with a little extra salt and pepper on top. This is delicious. This is a winner. Try this. Let me know how it is. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you next time around.
Baruch Hashem, c'est Shabbos. Baruch Hashem, c'est Shabbos.
Welcome back to another episode of Baruch Hashem is Shabbos right here on Kosher.com. My name is Yossi Weiss. Thank you so much for coming and watching my show. Today, I'll prepare one of my favorite dishes from childhood. When I grew up, this is what Bobby Weiss made for Yom Tov. Delicious, yummy salmon. We served it warm in the sukkah. It was just so good. It was so good. Here we go. I'm going to start with some Tuscanini olive oil. Couple tablespoons of olive oil. Let that heat up a little bit. So my oil is nice and hot. How do we know? Watch this. Nope. That didn't work.
That's a great move for
I see that little sizzle already. I love that sound. Look at that. Leek right here. I have a beautiful salmon. I like to buy the sushi grade salmon. It's a nice and fatty salmon. It's nice big slices. It's balabatish. I'm gonna add some garlic, celery, sun-dried tomatoes. Hold on a second. I'll love to hear that click. 1 second. I love that sound. A little bit of that oil. Nice. Chili peppers. I'm gonna add a little bit of this oil as well. I'm gonna add my mushrooms, tomatoes, and of course a little tomato paste. I love these tubes. You just give a kvetch and then you can put it away nicely. You don't have to open an entire can. Maybe a kvetch or maybe two. A little salt and pepper. Now I'm gonna add my squash. Here comes the fun part, right? There's always a fun part. Let me just put on some gloves. So now I'm gonna add my fish. I have 6 nice, beautiful slices. I cut them all in half. It'll be a lot easier later to take it out of the pot. Right in there. Now when you do this at home, you don't have to prepare like this with lettuce. This is just for the camera, all right? Fresh thyme, right into your bag. I love that smell of the fresh herb. Right in there. Now for the surprise. I called my mother before I did this and I asked her, what's your secret? Anyway, she tells me what she's doing, blah, 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 blah. And I don't know, there's no secrets. Fine. I said, Ma, just tell me what you put in it. Shine. She tells me. And then also she goes, oh yeah, you also have to put in some asti. Look what I got. Some asti spumante. Now honestly, I was thinking to myself, why in the world would my mother put in asti into her fish? I'll tell you why in a second. I figured it out. She doesn't know, but I know. Then I have to pop this. Who's ready for it? All right, I'm in my mother's kitchen now. She's not home. Ma, if you see something up there, whoa! So if you want to know why my mother used asti, I bet you my father once opened this up for whatever reason. Once you open a champagne, you can't put it back in. It was in the fridge. You had to use it up. Fine, so she used it up. Let's go with some asti. Beautiful. What was that? Like a cup? Noch ein bisschen. All right, once it starts boiling, 15 minutes. That's it. You'll have the best, yummy, delicious Bobby Weiss's salmon. I'm excited. 15 minutes later, this house smells so good. Es schmeckt wie Ganheiten. Let's see what's going on. I want to taste this over here. Not only do I want to taste it, I want to have a full portion. I'm just going to squeeze on a little bit of lemon. Fish and lemon just go together. I'm going to garnish it with a little fresh parsley. Look how beautiful that looks. I'm so excited. This is Bobby Weiss's salmon. Who remembers Bobby Weiss from the Kukish Cake video? The famous Bobby Weiss from the Kukish Cake video. Oh, look how beautiful.
That's why we make fun.
That's what I'm talking about. Look how beautiful that is.
That's gorgeous.
That's beautiful. Ma, I wrote this, okay?
Yes, you wrote this.
Okay, sure. I'm gonna get a little vegetables on there. In my house, when I grew up, we would call this schmattes. Everybody wanted a little bit of the schmattes from the salmon. Look at that. Woo! Bobby Weiss, you're a superstar! Hot. I'm gonna celebrate. L'chaim, l'chaim, l'chaim tovim, l'shalom, l'chaim, l'vracha. Everybody, congratulate yourself. You made this yummy fish. Pop a bottle of champagne. Hey! I don't know if I want more salmon or I want more champagne. Stay tuned. We got another one coming on kosher.com. Yeehaw!
Baruch Hashem, c'est Shabbos.
Welcome to Scranton, Pennsylvania.
Baruch Hashem, c'est Shabbos.
Train lines! Famous Scranton. Today we're going for a trip. We're going to David Elliott. This is going to be a fun trip. Chickens! Chicken! Chickens! Okay, so here we go for another episode right here on kosher.com with the one and only David Elliott Chicken. So I was invited to check out the David Elliott processing plant. Let me start off. This is a 3-generation family-owned business. Now, these guys live in Scranton, Pennsylvania. First of all, they're out-of-towners. Let's start right there. Out-of-town people are just nice people. This is the grandfather that started this chicken plant during the Second World War. We heard stories about the grandfather. Tears in my eyes.
When the Satmar Rebbe, Zchus Yalgan Elenu, passed away, we had a shaykhud who used to shepherd our Cornish hens for the Ali Kehillah. Herschel Weiss was a shaykhud who would come for Ali Shchita, and one Cholamoid Pesach, there was a minyan kept going in the Satmar Rebbe's house for the Rebbitzin. They would daven Yontif Cholamoid in the house, and during the week, and they would have a minyan in the house just to facilitate the Rebbitzin, keep her part of the community. After minyan over, Herschel Weiss was visiting with the Rebbitzin in the kitchen, and she was having a black coffee. And he said to her, but the Rebbitzin likes milk in her coffee. Why isn't she drinking milk in the coffee? She says, I can't get milk with a Chol Yisrael Pesach that I'm comfortable with. It's been many years since I had milk, but I used to get from a farm in Pennsylvania. Herr Weiss says, Rebbitzin, don't drink the coffee, I'll be right back. They had chefed it a week before for Ali, and he had taken a couple of quarts of milk back, Chol Yisrael milk, back to Monroe for his own use. He ran home, got a bottle of milk, and took it back to the Rebbitzin. So, this is the milk I remember. So, Herr Weiss said to her, it's coming from the same farm that you remember.
This is a small operation. They're the only ones that even do rock Cornish hens. This is because they're small, family-owned. They can get this done. I prepared over here some Cornish hens. Add a little bit of parsley for color. Now, if you're going to do this for Rosh Hashanah, you can do this for any time of the year, but especially for Rosh Hashanah, here we have just another simon, which is a little bit of pomegranates, and just a little bit of lemon zest. Very simple, but tons of flavor. I don't know how to say this. This is like the prime, you know when you have like prime USDA beef? This is the prime USDA chicken. This little chicken right here, this little bird. Let me show you what's gonna happen. From when we showed up to their plant in Scranton, Pennsylvania, the chickens were out there, they were all treated humanely. There were fans outside, blowing on them, giving them air. We saw the whole shchita process for the ehrliche Schachten. We saw the salting process. We saw the cleaning process. We watched them package it. Full of mashgichim, heimishing galat, amachai, krasl de gapayas. The family took pride on what they were showing me, and that's what I like when it comes to a product. 3 generations taking care of chickens, kosher chickens, ehrliche Schachten, that's something you can't beat. The place was nice, clean, it smelled good. And for me to prepare something like this for Rosh Hashanah is an honor. So after this beautiful tour, David Elliott, let me show you how to prepare this beautiful dish. I am going personally to prepare this for Rosh Hashanah. I hope you will too. This is like an all-in-one dish. Carrot simmes. We have some dates, which is part of the Shivas Haminim. We put some pomegranates on the top, which is part of the Shivas Haminim. We have some honey, and we have some date syrup. I believe this is Ceylon. First things first, I have a whole head of garlic. One of the things I hate most is peeling garlic. I usually buy the peeled garlic. This time I'm going to use a whole head. It's probably more flavorful. Right in half. With the peel and everything. Boom. I'm going to put it in a bag. I love to use these bags. Fresh thyme. Just picked this around 5 minutes ago. Smells delicious. Here's my garlic. Straight down. That's the first thing. Then we're going to take our carrots. I got the mini baby carrots. I think they look better on camera. Right down here. Yoitze, the mitzvah of tzemes. Here we have some honey. Azoi, kacha, honey. Okay, let's leave some honey for later. Then we have some of this date syrup. Dates is part of the Shivas Haminim. How can you not? For the Shashuna, kacha, right, just like that. Here we go with the David Elliott chicken. Beautiful little rock Cornish hens. Big bowl. I'm gonna add rice to this bowl. I'm gonna add my mushrooms, diced onions, scallions, chickpeas, some olives. Shivas Haminim again. Boom, right there. Here's my spices, okay? Beautiful. Let me show you what we did. Chicken. Okay, these are the beautiful Cornish hens from David Elliott. So we're stuffing the chicken. This is the most fun part. Always wings on the front. Stuffing goes in the back. And then we do 6. I'm going to do 6 Cornish hens. I love this chicken always. It's so clean. So we got the Cornish hens right in here. Then I'm going to take the rest of this mixture. Beautiful. This is great stuff. Chavra, I'm done. These are my dates. Give a little sweetness. Look over the Rosh Hashanah. Little dates. Now, these are my spices that I used to spice my whole rice stuffing. I'm going to take the whole thing, make a shtickle as a spice rub out of it, and we're going to sprinkle this all over the chicken. I'm gonna add a little bit of chicken stock just because I need a little bit of liquid to be able to cook the rice. Azoi, kacha, beautiful. Now, of course, it is Rosh Hashanah after all. We're gonna take the rest of the honey, little date syrup. Now, you put this in the oven, 3 hours. You're just gonna get this beautiful roasted chicken that you're gonna take out. You're gonna wanna serve for your guests, for yourself, L'Kuvit Yom Tov, David Elliott, kosher.com, Yossi Weiss. Thank you for watching my show. I am done. Come on, guys, let's go into the freezer. It's getting cold in here. Oh, freezing in here. Woohoo!
The employees in the light blue shirts are the Clay Kodet, the kashrut staff. Shoftim and Moshkika.
Any extra feathers, one last check, and then they go in the box ready to go.
Anybody want some fried chicken? I got chicken. 5 minutes to be fried chicken. It's a good-looking bird. It's a good-looking bird, I mean. We're ready. What? Say what? We're ready. We're ready for y'all.
Okay, now we're ready. Ready to go? We're ready?
Welcome to another episode of Baruch Hashem Shabbos right here on kosher.com. This is my sister Frumi, one of my favorite sisters. She is a shlucha of the Lubavitcher Rebbe in California.
I only use salmon. It's not such a fishy fish, but Yossi decided he wants to add in halibut and what's that?
Sea bass.
Sea bass.
Hey! If I were a rich man, if I were a very, very wealthy man. Hello welcome to another episode right here on kosher.com. My name is Yossi Weiss, and we're doing chicken and quinoa. Look at that. Oh, sorry, I'm a chaya. Ooh, wow, this looks good. The kids will love this. Even little babies love this stuff. Uh-oh. Not good. I would call this probably the best Friday night dish.
Geffen, for those with higher standards.
Hey everyone, it's Danielle back again on kosher.com with another awesome dinner idea recipe. There I go, one of my little tots running around. That's what dinner time looks in my house. I don't know what it looks like in your house, but I need quick, easy, delicious, super yummy dinners to get me through the day. So here we go. I have tater tots that I pulled out of the freezer that are not cooked. Yum, yum, yum. She's ready. She's excited. And she's waiting for her dinner. I just cut them in half to make them a little smaller, and we are going to turn these into croutons. That's right, everybody. We are making a grilled chicken salad with croutons. So we're just going to add a little bit of some crushed up garlic, 2 parsley. We're going to top it off with some olive oil. Don't be stingy. And my tater tots are already seasoned, but I'm just gonna go in with like a little bit of salt and a little bit of pepper because I just can't go without it. It feels too foreign for me. Mix that up really good. I'm just gonna add a little bit more garlic. We want tons of flavor in here. I got my handy dandy pastry brush here. I don't know why, that feels like a tongue twister, even though it's not the same letters. And then we're just gonna brush them. Get them really good and coated. We want these to be garlicky, we want them to be parsley-y, we want them to be crispy-y. Okay, so just keep brushing and brushing and brushing. All right, here we go. Maggie's back. Hey, Mags. Hey, you wanna help me? Yeah? Okay, come. Come on. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, we're making croutons for our salad. You want to eat salad for dinner? Yeah? Is that yummy? Did you say hi to everybody? Say hi. Hi, everybody. You want to do it? Here you go. Good job. This one. Over here. Brush, brush, brush. Let's get a little more. Brush, brush, brush. And there we go. Once all of your croutons are fully coated in the parsley. You want more? We have to cook it first. Let's go put it in the oven. We're just gonna pop this in a 200-degree oven for a few minutes till they're nice and crispy and crouton-like on the outside. We will be right back. Now we're gonna move on to the salad part of this. I'm just gonna get this out of the way, make us some space. There we go. And let's make the salad dressing. So here we go. I got another jar. I just like to make these things in jars because they're easy to store, and plus when you shake it up it actually stays closed. I don't know, did you guys ever try to mix a salad dressing in like one of those cheap plastic Tupperwares and you mix it and all of a sudden it starts leaking down the sides? I don't know why those things don't seal properly, but I guess that's why they're so cheap. Okay, so we're gonna go in with a good amount of garlic. Be generous because it's a garlic lemon dressing. We're gonna squeeze in our lemon. There we go. I'm just keeping my fingertips closed and that's catching all the seeds, but it's still letting the juice go right through. This is the easiest way to do it. Also, if you want to spill it all over your cutting board, it's an extra good way to do it. But really, if you use a bigger jar or a bowl, it will all go in. Okay, there we go. Add the lemon right in. Now, you can add Dijon mustard into this. You can add really anything you want. You could add some red wine vinegar. You could swap out the lemon for vinegar completely. Go with whatever you want. This is just the easiest dressing I know. Garlic, lemon juice, olive oil, salt, pepper, and it's fresh, it's delicious. The flavors of everything else can be in there and it's super yum. Okay, so actually I think I'm gonna add one more lemon into here. Got one from my lemon basket. And I'm just gonna, before I cut it, I'm just gonna soften it. You could see it's like very hard, this lemon, and it's gonna be hard to juice. But if you really press down on it, really hard, all of your body weight, you could feel it sort of like collapsing under you, and you could feel the juices flowing. Now it's nice and soft, it's gonna be easier to juice. I'm just gonna cut this in half. There we go. It's happening so easily. It was such a hard lemon. I really thought not so much juice was gonna come out. I think there are other tricks out there. Like some people say you could put it in the microwave for 10 seconds. That's a good trick. Some people just buy it already juiced. That's the easiest trick out there. But it's not fresh lemon. So, you know, you win some, you lose some. Alrighty. The last of the lemon. And now, here's the rule of thumb of vinaigrettes. This is acid. Lemon is acidic. Vinegar is acidic. Yeah, those are your basic acids. And we want to balance this out with oil. So you want 1 part acid to 2 parts oil. What does that mean? We want to put double the amount of oil that we put lemon juice. I'm just going to add in my oil. And it's pretty easy to see because they separate. Fill that up. Now I'm going to season it up with a good amount of salt. Got to really balance out that lemon, and the salt is going to cut right through the acidity of that. Some pepper. Salt and lemon all over my hands. That's literally the worst combination since I have cuts all over, because all I do is cook all day. And shake it up. There you go. The most simple, easy, yummiest, freshest vinaigrette. Delicious. Could not be easier. Just gonna cut up my chicken. Here I have very simple grilled chicken. Olive oil, fresh crushed garlic, salt and pepper. That's it, nothing else. We're keeping the flavors of this salad super simple, super clean. Just gonna go in on an angle, slice it up into strips, and we're gonna top that on our salad. It's gonna be so, so, so yum. Okay, let's get these strips back on the plate. And now let's get our cutting board out of the way. Here we go. I have just regular lettuce that I chopped up. You can use anything you want. You can throw spinach, you can throw sprouts, go crazy, whatever vegetable you like. Shredded carrots, purple cabbage, anything. Add it on, top it, it will all be delicious. So now we're gonna arrange our salad. We want this to be really beautiful, so I'm gonna go in with layers. The first thing I'm gonna do is go in with my purple onions, because I love those beautiful babies. Just sprinkle them on top. Make sure there's a little bit for every bite. And this is really the benefit about serving salad on platters, is that you can make sure everything gets equally dispersed, and when you grab it, you know you have everything. You don't have to sit there and toss it. It doesn't look ugly after. I really like that. Either a platter or a very wide bowl, anything of that sort is really good for this. Obviously you want something with a little bit of a lip so that it doesn't just fall over. Okay, next thing, cucumbers. We need to talk about cucumbers. Cucumber seeds are not good. They are a little bit bitter and they are slimy. So cut the cucumber in half, scoop it out with a spoon, and then chop it up. That's how I like mine. The truth is, if you like the seeds, do it however you want, but this gives you the best crunch, I think. And it's so yummy. Okay, we're gonna go on with our cucumbers. I like to put the purple onion in between the cucumber and the lettuce because it helps you actually see the cucumbers a little bit better, but you can layer your salad any way you like. Also, you could leave out anything you like. If you don't want onions, leave them out. It doesn't matter. It's all good. And now we're gonna go with cherry tomatoes. Just gonna, you could also put regular tomatoes, it doesn't matter. You could put heirloom tomatoes, you could put yellow cherry tomatoes, mix up the colors. Really use whatever you have. This is what I had in my fridge today, so this is what we're working with. Just layer those. I really do also like to take like the few seconds to arrange my salad because I don't know, I just think there's something nice about presenting a nice dinner to your family. I know for me, for sure, when I take the 2 seconds, instead of just like throwing everything on, my kids are more excited to eat it because they see when I make a meal for my husband, I plate it properly, I do it nice, and I just think it makes the whole meal more appealing to them, and it really does make dinner run smoothly. More smoothly, I should say. Not that it runs smoothly every night. Don't think that. That's not what happens. Okay, there we go. Now I'm going to layer on my grilled chicken. There we go. Ah, does this salad not look amazing? A bright burst of freshness, yumminess. I love salad. It's like one of my favorite things. I would say the worst thing about salad though is making them. Like if somebody could come to my house every day and chop up all the vegetables and arrange it like this for me, I would eat salad all day long. But I think it's the assembly of it. But this salad is worth it because it's a one dish meal. Everything you need is in it. You have the vegetables, you have the protein and the chicken, and then we're gonna top it with the croutons, which are a carb, and it's gonna be amazing. Let's just layer up your chicken. Get that on there. Oh my gosh. I could eat this whole plate myself. This is like exactly the kind of food I wanna eat. Yum, 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 yum. All right, and last but not least, our croutons. I'm gonna go take them out of the oven and I will be right back. Okay, my croutons are done. They are crispy. They smell garlicky and parsley-ish. And they are crispy. Can you hear that? Yeah, I know you guys could hear that. Our salad is ready. We're just gonna take our croutons. Oh, look who's back. She could smell it. Come on, baby. Okay. Say hi, everybody. Say hi. Okay, you ready? We're gonna finish plating up our tots. Sprinkle them all over. Oh my gosh. This is literally a salad of my dreams. We got crispy, we got protein, we got vegetables, we got lemony goodness. Also, side note, wait a few minutes for these to cool. You're falling, baby? No, you're not gonna fall. I'm not gonna let you fall. You wanna taste the salad? We gonna tell everybody how yummy it is? Yeah? She's my most honest critic, so you never know with her. Okay, you taste it. Let's mix up the dressing. You wanna mix it? Shake, shake, shake. Hard, hard, hard. Good job. Okay, let's open it up. We're gonna drizzle it right on top. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, look at this salad. Okay, now it's time for us to eat it. Right, it looks so pretty and crunchy. You're not falling. You're so bigger, but don't do this without me. We're gonna get a little bit of everything on the plate. We got some salad, we got some croutons, we got some chicken. Let's just break this off. Get a piece of lettuce, some cucumbers, some onion, a tater tot, a piece of chicken. 1 second, it's falling off my fork. It's too much on one fork. Okay, and here we go in for a bite. Mmm. She's excited. Here, baby girl. Here. You want this crunchy one? Which one do you want? Oh my gosh. This salad is amazing. The croutons are incredible. They totally take the place of traditional croutons. The lettuce is crunchy, the cucumber is crispy, the chicken gives you that burst of protein, the dressing is bright, it pairs perfectly with the potatoes. It's so yummy, it's so delicious. It's an all-purpose family recipe from little to big. It's really yummy, right? From my kitchen to yours, I hope you guys get to make this for dinner one day. It was really fun being here with you guys. I wish you all happy cooking and see you next time on kosher.com. I'm Danielle, have a great day. Bye. Bye. Say bye. Bye-bye. Mwah. Should we blow kisses? pot pie with a tater tot crust. A tater tot pie? Tater pot pie? Chicken tot pie? I'm not sure, you decide. Anyways, it's really easy and it's the perfect food because I think most people like me ends up with leftover chicken soup every Shabbos. So just strain it out, keep your leftover chicken soup, and we're gonna use it to make this. First thing we wanna do, we have a heavy bottom pot here. Also, you kind of wanna use a pot that's oven safe so that you don't have to make the mixture and then transfer it to a tin, which you could do, but if you have an oven safe pot, it's really much easier. We're gonna start with a little bit of olive oil, just a drop. We're gonna go in with our mirepoix, celery, carrots, and onion. And by celery, carrots, and onion, I meant onion, carrots, and celery. That's okay. All right, we're gonna add in a little bit of salt. Now, this is just gonna help the vegetables break down, release their juices, get the party started. A little bit of pepper, and just stir this baby up. We want these vegetables not golden, but soft. All right. Okay, so after a few minutes of stirring and mixing, look, you could already see that the onions have softened, the celery, the carrots, everything is nice and like a little bit more tender, but not too soft. We don't want a mushy chicken pot pie. We want to like bite into the vegetables, and this is also going to continue cooking in the oven, so go easy on it. Now I'm going to add in my zucchini. I wait to do that because it does get very mushy, the zucchini, and I don't like that mushy sliminess that happens. Don't touch the pot with your arm, it burns. Side note. Okay, I'm gonna go in with a little bit of salt, again, for the zucchini. All right, so my zucchini has just begun to soften, which is really as far as we want it to go. Now, I only added in about a tablespoon, maybe a drop more of oil in the beginning. I'm gonna go in with just a little more olive oil because we need some fat here to help the potato starch have something to stick into. So I'm gonna add my potato starch. Now, the second you add your potato starch, you wanna mix vigorously. We want all that starch to cover every piece of vegetable. We want it to soak up all the oil because that's what's gonna help our chicken pot pie mixture become chicken pot pie and really thicken nicely. This way, we don't have to use any non-dairy creamer or anything like that. Just keep it real, keep it yum, keep it wholesome, flavorful. There we go. Okay, so you could see that the starch has really stuck to the vegetables. And now we're gonna go in with our wine. The best part about cooking with wine is drinking the wine. So you wanna use a wine that you're willing to drink. It doesn't have to be the most expensive bottle in your cabinet. It doesn't have to be super fancy, but it should not be like nothing labeled cooking wine. If it says cooking wine, you do not want to use it. You want to use something that's good enough to drink. All right, so just go into your vegetables, mix it up. Sip for the cook. Get it all in there. One more sip if you really want. That's good wine. Okay, look. Can you guys see that? It's not like flour, so it's not gonna be white and thick traditionally like if you were using flour, but look at it, it's already thickened. Yum, this is so exciting. Okay, at this point now, we're gonna add in our chicken stock. And by chicken stock, I mean leftover chicken soup that's been strained. I feel like this time of year, everybody has that lying around somewhere. Just pour that baby in. Give it another good mix, bring it up to a boil. Now, you can also use stock in a box. That's totally fine, acceptable. I use that stuff all the time. It's a really good shortcut. Just know that, like, if you don't know the amount of salt in that, you should be careful adding in your salt, and you should keep tasting it because every brand of stock in a box does have a different level of sodium. So you want to keep that in mind when you're seasoning everything. Okay, while this mixture is coming to a boil, we're gonna go in with our chicken. Now, I put a whole chicken in my chicken soup every week. One chicken cut into 10, no skin. That's my standard order every week for chicken soup. I always have chicken left over. So if I was making chicken pot pie, I would use my chicken stock. I would use my chicken, I would shred it up, and I would just chop up new vegetables. But if you don't have chicken left over from your soup, you can do what I did today, and you could just put a little bit of olive oil, salt and pepper, roast up the chicken, and then just shred it by hand. That's it. Now, here's the thing about chicken pot pie. It's chicken pot pie. Don't be skimpy on the chicken. You know what I'm saying? Like, you want a piece of chicken in every single bite. So really make sure you have a good amount of chicken. That's my own personal feelings, but do what you like, I guess. Oh, you know what else is really good? Before you even start this whole process, if you have like the kosher bacon, the beef bacon or lamb bacon or duck bacon, and you first saute it up in the pot before you put in any oil or any vegetables, then you take out those crumbled up bacon bits and you saute your vegetables in that, and you add in those bits at the end now with the chicken. That's so delicious also. There are really so many things you could do with chicken pot pie. You could take it in tons of different directions. That's what I really, really like about it. It's fun. Okay, so just finish shredding up the chicken and just start adding it into your pot. Like I said, be generous with your chicken because it's chicken pot pie. Add that baby all in. Oh my God. Do you see that? How it's already starting to thicken? Can you guys see? 1 second, look at that. Look at that mixture. That is a chicken pot pie. It smells so good also. Yum. Okay. This is really, really delicious. Okay, that's it. It's done. It's thickened. It's come to a boil. It's gonna go in the oven now. All we have to do is top it. Traditionally, it's topped with like a pie crust of some sort or puff pastry, but we're going gluten-free today, guys. So we went with potato starch as a thickener, and now we're gonna top it off with our tater tots. The only thing I did with these was that I baked them off halfway because they're gonna bake again in the oven. I wanted to give them a little bit of a head start. Since this has a head start, I want them at the same cooking rate. So I baked them halfway. Now I'm gonna shut off my flame. Click. And I'm gonna start topping my tater tots. Oh my God. I mean, what could be better than like creamy chicken soup, chunks of carrots and celery and onion, all scooped up with a yummy tater tot? Nothing could be better. That's actually why I decided to leave the potatoes out of the chicken pot pie recipe, because it was just too much, I felt like, you know what I mean? But you can be crazy. You can add peas to this. If I was doing it with peas right now, before I topped the tater tots, I would just add a bag of frozen peas. That would be so, so yummy and so delicious. You could put in sweet potato. Actually, I feel like I wouldn't like that, but if you like it, go with the sweet potato. You could add in butternut squash, really any vegetables you like. Okay, let's go. Make it pretty. Oop. Lost one little guy. There we go. Round it out. You could also like do this in any decoration you like. You don't have to, it doesn't have to spiralize like mine. There we go. I just want as many tots as possible because I feel like nobody wants to eat one without a tot. You know what I mean? That's the whole point. Okay, and there we go. Now I'm gonna take this, pop this in a 350-degree oven. That's 180 Celsius. And we're good to, oh, last minute, because I do like when my things get like brown and pretty, I just have a little bit of paprika. I'm just gonna sprinkle it right over the top. I don't know, I just think it makes it brown really nicely. Okay, now that my finger's been dyed red, legitimately, I don't know, I gotta remember to wear gloves when I do things like that. Okay, I'm gonna put this in the oven and I'll be right back. And 45 minutes later, you have the most beautiful gluten-free chicken tot pie, I guess we'll go with that, you've ever seen in your life. Look at this baby. All right, gotta go in for a bite. You could use a small spoon, but that's not gonna work for me. Just go, oh my gosh, oh my, look at that. Look at that. Look at that ooey gooiness. Oh my gosh. Okay, here we go. Gotta get a little bit of the tater tot, a little bit of the chicken, a little bit of each vegetable. It's very hot, I'm nervous. Here we go. This is comfort food. After a long day, this is what I want to come home to. I want to come home to something hot and creamy and so satisfying. It's crunchy from the tater tot. You get all that chickeny flavor. The paprika on top just adds like this extra beautiful look. And the wine, oh my gosh. It just adds the perfect level of acidity to this. The flavor is so balanced, so well-rounded. It's really, really good. This is one of my husband's favorite dishes of all time. I really hope you all get to make it and enjoy it as much as we enjoy it in my house. And just have an awesome, awesome dinner. Hey everybody, Danielle here from Peas, Love, and Carrots, back again on kosher.com with a brand new type of video. We want to show you how you can walk over to your pantry, open up your cabinet doors, open up your fridge door, look around, see what's there, and make dinner with whatever you have on hand. Different people from all over kosher.com put together these mystery boxes based on ingredients that they had in their pantries. That's right, we are raiding the pantries of the kosher.com staff. And we're gonna make dinner with whatever we have in the box. I'm a little nervous. I genuinely have no idea what's in the boxes. I do not know. I am not kidding, folks. I do not know. We are opening this box together and we are gonna somehow pull something together. Either it's gonna be for dinner or we're gonna make it and stick it in the freezer for Yontiv. I don't know what we're doing, but we are gonna make this work because that's what we do. We make it work. All right, are you ready to see what's in the box? I am. All right, here we go. 3, 2, 1. Dum, dum, dum. Oh, it's a note. Let's see what it says. Dear Danielle, new game. Here's what we have. Make us something delicious, please. Love, kosher.com. Okay, kosher.com. Game on. Okay. We have an acorn squash, which is delicious. We have, apricot preserves. Honey, pomegranate juice. I love this stuff. It's delicious. It's a little bit tart. Tastes like pomegranates. Yum. Turkey. Okay, so here's the thing. Turkey is the unsung hero of poultry, guys. It is amazing. It is very, very difficult to try out a turkey breast. It stays moister for longer. It's more forgiving to reheating for your Yontiv meals because it's like basically all dark meat chicken, so also more flavor. Okay, I'm gonna run to the pantry. I'm gonna go get a few staple ingredients. I will be right back. All right, I'm back from the pantry. I got very limited ingredients because we really didn't need it. This dish is gonna be very simple, very clean, very easy to prepare. All right, the first thing we're gonna do, we're gonna set ourselves up here. Let's get our sheet pan sprayed. And we can start cutting. Let's get our parsnips. Mine are peeled. You need to peel yours. Now we're gonna chop them up. You can go in sticks, but I'm not gonna. I'm gonna keep these round because the flat bottom is gonna touch the surface of the sheet pan and it's gonna sear and caramelize and that bit's gonna be really good. So I just wanna create a little bit more surface area. Okay, I'm gonna get my parsnips on my sheet pan. Like I said, I want to make sure that every single parsnip is on its flat side. And I'm just gonna spread them out. I'm leaving room in the middle here for my onion and my turkey. Squash is a hard thing to cut. So the first thing you're gonna want is a really, really super sharp knife. You're gonna wanna hold your knife the right way. Your pointer finger on this side, thumb on this side, so you're in full control of the knife. You have a lot of strength, okay? We're gonna go in right in the middle. 1, 2, 3. Now, it's not cutting all the way, right? So we're gonna use the strength of the counter against the knife. Watch this. This hand is out of the way. Boom. Perfectly cut acorn squash, and I still have all 10 fingers. Baruch Hashem. All right, I'm gonna grab my garbage bowl, scoop out my seeds. I'm just gonna go ahead and cut half moon slices about the same thickness as your parsnips so that they cook at the same rate. We're gonna get our slices of acorn squash on the sheet pan with the parsnips, and keep in mind we're keeping the center as free as we can for the onion and turkey. Just lay them down, extra surface area, crispy bottom, directly on the sheet pan. I know, Danielle, why can't we use parchment paper? Because it's just not the best idea. You're gonna sacrifice on crispiness. And why? It tastes so good. I know it's annoying to clean. It's like an extra 10 minutes, but I promise it is worth it. We're just gonna season up these veggies because we really do want every part seasoned. We're gonna drizzle just a little bit of olive oil, not too much, just so that we can help the salt and pepper stick. A good sprinkling of kosher salt. We want these veggies to taste good. Let's get some pepper on these babies. And before we pop this in, we're gonna take our honey, which was in our mystery box, and we're gonna give them a little bit of a very, very slight drizzle right over the veggies. The acorn squash and the parsnip are naturally sweet. This is just gonna bring it out, and it's gonna get that like extra caramelized, crunchy coating on top, like totally take it to the next level. Okay, we're gonna slice our onion in half, and we're gonna make a really nice bed of onions to go underneath the turkey. That's gonna help absorb a lot of the juices that are gonna come out of the turkey, and the onions are gonna be delicious. Okay, let's get our onions right down the center. We want to make a marinade for this delicious turkey. Turkey is delicious. You can go salt and pepper and it will be yum, but turkey is also a really good sponge for flavor, so that's what we're going to do. We're going to flavor it up. We're going to start with our Tuscanini apricot jam. We're going to empty the contents of the whole jar into our bowl. Ooh, look at how nice and smooth that is. That's very pretty. We have, I would say, a good tablespoon of smoked paprika, same amount of garlic. You can go ahead and use granulated garlic. Personally, I really like this one. It just like right away you smell the garlic as you're grinding it. It's really nice. Granulated onion. Drive home that onion flavor. Salt, of course. And pepper. We really want a lot of pepper in this because the apricot jam is pretty sweet and we want to counterbalance the sweet with just the right amount of heat. Okay, we're going to give all of our ingredients here a good mix. Oh my gosh. And now it's time to lather our turkey up. This is a bone-in turkey breast. If you don't want to use bone-in, you could definitely buy the deboned turkey breast that's wrapped in a net. That's totally fine. The bone does give it extra flavor. It does make it a bit more difficult to cut after though, so, you know, do what you like. I'm just gonna use my knife. I'm gonna gently run my knife in between the skin and the flesh to open it up a bit. I don't want to take the skin off, but I want to be able to get some of the marinade under the skin. Flip this turkey over, and I'm going to marinate the underside. That's right, we want every part of this turkey to have flavor. Okay, you're gonna take about 1/3 of your mixture, rub it everywhere. We're gonna flip our turkey over, and we're gonna right away bring it and stick it on top of our onions. Just like that. We're gonna take the rest of our marinade and we're gonna make sure to rub it all over the turkey breast. This is a big one. If yours is a little bit smaller, don't worry about it. Get that under the skin and then pull the skin back over. That's what you want. The skin is gonna help keep it moist, but we wanna get that marinade everywhere. If the marinade spreads on the vegetables, don't worry about it because we're gonna do that in a second anyway. We're going to take our last ingredient, our perfectly tart pomegranate juice. That's just gonna take all these flavors and add that you need. All right, here we go. Just around the edges of the pan. It's gonna perfume the turkey roast. It's gonna add the little bit of moisture that the vegetables need because really the vegetables would cook faster than the turkey. So the moisture is gonna help the vegetable cookery slow down just enough that they cook at the same rate. The juices from the turkey are gonna run, they're gonna mix with the pomegranate juices. It's gonna make the most delicious pan juices ever. We are going to pop this in our 375 oven, let it sear for 35 minutes. Then we're gonna lower the heat to 350 and let it cook until it's cooked through. That's it. It's been about an hour. My house smells beyond amazing. Beyond. The turkey, the vegetables, oh my gosh, so good. All right, we're gonna slice this baby up. This is a one-pan dinner. You do not have to serve this with anything. If you want to add in some mashed potatoes, some roasted potatoes, some rice, go for it. It's not a bad idea to have something to soak up all of these delicious pan juices, but you can also just serve it as is. Let's slice right in and see this beauty. Oh my gosh, look at how nicely that's... Do you see that? Do you see the juiciness? Oh my gosh. Look at that, a complete turkey dinner. Turkey, squash, parsnip, onion. It is everything you want from your pantry. That is right. If I can make it with what I have, you can make it with what you have. Wishing you all a beautiful, amazing Sukkot. From my kitchen to yours. I'm Danielle from Peas, Love, and Carrots. See you next time on kosher.com. Hi everybody, I'm Danielle from Peas, Love, and Carrots, back again with a special mystery box episode for Dum 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 Hanukkah. All right, so let's just jump right in. First of all, I love the box. Best present ever. Hey Danielle, here's my cabinet, make me dinner. Thanks, Chani. Chani is the editor here at kosher.com. Let's see what she has in her cabinet. Olive oil, okay, thank you. It's like you knew that this would be hard for me. Okay. Geffen Hearts of Palm gluten-free spaghetti. Whoa, this is super cool. Okay, let's see. Halloumi cheese! I love halloumi cheese. That was so exciting. It's Peas, Love, and Carrots. That's my recipe. This is Tuscanini tomato sauce. It is the best tomato sauce ever. It is just tomatoes. Can you see this? Tomatoes and salt. That's it. Scallions. I love scallions. They know me. They know me. Spring roll wrappers. That's amazing. Okay, so we are making something with spring roll wrappers, halloumi cheese, scallions, hearts of palm, and tomato sauce. Schnookums. What are we making? All right, I need to go gather a few things from my pantry to make something really awesome out of this. I'll be right back. Okay, I have to say, Chani, you threw me for a loop. The combination of the hearts and palm spaghetti with the tomato sauce sent my mind in two different directions, and then literally light bulb moments. I'm standing at the pantry and I know exactly what I'm gonna do, and it's gonna be amazing. Like, not normal. Okay, are you ready for me to tell you? Dum dum dum. We are making spring roll wrapper cups. We're filling them with a spicy arugula salad, and we are making sweet and sour crispy halloumi croutons. I know. I know, this is unprecedented. I never made it before. I hope it works, but in my mind, I know it will. I'm salivating, you taste it already. Let's just get going. Okay, the first thing we need to do is just make our salad dressing to like drizzle over the top. This is very, very simple. Jar, raspberry jam. I'm gonna take our raspberry jam, pop it right into the bottom of the jar. And we're going to cut our raspberry jam with some balsamic vinegar. Let's get that right in there. A lime. I know, my #1 fave ingredient. But you know what? It's the best of the acids because it's acidic, but it's sweet and the flavor is delicious. Okay, let's squeeze that baby in. We're gonna take some black pepper. Let's grind that right in. The pepper tastes significantly different. It's not powdered pepper. Like if I say a teaspoon of pepper and you use a teaspoon of powdered pepper, it's a whole different thing. First of all, your food's too peppery, it doesn't taste right. It's such a little investment and your food will taste so much more delicious. Okay, some kosher salt. A typical vinaigrette is 2-to-1, acid to oil. We're gonna go a little bit less than 2-to-1. Jar, closed jar. Make sure the jar is sealed really tightly. I have done this before, folks. Really tight. Shake it up. If you have kids that are like standing around you that want a job in the kitchen, they can shake this for like an hour. There we go. We have our salad dressing. We could set this aside. Let's make the salad components first, set that aside, then we're gonna get right into our sweet and sour, spicy, crispy halloumi croutons. Okay, first thing we wanna do is just prep some scallions, but we are going to want to separate our whites and greens. I'm gonna go ahead and dice my purple onion. Set your onions aside. Let's move on to our avocado. Let's remove that pit. So I'm gonna show you. Tap it hard enough to get the pit out. Do not grab the pit this way. Use these 2 fingers. Grab the knife like that. Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready? Boom, no cuts. There we go, a little grid. That's it. These are our salad components. Arugula, scallion, onion, avocado. Now it's time for our sweet and sour, spicy, crispy halloumi croutons. This brick is pretty thick, so I'm just gonna slice the whole thing in half so that I can make about 1/2-inch squares. All right, once your halloumi is cubed, just like this, we're gonna get our pan on. We're gonna turn the flame to medium-high heat because we want the halloumi to have time to crisp up on the outside while the center has time to get like ooey and gooey. Let's get a little bit of oil into our pan and we're gonna take our first batch of halloumi and stick it in. We do wanna do this in batches because we wanna give the halloumi room to really fry. Okay, we're just gonna move these around. Do you see what's happening here? Do you see these crispy edges? Do you see them? They are amazing. That is everything. That is what you want. All right, we're just gonna get these pieces of halloumi out of the pan so that we can start crisping up the next batch. Oh my gosh. All right, so once your halloumi is 95% ready, we're gonna go ahead and add our scallions because we just wanna give those a little head start when we're making our sweet and sour sauce. Just give that a little toss. Now let's pop back in the rest of our halloumi cheese. There we go. We're gonna lower the flame just a bit. And it's time to sweet and sour these babies up. First things first, I'm using smoked paprika. We're gonna go in with about 1/4 teaspoon here, not too much. Halloumi cheese is a bit on the salty side, so just a little pinch of kosher salt, not too much. Let's toss that up again. And now we're gonna build our sweet and sour sauce. So this is really basic. We are using the Toscanini tomato sauce, AKA peas, love, and carrot sauce. We're going to add 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 tablespoons of sauce. We're popping in brown sugar. We are gonna go in with 2 tablespoons of apple cider vinegar. That's gonna be the sour element here. It is becoming syrupy, it is glazing, it is reducing. This is beyond. Oh my gosh. This is a one-pan meal, guys. We're just gonna take our paper towel, just wipe out the bottom of the pan. We're gonna add in a little bit more oil. It is Hanukkah after all, 8 days of frying. I have this really crazy idea that I wanna fry it, and the second it comes out of the fryer, I wanna pop it into this bowl. What's gonna happen is that it's gonna harden in this bowl. We're going to remove the bowl, and we are going to have a spring bowl. A spring bowl wrapper. We're gonna grab our spring roll wrapper. Have your tongs ready, okay? We're gonna take the spring roll wrapper and we're gonna lay it away from us so that any splatters that happen that way. And we're gonna move very, very quickly, folks. 1, 2, 3. Just get it wet on both sides. It's still soft, Get it out, drop it in your bowl, just like that. Let it cool. All right, so we're gonna start with our arugula. I love arugula, the spicy, peppery notes. Okay, we're gonna sprinkle a little purple onion. You're gonna grab your hearts of pumpkin that you don't have to cut up. This is beautiful. It's like all the work is done for you. Thank you, Geffen. We're gonna go in with a few pieces of avocado. I just love the creaminess that this is gonna bring to the dish, plus avocado. We're just gonna add a little bit of dressing to our cups. We don't need too much because we have a lot of flavor from the halloumi. And last but not least, stick a few on each spring bowl wrapper salad cup. Here it is, folks, our sweet and sour crispy halloumi croutons in our super crispy spring bowl wrapper cups. Please do not be limited by your imagination. The cups are so crunchy. Tap, 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 I know you heard that. And the croutons are out of this world. Guys, I'm Danielle here on kosher.com, and I just want to wish you an amazing, amazing Hanukkah. Bye, everybody.
Hey, I'm Natalie.
I'm Max.
And we're cruising Israel for ILTV. And today we're going to take you to part 2 of our Nazareth special.
Wow, Nazareth again? We've been going there a lot lately.
Well, there's a lot to do there, Max. There's a lot to see. And today we're going to the Nazareth Village.
Oh, what do they do at Nazareth Village?
Well, we're going to go back to biblical times, to the very first century. We're going to check out some donkeys, some sheep, and start driving.
Cool, let's do it.
We're now here in Nazareth Village, where we will take you back to the very first century, and we'll follow the same footsteps as the villagers once did.
Interested in experiencing the day-to-day life of a villager? We're about to partake in all the activities that was necessary for surviving in the first century.
Today we're going to walk like a villager, eat like a villager, and maybe even dress up like a villager, just like they did 2,000 years ago, which was a very significant time here in Israel. Why don't you begin to tell us all the different activities that you guys offer here?
In the different seasons, people that comes here sees different activities, and farming works according to the season. In the winter time, they would see plowing with wooden plows and donkeys, and also we have other works that we do here, like old carpentry work and also weaving and spinning in the weaver's house.
The city of Nazareth has a very rich history, which dates back thousands of years.
According to the during the work on building this village, we found that this land used to be an actual farm in the first century, including terraces, wine press, watchtowers, and water channels.
I was off to learn the skilled trade of carpentry, which includes the cutting and shaping of building materials.
Here is where all the tools are made. Everything's made out of wood and stone, just like it was in the olden times.
The house, as you see here, used to be having a courtyard where all the works has to be done, like carpentry work or weaving or anything else, and also it'd be kitchen outside in the courtyard of the house. And the house was made out of stone and wood.
So what's he making here?
He's making here a loom. This is will be one piece of the loom. The loom, it was the tool that they used to use it for weaving. We're gonna see this in the next house, which is the weaver's house. Over there, he's putting all the parts that construct the loom.
So this is how it's done.
The houses used to be connected to each other. So this is the carpenter's house. It is connected to the weaver's house. So let's move on to go to the next house, which is the weaver's house. We go through the courtyard of this house, which used to be a kitchen outside, and then it's the entrance here to the next house, which is a weaver's house.
If you're going to act out the role, you might as well dress the part.
How do I look, guys? I look like I'm a villager now. So now let's go to the weaver's house and see what we have.
We're coming here to the weaver's house. Hannah.
Hello. Hello.
Hello, Hannah.
So the material that you use, what is it made out of? Sheep?
It's sheep
fur?
wool.
Sheep wool?
That we do shear from the sheep using the scissor. And then after shearing the sheep, you need to wash it a lot because it's going to be very, very dirty. And then you can dye it. You can make the colors. The colors that you see in the basket over there are naturally made. Different kind of plants give different colors. The pomegranate skins will make it red.
Wow.
Yeah. The blue and the purple are very
Grapes?
expensive.
Are they grapes?
Actually, they're made of snails.
Snails.
Sea snails.
And it gives it that purple color?
Yeah, not the shell, but the snail inside. That you boil it with it, and it will release a liquid that can make this color.
Okay.
It's considered royal colors. Then spinning, what she's doing right now, using the spindle to do the threads, the yarns. So this is the way she just takes some wool.
Oh, and she just spins it.
Hold them together, spin them. They'll be attached.
Just like that?
Yeah. Do you like to
Sure.
practice
I could try
this? Can you, Hannah, teach her, please? Every other thread, she takes it and put it up above the shuttle. All the rest will be underneath it.
And then what? You could use this for a
Yeah,
blanket,
as a blanket, a
scarf.
scarf, shawl, anything like that. If they make it wider,
Wow.
they can use it for clothing. They can make it thinner, finer, to make the front and then the back, and then they sew the two pieces together, the front and the back,
Wow.
and make it clothing.
The sheep's wool is shaved once a year and can produce anywhere from 2 to 30 pounds of wool.
Jesus always said about himself as that he's a shepherd, the good shepherd, and because the good shepherd take care of his sheep and take them to the places where they have green land to graze, and he lead them to safety places. He becomes the gate of the sheepfold, which means he is the one that guards us.
The sheep found interest on nibbling on my finger, making it pretty hard to concentrate on what Amir was saying. Turns out he was just a little hungry.
What?
You can
They
use
smell
or hay,
something.
or like this. Okay.
Okay, they could just take it out of my hand?
Yeah.
This is too funny. You get some, you get some, and also you. Oh, they don't want. So this is all they eat?
Yeah.
Yeah? And they're satisfied?
Legumes and hay.
Well, don't be rude. Oh, that's enough food for one day, but bye, sheep. Until next time.
Now, it seems to me the people of the first century were in pretty good shape by creating their own tools and even drawing their own water.
Woo! That's heavy. So this is how water is drawn from an ancient well. You need a lot of muscle power, which I don't seem to have.
Let's just say I'm glad to be living in the 21st century where water is easily accessible.
All of this hard labor made us hungry, so we were then off to experience the taste of the first century. Around 2,000 years ago, meals were pretty simple. Bread and water was the essentials of life, and only during special occasions and celebrations was meat offered to the table. So now let's feast. Ever wonder how olive oil was made? Well, it involved an ancient olive mill and a donkey.
We do press olives here. The same way they used to do it in the first century, which should be crushing the olives first in here by putting the olives inside here, and then a donkey would be attached to this yoke. The donkey would start to move around here, pushing this stone around, and in this case, all the olives would be crushed.
Okay, so then you guys grow your own olive trees, pick it during harvest season, and you bring them here. The olive press then squeezes out all the oils from the crushed olives.
Now the olives would be pressed 3 times. The first pressing is the best oil. That would be taken to the temple at that time to light the menorah.
So all of this, was it made by the carpenter?
Exactly.
Wow. How long did that take to make this pretty sophisticated
It takes several months.
Well, after experiencing the simple life, it's time to get back to reality in the good old 21st century. Max, I know you love my cooking.
You do have a way of making the flavors come out.
Well, I like to include a lot of different flavors, just like many Israelis do.
Yeah, how do you make everything so zesty?
Well, I'm going to take you to a one-of-a-kind spice shop in Nazareth. And maybe you could learn a thing or two.
Wow, who would have ever thought you would teach me something?
Funny. Just drive.
All right.
If you're coming to Nazareth, El Babor Spice Shop is a must-see. It gives you a chance to bring back some of the flavors of Nazareth back at home. In between the narrow streets of Nazareth is a hidden gem. The El Babor Spice Shop, also known as the Galilee Mill, combines history and an active shop with over 1,000 spices, herbs, dried fruits, and candies. As soon as you walk in, you can catch the aroma of all the exotic spices they have to offer. We're now here at El Babor Spice Shop. It's a really one-of-a-kind shop here in Nazareth, where they have many, many spices. You can find everything you need. So I know it's a family-run business. How long ago did it open?
Our family business started before 120 years ago when my grandfather was a young man and he was a villager and he was planting land around Nazareth, and he decided suddenly to be a businessman. He said to himself, I will not stay a villager, I want to be a businessman. Wow. And he started this business. He brought machines from Germany and England, and he get into this building that built in Nazareth before 270 years. The name of El Babor because of the engine that turned on the machines that he brought from Germany. They were going by steam, vapor. So the Arab people took the word vapor, and they turned it step by step to Arabic until we get El Babor name. It's not Arabic word, it's just taken from the Latin languages.
This became really a tourist attraction.
Spices, it's very important in Nazareth. We have very rich kitchen in Nazareth and Galilee. And I think spices, it's not very, it's a new for our civilization. I think Nazareth was all the time on the Silk Road with the spices. We are not surprised that Nazareth using spices because it's written in the Bible. You can find black pepper in the Bible, cinnamon and turmeric, and you can find a lot of nutmeg. So the people know the spices before 2,000 years ago.
And what would you say is the #1 spice that people in Nazareth love to use? They put it in almost all dishes.
I don't think spices, there is one most important than the other. Spices, it's spices. Together they make a family and they make the taste. When we make the combination between all of them, it's the food will be wonderful. I want to tell you really about these 2 spices because one of them I appreciate it very much. Purina spice, this is my mom's spice. My mom called Purina, and she's the woman that we all the time talking about the grandfather, about the father, about ourselves, but we forget the women that they are behind the men. So I appreciate my mom and I respect her in this spice. The spice that we grow in the house, it's a mixture that she prepared it.
It's a combination of different
It's a
spices?
yeah,
Are you
it's a
allowed to tell us
combina-
what's in there?
Yeah, there is. Do you know they interview her in a French television, and the girl that interviewed my mom, she said, "What there is in your spice?" She said, "No, c'est secret."
Oh, she can't say? It's a secret?
No, but there is a lot of spices.
What do you
maybe.
put it? You could put it into meat,
You can use it for
chicken.
rice, for chicken. You can use it for lamb and beef. You can use it for soups and vegetables.
You
It's suitable to the both kitchen.
So you just sprinkle it anywhere you want.
Yeah, and the other spice, it's ras el babor, ras el hanut. Ras, it's mean in Arabic the head, like the head of the shop. And this is also a combination. It's contained in it maybe 30, 35 of spices.
So these are the two recommended spices.
Yeah.
Ras el Hanout and his mama's spice.
Purina spice.
Purina. Let's talk about this 120-year-old mill.
Yes.
Do you guys still have it until today?
Yes, the mill is still located. We keep it, me and my brother Jarjura. I want to talk about my brother because we are the third generation.
Okay.
And we work a lot and very hard to keep these machines because they occupy the big place down. And
It still works?
It still works.
We then headed downstairs to check out the historic gem.
So this is the ancient mill that Tony's grandfather brought all the way from Germany.
Yeah.
What's the process? How does it work?
This machine contained three couples of stones, and the worker were putting the wheat in this container and then take it to this machine to take off all the dandruff of the wheat. After they take the dandruff of the wheat, the wheat get in this machine, to the stones, and the flour get out from here.
When did you stop using this mill?
I think about 15, 20 years ago we stopped this machine because it doesn't make a big quantity comparing to this our modern life. It's not producing big quantities, and it's a very noisy machine. But we keep this machine for decoration and to let the people come and to see it.
Yeah, I bet tourists from all over the world come here and they want to see this very old
Yeah,
mill.
the Galilee Mill El Babor start to be. It's all the time was before 120 years. It was a temple that serving the people in Nazareth and 50 village around Nazareth. But today, when the world became more smaller and like a small village, it's start to be a temple for everybody from all over the world. And I'm very proud about this place that he can put all the people in one place, and I can feel all my visitors equal, Muslim, Jewish, and Christian, everywhere, and that's make me very proud of my father and my grandfather.
So who are these two lovely gentlemen here?
They are really lovely. This is my grandfather, Jarjura, who's the person who established the place. And this is my father, Elia.
Is he still alive?
No, my father really left us when he was very young. He 56 years old, and he passed away. And we managed the place, me and my brother, alone after that.
So visitors from all over the world come here to El Babor. Could they order online?
Yes, we have a website in English and Hebrew. And people can contact us during our website, during our details, and we can send them our spices to all over the world.
Great. So now you know where to get your spices. We're now here with Tony's brother. Tell us what we could see in this picture.
This picture is 30 years ago. Some woman separate her borehole, making his borehole, because here in this area we don't have rice. Our food is from wheat. Borehole is made from wheat.
Oh,
Yes.
I see.
Yes.
It's a very old picture. Where was it taking place?
This is
right here.
Right here. This
Oh, okay. In the entrance of the
Yes.
store.
We are here, we live in a peace, in a good country. We love Israel. We love the people here. Everybody live, Christian, Muslim, and Jewish. They live in peace.
Yeah, it's a very special place.
Yes, special place. We hope all the world live like as we live here.
So with the combination of very friendly hosts, a historic mill, and some of the most exotic local spices, El Babor is a fun and unique shopping experience.
Whoa, Natalie, sometimes it seems like Israelis put sesame seeds on everything.
They do love the sesame seed.
Even candy and sweets. I don't get it personally, but it's very popular here.
You know what? You'll understand everything after we go to the Trina and Halva factory here in Nazareth.
Oh, cool. We're going to get to see how they make it and everything?
Oh, yes, Max.
Let's do it.
Whether you're living in Israel or not, you've definitely heard of Trina. Today, we're out here in Nazareth factory where we're going to see how it's made.
The vibrant city of Nazareth, which is the biggest city in the north of Israel, has many sights to see and offers a wide range of historical attractions. It is home to the Trina and Halva factory, which has built a reputation for creating delicious goods distributed across Israel and even worldwide.
Here we are at the Halva and Trina factory, and for those of you who don't know, Halva is a Mediterranean treat loved by all the Israelis here, and it's made out of sum, which is sesame seeds. So why don't you tell us about the factory? When did it open?
We have here the fourth generation in the factory. It's established in 1980, and now we export it for United States and for Canada and South Africa and Japan, Switzerland. Wow. And we all use the halva and the tahina for all its natural and healthy food.
I also noticed that you guys have a spot in the Guinness World Records. Tell us about that.
It was the largest halva in the world.
How big was it?
300 meters and about 3 tons, 800 kilograms.
Oh my God, that could feed the entire country.
The 3-ton halva took 24 hours to make. It was then given out to the locals of Nazareth as well as the tourists that stopped by.
So I see here you have many different flavors of halva.
It's the halva vanilla and the halva with the chocolate, halva with pistachio, the halva with walnuts, and we have the halva for diabetic people with coffee beans, and the halva with the black cumin.
Black cumin seeds have many health benefits. They improve digestion and maintain normal blood pressure, as well as being rich with antioxidants. These seeds are used to make a black cumin paste, just like how Trina is made.
The sesame it's a sweet tasting, but the healthy one, it's the black cumin. It's more for diabetic people. It have more of calcium and vitamin of B12. Now we start produce the tahina from the black cumin and the halva.
This is the plant, the sesame seeds. Where do you bring it from?
We bring it from Ethiopia and Sudan and Egypt. That's the best of the sesame seeds.
Why don't you say we go to the factory now and see how it's all made? Wow.
The first step here is we peeling the sesame. After the peeling, we separate it. We take the good sesame, we rinse it with water, and we put it in roasted machine that's roasted in low temperature because we need to save the nutrition facts in the sesame.
The sesame, when it's already drained, all the water is gone. It smells amazing. It smells so good.
After the roasted, we sieve. We have to put it in sieve machine to clean it. We clean all the sesame. And we go now to the milling machine to see how we milling the sesame. Okay.
Wow, hot Trina. Very warm.
It's a fresh tahina.
Wow. That is the most amazing Trina I've ever had.
The richness of the Trina brought about a whole new experience.
We have start to produce the halva spread, and my father start to this kind of halva and the halva flaky. This one, it's the halva flaky. Many people like it for the ice cream.
So now we learned how
how to make chalva. First, we need to produce the tahina in order to make the chalva, and you add some sugar. Besides for that, I see you also make candies.
Yes, we use that lutum, that's like a Turkish delight. We make it from cornstarch and sugar and water. We're boiling it and we're mixing it with vanilla. This is the most popular kind of sweet in the Middle East. You can taste one?
Sure. It's called a lotum, right? Interesting. Tastes like a jelly bean.
Yes, it's like gel.
Then I tried some vanilla halva. He did say it was the most popular flavor.
It's a halva vanilla, you can taste that one.
Halva vanilla?
Yes.
Wow, I really like it. I'm definitely not leaving Nazareth without a box of halva and tahina in my hand. Have you ever heard of a hummus candy, chickpea candy? Here at the factory, found something very original. Hummus metzupa sukariot, which means
Chickpeas with sugar. It's a traditional of candies here in the Middle East.
what can I say? Israelis love their hummus. Can I try a piece? Good, very sweet. I don't really taste the chickpea, but it's in there. After tasting all these Mediterranean-style treats, it's easy to see why Nazareth has become a destination for visitors seeking something scrumptious.
Well, that's it for us this week. Thanks for joining us on Cruising Israel.
Catch us on ILTV.tv every Sunday, where we'll be cruising Israel.
In the heart of the Negev, near the Ramon crater, you can find an alpaca farm, one of the few in the world where you can see herds of beautiful llamas and alpacas roaming around, originally from South America.
So we're in the middle of the desert, in the middle of the Negev, next to the town called Mitzpe Ramon, next to the very famous Ramon crater. Don't be shy, don't be shy. And right here in the middle of nowhere, in 1987, they started this huge enterprise. Try the other one. And they brought all the llamas and alpacas here, originally to create wool.
Why is he coming towards me like
Because he wants food. It took forever to bring the animals here. No one thought they will survive. But Ilan Dvir, the owner of the farm, he managed to pull all this off.
You didn't want me before, now you want me?
And now it's just a pearl in the middle of nowhere. And people come here from all over the world to feed the animals.
Oh, cutie.
Usually people come here just to relax and enjoy.
Oh, ooh, alpaca.
And see that animals are not that scary.
Really?
So they don't spit because they're aggressive, they spit for defensive reasons.
I have already been spit on by an alpaca, so I'm kind of nervous.
Just distract them with the food.
I'll be running around you for the rest of the day.
Here on the alpaca farm, it's not just alpacas and llamas. They also have horses, camels, goats, and so many more animals I can't wait to check out.
Get alpacing. I crack myself up. Stop it. Stop making me nervous. I could have sworn that this dog was a sheep. This is so funny. Baby. They're super friendly guard dogs. They're here to guard the rest of the animals. You look like a grandpa with some dreadlocks going on over here, buddy. I'm one with the goat. Alpaca season, people. Mom, stop it. So the camel behind me that you see sunbathing is actually the biggest animal on this entire farm. And he's clearly enjoying himself. You know, fun fact, not so fun. Got bit by a horse when I was 8, never rode one since. Never rode one since.
Lo bacchetta.
Nope, not gonna happen. I will not get bit by a horse for the second time in my life. This horse loves me. I feel it. I feel the connection. How'd you get there? I don't know. Are we taking the risk? Okay, no, I can't. I'm sorry. Wow, this is embarrassing. I told my dad I'm sorry in advance for this episode because I look like such a baby. I can't. But what are you gonna do? I'm afraid of ginormous animals that have mouths the size of my head.
Well, you touched a horse.
I touched the horse. Donkeys are actually the calmest animal here on the farm, and people don't give them the credit that they deserve. Look, they are the least ones that have attacked me so far. Wish I could just hug him.
You can.
No, it's really okay. Oh, I see all the alpacas coming towards me. Back off, alpacas. This is me and go time. Oh, sorry, I just poured that all over me. You know what's funny? It's actually they can eat for days, right? They can eat for days. They're like me. They're my spirit animal. You guys have sufficiently seen me freak out here at this beautiful alpaca farm, but now we are going for an alpaca picnic. Oh, I have hiccups. Let's go. Alpaca me.
So now you take the llama.
Oh, just kidding. Llama picnic. Llama picnic.
Yeah, that happens. It's okay. Don't be scared. Yep. We'll just continue going towards the B&Bs. Maybe he'll come with us.
Come on. You don't want to go for a picnic with me? This is the best day of my life. Look at all of you swarming towards us. Am I taking her up here?
Yeah.
All right, girl, let's go. We're taking you home. Come on. What do you don't want to be with me? She doesn't. I'm not seen. Where are we running? This is beautiful. I love it, and it's so warm and cozy in here. You feel like you're in a little studio apartment.
Yep, and if you look outside, if you open the window, the entire farm is right in front of you. So let's say waking up here, looking out the window, having your first cup of coffee, something you basically can't find anywhere else.
Nowhere. Good morning, alpacas.
The alpaca farm isn't only just an animal farm. They also have a beautiful bed and breakfast for any guests to come, hang out, sleep, and then wake up to the gorgeous view of the alpaca farm.
So relaxing. Okay.
Well, this is a completely vegetarian farm.
Can you help me? This scares me.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay. So they brought them here for the wool itself, and for the past about 15, 18 years, we've been producing our own yarn that you can buy here in our shop.
This wool actually never left the farm. This is so soft. So we have the alpacas here, right?
Try this scarf.
And then you guys shave them, and then you guys create these gorgeous, authentic scarves. This is amazing. I love this scarf. It goes really well with my outfit. It's a really good color.
All the model llamas right here, they have really crooked teeth because llamas and alpacas' teeth are just like our nails. They never stop growing. So once in a while, we just need a vet to come over here and just shave the heads off, just so they won't hurt each other.
Bora was actually brought from Germany, and she's so big and friendly. Hi, kitty. Hi, kitty. Bye. Can I pet him?
Yeah, you can.
Do they bite?
Nope.
Just a 20-minute drive from Kfar Blum, we headed to the Banyas Nature Reserve. This ancient site was developed around a spring that was once associated with the Greek god Pan. It is located at the foot of Mount Hermon, north of the Golan Heights.
We're here with Ophel from the Banyas Nature Reserve. I am stunned, actually. This is the most gorgeous thing that I've ever seen here in Israel. I didn't know that these types of caves and waterfalls even exist here. So tell us a little bit about the Banyas Nature Reserve.
To me, what is so special about this place There's many things to see around here.
Yeah.
You have archaeology, old city banyas, the temples, which we're probably going to see later, nature reserve. We have a beautiful wildlife here. Most people don't see it, but we do. We have our own cameras and we go out at night.
Yeah.
And there's just a very good vibe around here. There's two main archaeology, I'd say, centers here.
Okay.
The area of the temples, mainly Greek. And there's the center of the old city banyas. And then you have the nature, the running water all over the year. You can see how people use the water, people that live here.
Right.
Flour mills, they used to produce electricity here
Wow.
using the power of the water. And obviously, to me, the most beautiful part is the suspended trail and the beautiful waterfall, which is not the tallest in Israel, but the waterfall that runs the most amount of water
Wow.
in all of Israel.
All right, that's pretty impressive. I am so excited to get started, so why don't we go?
Yep, let's go.
Let's do it.
We're heading over to a very large complex that shows the remains of the temple and courtyards that were dedicated to the worship of Pan, which dated back to the beginning of the Common Era. The time most famous here is actually the Roman one, considering it was the most prosperous.
You were saying that most of your visitors are actually pilgrims?
I wouldn't say most, but about half.
Wow,
About half,
Christian pilgrims?
Yeah. Christian pilgrims. In the New Testimony, there's a story about Jesus coming here with his followers, and he asked them, what does people say about me?
Right.
Okay, and now I cannot quote the exact word. But
Right.
The main story is they say, you're this, you're that, and then one of them says, okay, you're the Messiah.
Oh.
And then the whole story get on, and that's the first time that Jesus is mentioned in the Son of God, as the Messiah. And
Wow.
we're gonna see the sand dreidel in a minute, and you can see the verses literally being printed into the sand. That's a very
Amazing.
nice thing, yeah.
All right, let's do it.
You have the exact verses from the New Testimony printed in backwards in different languages.
Yeah.
And while you spin it, it's being imprinted into the sand.
Wow,
It's
amazing.
a very beautiful thing. Everybody stops here.
Yeah? All right, let's do it.
We actually just fixed it after like 6 months. It was broken. You want to find the English one?
Yeah. You are Jesus Christ, the Son of the living God. And Jesus answered him, I tell you, you are Peter, and on this rock I build you my church, and the power of death shall not prevail against it. All right.
Just happened that we have a nice archaeology site. They don't come for the archaeology, that's a bonus, right? Most important to see where Jesus was.
Yes.
Excuse me? Thank you. All of this area is a temples area dated to the Greek time. Actually, the people have been around the Banyas, at least when you can see documented papers, from the time of the Hellenized. But the biggest, most impressive period of time in which people lived here is the Roman. They built all these temples, and they built a very, very big, beautiful city. And this is the area which has like 5, 6 big temples. The main theme would be Pan, which was the god of shepherds, god of forest. You feel like you're 2,000 years back in time.
This site was originally named Panias after the Greek god Pan, but since there's no P sound in Arabic, the village that grew up around the spring came to be called Banyas.
I feel like such a tourist.
Oh, you just use the milk.
Oh, okay. So if you burn somewhere, and when it's become like dark,
You can touch it a little bit, yeah.
It's gonna go away.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
It's maybe not gonna go away, but it's gonna help.
Okay. It's heal or take away the color.
No, it's gonna heal.
What is this pump that is sitting so perfectly situated next to the water?
Okay, so other than this being a sacred place for Christians because of the New Testimony story about Jesus, the Banyas is also one of the 3 streams, along with the Snir and the Dan, which form the Jordan River, which is also kind of sacred. And so a lot of pilgrims, and they come and they want to take some holy water with them. And then people used to go inside and fall down and injure themselves. So we put this pump, takes water from the stream in here, and they can fill the bottles and take them home as a souvenir.
Amazing,
Yeah.
That's great. So you were saying that Banyas, Snir, and Dan
That's
are
the
the 2
3
streams,
streams that form the river.
the Jordan
the
River.
Jordan River. Yeah,
Yes.
exactly.
Amazing.
Yeah.
All right, so let's go check out the waterfall.
Yeah, let's do that.
We just got to the waterfall entrance, right?
Yeah.
And you were saying that this is the 3rd most popular tourist destination in all of Israel after Caesarea and Masada,
Exactly.
with around 700,000 people, you would say?
Yeah, that's what we're heading this year. Like I said before, about half of this is tourists, and the other half is Israelis. Almost every school in Israel come here, and you got families, you got the groups. Yeah, so that's about it.
Welcome back to ILTV on the Hour. I'm Alec Pollard, coming to you live from Israel with the biggest stories in the region. Israel confirms the identification of the body returned yesterday from Gaza is Thai national Sudtisak Rintalak. The 42-year-old agricultural worker was murdered by Hamas terrorists near Kibbutz Be'eri on October 7th and taken into Gaza. After Palestinian Islamic Jihad claimed to have located his remains in northern Gaza, the body was transferred to the Red Cross and then to the IDF, where forensic teams completed the identification. With Rintalak now home for burial, only one slain hostage remains in Gaza. Police Master Sergeant Ran Gvili killed defending the community of Alumim on October 7th. The Prime Minister's office says Israel shares the Rintalak family's deep sorrow and remains determined and committed to bringing Gvili home, stressing that Hamas must honor its commitments under the current agreement. In Gaza, the IDF conducted airstrikes in Khan Yunis after soldiers were wounded in an RPG attack from 2 terrorists who emerged from a tunnel. IDF forces identified them and shot both dead. Minutes later, a 3rd operative slipped in undetected, placed an explosive on an armored vehicle, and fled. 5 soldiers were wounded, 1 seriously. The exchange of gunfire came around the tunnel network where many Hamas members remain trapped. Following the clash, the IDF has launched a massive manhunt with artillery and airstrikes pounding targets across the area. The IDF confirms it carried out an airstrike targeting a Hamas operative involved in the same attack on the troops. Palestinian sources claim at least 6 people were killed. The IDF says over 40 terrorists have been eliminated in the so-called Rafah pocket and dozens of tunnels and shafts destroyed. Some terrorists still strapped low ground have lost contact since October and are now presumed dead. U.S. President Donald Trump says Phase 2 of his Gaza peace plan is going to happen pretty soon. In reality, Israel and Hamas have only agreed to Phase 1 of his plan, which included the initial ceasefire, the IDF pullback in Gaza, the hostage-prisoner swap, and humanitarian aid arrangements. No agreement has been reached on Phase 2, which deals with post-war management of Gaza and the disarmament of Hamas. While the U.S. pushed through a UN Security Council resolution to establish some of the mechanisms required, the process has stalled amid disputes over whether Hamas will disarm, who will participate in the International Stabilization Force for Gaza, and where reconstruction will begin. Referring to yesterday's attack on Israeli troops in Gaza, Trump said this.
You know, they had a problem today, I understand, with a bomb that went off, hurt some people pretty badly, probably killed some people. They're telling me it just happened. But it's going on. We have peace in the Middle East. People don't realize it. We have tremendous support.
Officials from Israel and Lebanon held their first direct talks in decades today in Nakura, a rare and significant development on a northern border still on the brink. The meeting took place at UNIFIL headquarters just inside Lebanon as part of a US-led ceasefire monitoring mechanism. For the first time, both countries sent civilian representatives. Israel was represented by Dr. Uri Reznik of the National Security Council and Lebanon by former Ambassador Simon Karam. U.S. Special Representative Morgan Ortagus attended along with French and UNIFIL officials. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's office confirmed he ordered the inclusion of a civilian delegate, calling the move an initial attempt to create a basis for relationship and economic cooperation. Beirut said it agreed to participate only after learning Israel would also send a non-military official. The talks are part of the cessation of hostilities implementation mechanism established after the ceasefire reached with Hezbollah just over a year ago. The last time Israel and Lebanon held talks in Nakura was the 2022 U.S.-brokered maritime border deal, but those talks were indirect. Israeli officials described the meeting as positive, but Jerusalem stressed that Hezbollah's disarmament is non-negotiable and not linked to any economic track.
This is a historic development. Be in no doubt that this direct meeting between Israel and Lebanon took place as a result of Prime Minister Netanyahu's efforts to change the face of the Middle East. As the Prime Minister has said, there are unique opportunities to create peace with our neighbors.
That's all for this edition of ILTV on the Hour. Thanks for watching.
Hello everyone, this is Owen Malul. I'm a Krav Maga and fitness expert, and today we're going to teach you guys some basic and practical moves of Krav Maga. Okay, so today we're going to be handling another gun threat. And this time it's going to be a gun threat from the side. You okay? Come down. Come down. On the ground. So let's break it down, guys. Here we have a gun threat from the side. Okay, first step, please bring the hands a little up, tell him to calm down. Try to distract him. Take my wallet, talk to him. Okay, if you really see that you cannot get away from it, give him your wallet and anything like that. That's the moment maybe to react. Second step, redirect the gun from your body. Very simple move when I'm redirecting the gun. Now, here the concept is, even though Yogev has a very short way just to pull the trigger, and now I gotta do all of this move, pay attention that he's not gonna be able to do that. Yogev, while I'm moving, please pull the trigger. No, come down. There you go. You got one more chance. No, please leave me alone. Take my wallet. Help him. Now, and why is it happening? Because I am the one surprising you now. Even though you have this short move just to pull the trigger, in your mind, you have to be able to see me moving, analyzing, and send a command to the hands to actually pull the trigger. When I'm the one surprising him. So one more time. First step, trying to distract him. Second step, redirecting the gun. Right away after redirecting the gun, I'm kind of jumping on him, taking control of the gun while giving an elbow at the same time. Boom! Pay attention that here my hand is kind of locking the arm that is holding the gun, while giving, as we said, the elbow at the same time to the chin. There you go. From here, continuing with more counterattacks towards the groin. With this hand, it's still stick to my body. Try to pull the gun. He's having a very hard time while I'm giving all those counterattacks. From here, last step, disarm the gun. From here, look what I do. Twist my thumb, bring it towards the gun, and creating leverage down. While making always sure, hold the gun, put the finger inside, you get? Yeah. While always making sure that the barrel is not facing me. One, twist your thumb, hold the barrel very tight, leverage diagonally down, boom, pull it out, and then you can even use the gun as a counter-attack towards the head. Get away of the situation. Yeah. Magazine strike. Make sure you're in control. Tell him to go down. You control the situation. Okay, so now let's break it down, guys. I'm coming from the side. Imagine a scenario where an ATM or the attacker just comes from the back, from the side, pointing the gun on your body. Now, from here, as we said, first move, just try to distract him with bring the hands up. Make sure maybe you can get away of the situation without actually performing the defense, right? Second step, we said redirect the gun. So here, let's try. I have the gun loaded. Whenever you move, just redirect. Yeah. There you go, one more shot. Now, don't bring the hands too high.
Right.
Just lift the pump the hands up. There you go. There you go. So as you see, I'm always going to be shooting outside of your body. Excellent. Third move, you don't have the time here to wait so much because then I'm going to take the gun to myself. You have to kind of jump on him, wrap this arm with giving an elbow. Yeah. So now after you already took control of the gun, yeah, hold tight, yeah. Now, yeah, disarming. So, yeah. Last step is always to get away. Always with the gun is to get away, get some distance. Magazine strike. Make sure the magazine is inside. Load. Tell him to go on the ground. Take control of the situation. Thank you guys for joining our Krav Maga class.
If you guys want to learn any of the moves that you guys just saw Oren teach us, you guys can go back to our previous episodes and learn them. Thanks so much.
Hello everyone, this is Oren Malul. I'm a Krav Maga and fitness expert, and today we're going to teach you guys some basic and practical moves of Krav Maga. Okay, so today I want to handle one of the most important parts in self-defense. And what is it? The mental parts. What's going inside my head when someone is actually attacking me? What's going to make the difference between someone who is able to function under stress and someone who is actually, maybe he knows a lot of techniques, maybe he's someone trained, but he freezes when he sees a knife or when he sees blades. That means he doesn't function under stress. When I feel in danger, when a person feels in danger, what happens automatically, that heart rate goes up, right? Insulin starts flowing towards to the blood. Blood starts flowing towards the lower part of the body, towards the legs, so I can run and I can fight. The eyeballs gets wider, so I have better vision. So automatically our body is very smart. Now, we don't do all those processes consciously. That happens automatically. That means the subconscious, that we know today there is conscious and subconscious, does that automatically, even without now wanting to actually do that.
Right.
Now, why does it happen? So we have a better chance to actually fight or run away, so we'll be faster and stronger. That's why it actually automatically happens. But we still see people that are trained and in a real-time situation, when they see the blade or when they feel in danger, they just freeze. What is it? Some people are born with a certain gift, what we call courage. And some people, they just don't have it. It could be that something happened through their childhood, or it can even be a gene. We don't always have the explanation, we don't always know to point, but we know for sure. It's or something in you, or you gathered it in your childhood, in life experiences, and your subconscious is saying, you know what, in a situation under stress, I know how to function. Or when there is a situation, when there is stress, just block my neurological resources and freeze. And the subconscious is actually doing it for a good reason. He wants to protect us.
So Oren, how would we go about fixing this or helping us?
So is there any exercise, mental exercise, that can help us function under stress, we cannot handle just the physical part and just train. When we train police officers, when we train militaries, there is a moment in the day, in the training, that we have to stop and actually have an exercise that is 100% mental. Okay, now, what controls us is emotions. Now, Emmanuel, I want you to imagine a situation now. When you're in high school, and there's a teacher coming in, and the teacher has long nails. Now imagine this teacher, she looks at the class, and she goes on the blackboard with her long nails, and she scratched the blackboard. Now, see what happened to you? What happened here is I was able to control your emotions, even though the situation was not real. The teacher was not really here.
Right.
It was not scratching, no nails.
Right.
But you actually got certain emotions. That means that your subconscious, and he remembers this emotion, pulled out this emotion and brought it right here with just imagining. That means we can understand that the subconscious doesn't know to analyze if it's reality or imagination. So what we could do is kind of get in a state that we close the eyes. We have kind of an exercise that we visualize. We do visualization. We close the eye, and before training the actual exercise, I'm imagining I see someone maybe attacking me with a knife, or maybe attacking my loved one. But while having this maybe fear, trying to turn this fear in the imagination, so I'm overcoming this fear with maybe a defense against a knife and a strike, making able to overcome the attacker, to have this positive emotion. And then what the subconscious is actually doing is saying, whoa, in a moment of that I have to function under stress, say, whoa, I know the situation.
Right.
I know that I could do it.
You mentally prepare yourself before it happens.
Now, this is something we have to take a moment out of the physical training, out of the techniques, and close the eyes, get it in kind of a meditation mode, visualize someone attacking us, get emotions out of it. It could be negative, but then to turn it out of positive, and then maybe open the eyes after 1 or 2 minutes and exercise. So we connect between the mental part to the actual physical and technical part.
Great.
And guys, this is just a little example how we can say program the brain to function under stress. Thank you guys for joining our Krav Maga class.
If you guys want to learn any of the moves that you guys just saw Owen teach us, you guys can go back to our previous episodes and learn them. Thanks so much.
Hello everyone, welcome to our Krav Maga class. I'm Oren Malul, I'm a Krav Maga and fitness expert, and today we're going to teach you guys some effective and practical self-defense moves. Okay guys, today we're going to learn one of the most common defense that we need to do in a street fight. A defense against a low kick. Very, very common that in a street fight, someone throw kind of a street low kick to the muscle, to the legs, all of those kicks that we see them a lot. Okay, so what's the difference between this defense against a kick to the previous classes that we actually learned also defense against a kick? The one before we were defending with their hands. So what happens and now we're defending with our legs? The difference is, then the first one, when we react with the hands, it was one that someone surprised us, okay? When someone surprises us, we're always going to react with the hands. But here, there is an attacker, and usually I can kind of see this kick, the strike, the street kick that goes to the muscle. So it kind of indicates the kick. So I'm able to see his leg up, have kind of a plan and lift this leg. Okay, so one more time, let's break it down. So here I have an attacker that is kind of showing me the kick, and then boom, I have the time to kind of lift the front leg, stop it, it's called a stop kick, and react with palm strikes, hammer fist, kicks, and run away. So very important to mention here that the angle of the leg is vertical up because his kick is coming horizontal towards my legs, towards my muscle. I'm lifting usually the parallel leg, boom, for a stop kick, going vertically up on his shin, on his shoelaces. So let's do it slow. Boom. Excellent. And kind of lean back, gather a little bit of distance, and this leg just goes straight up. One more time. Boom. Right away. Excellent. Now right away after the defend, you leaning forward with a hammer fist towards the jaw. So one more time. Defend. Beautiful. Yeah. Okay guys, important here to mention that because the kick comes around from the side, I'm lifting the kick diagonally from the side. So not forward, diagonally to the side, lean back. Now, let's do it a little more realistic. Yogev, try to really kick Emmanuel. Emmanuel, we trust you. Kick, nice. Nice job. So here we see an actual simple defend. We're just lifting and it's called a stop kick, boom, against the round kick. Could it be against the kick to the groin? Yes, it could, but I would use, in this case, the other leg. And here I'm gonna twist my leg. Why? Because I'm always needs to kind of create a cross. If he's kicking ground, I wanna have more surface, so I'm what? Putting my leg vertically. If he's kicking straight, so I'm putting my leg horizontally. That means that I twist my heel forward. If he kicks with the other leg, I'm gonna have to change and react with the other leg, again, vertically against his leg that comes horizontally. So he can throw it from the right, from the left, straight, and you, Emmanuel, have to react. Yeah, good. 1, 2, 3, good job, excellent job. So here we see, very effective tool. The important part, that it's important to mention that I see the attacker, I see his body motions. He is indicating what he's doing, right? Most attackers in a street fight, they don't surprise you. They're not professional MMA fighters, they're not professional boxers. So they try to gather kind of momentum and strength. Oh! So you can see this kick and use the stop kick. Excellent job. Thank you guys for joining our Krav Maga class.
If you guys want to learn any of the moves that you guys just saw Owen teach us, you guys can go back to our previous episodes and learn them. Thanks so much.
Hello everyone, welcome to our Krav Maga class. I'm Oren Malul, I'm a Krav Maga and fitness expert, and today we're going to teach you guys some effective and practical self-defense moves. Today guys, we're going to be handling how to neutralize an attacker from the back, okay? So here we have Yogev. You're going to be playing the role of the attacker, of course, and you're going to be attacking Emmanuel. Now, I'm someone from the street, okay? Or I just want to help Emmanuel. So I'm coming from the back in this case. Yogev, please imitate like you're punching exactly. One time. Now, one more time, let's break it down. The situation here is that you have an attacker. We see he is punching someone or even a knife. Yogev, always a knife ready?
Yeah.
So, for instance, a knife stab. I'm not in the situation. I see the scenario, I see what's going on, and I come from the back. I want to help Emmanuel. I want to help the one that is being attacked. So, for instance, a knife, boom. I come from the back, boom. Boom. So we're breaking it down. Yogev, the attacker, is attacking Emmanuel. I'm someone from the outside who wants to help. Grab it. First of all, bring your hands from the side and grab his head tight, creating pressure on his nose and the eyes together. From here, what I'm doing is simply pulling kind of a circle motion back, boom, and down. Kick, attack, making sure if it's a knife, he doesn't have the knife anymore. Okay, so for instance, he falls and he still has the knife, boom, boom, and he still has the knife, boom, I have to make sure he's not going to be able to attack me with the knife. Boom. Of course, here I'm in an advantage when he's on the ground and I'm attacking him with kicks and here's the situation is over. One time fast. So here, guys, I'm from the back, holding his head, creating pressure on the nose and the eyes together, holding tight, and now with a circle back motion, pulling, boom, creating leverage on the back of his neck, boom, and down, attack, make sure the knife is away, attack, control the situation, move away. Yogev, you're gonna be attacking someone. Here, this is the scenario. Emmanuel, you're from the back, coming, holding holding from the weak spots, circle back and down. So here, Yogev is attacking someone. Emmanuel, you're from the back, hold tight, beautiful. Put pressure on the nose, on the eyes. From here, you're pulling back with a circle and then going down, kind of, yeah, excellent job. One more time. I want you, Emmanuel, to kind of go down with him to make sure he's on the ground. Yogev is attacking, Emmanuel from the back, tight, aggressive, excellent, kick, counter attacks, run away. So here, Emmanuel, when you're already holding, pulling with the circle motion, tight to your chest, and then move back, lunge back with your back straight. Okay, meaning do not bend too much so you don't have a chance to actually also fall. Attack, and Emmanuel, aggressive, excellent, kick, counter attack, smooth. To conclude, we had today how to neutralize an attacker from the back. I want to help someone, I see someone that is being attacked. I'm from the back, I have the angle from the back, I come from the back. Let's say Yogev is attacking towards the camera. I'm from the back, holding the weak spot, pulling back with a circle motion, down, attack. Very effective way to neutralize someone from the back. Good job. Thank you guys for joining our Krav Maga class.
If you guys are interested in learning any of the moves Owen taught us, make sure to check out our previous episodes.
Hey guys, welcome to our Krav Maga fitness class. Today we're actually hosting you guys in our actual class. Welcome, we're happy to have you here. Welcome guys here. We're gonna start by our little warm up. We're gonna start with warming up the shoulders, big circles with your hands forward. Nice. Stretch a little bit. Okay guys, so the first episode we're gonna have today, and the first thing we're gonna be handling today is talk a little bit about the mix between Krav Maga to fitness. Now, as you guys know, in order to defend yourself in the street, our philosophy in Krav Maga doesn't necessarily that you have to be strong and fit and in the excellent shape. But in the training, of course, if we're going to be using our body as a weapon, we wanna make sure this weapon is sharp and strong and we can use our body. So again, I'm repeating, it doesn't mean that necessarily I need to be strong and big in order to defend myself, but of course it's an advantage, okay? So the mix in Krav Maga and fitness goes always together, okay? We're gonna be starting with an excellent exercise to practice our strikes, our kick, and also our endurance. Okay, so as you guys are here, level 2 already advanced, we already know to strike to all of those angles, forward, to the back, and we also guys learned in previous episodes, strike that goes forward, to the side, hammer fist, kicks, pump strikes, right? Back kicks, side kicks. So we're gonna be mixing all of those strikes to make sure that we combine them together. So you're gonna be starting in front of me. Okay, the exercise is gonna be this. I'm gonna pick one direction that I'm facing, okay? So we're all gonna be facing this direction, okay, against the mirror. Now, my pet holder is in front of me, and he's gonna be starting with hands. So that means I'm gonna make my upper body work. He holds for, the pet is here, so I can go or palm strikes, right? Or hammer. Little by little, he's gonna be going slightly to the right. Okay, so from here, yes, I could turn a little bit, but always keeping my chest towards one direction. And while he's turning, I'm gonna be what? Transferring to hammer fist. Always keeping the chest. 1. He's gonna continue with all the way going 360. When he's finishing 360, he's gonna be moving to kicks. And here, yeah, guys, you are going to be tired. The endurance is starting to work here. Let's imagine I have 2 attackers. Right? Come a little closer. So I can still what? Boom, kick. When I kick, that it goes. It's a straight kick, but it goes to the side. Kick to the ground, it goes to the side. Ready, guys? 3, 2, 1. Let's go. Yeah. Nice. Is the hands up? No. Okay. So with this hand, and then switch. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's your time to push it, guys. 10, 9, 8, push it, pick it up. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. In time. Here we're gonna be switching the pad. The guy who was kicking takes the pad and holds for the other. Important to say the effect of working out high intensity and then resting, right? In the fitness world, we call it an interval. 3 minutes, let's go. Yeah. Nice. Keep the hands up, above the chin. Above the chin, yes. Get used to it. Yeah. Good. Aggressive. Finish up, pick it up now. So a little conclusion, guys, we had today. What? We talked about the mix, the connection between Krav Maga to fitness. We said that in order to protect ourselves, not necessarily we need to be someone strong or fit, but of course that it's going to be an advantage, so we mix it in the Krav Maga. So here we have an advantage when people go and work out. What they basically also have in the Krav Maga, they get the self-defense that is practical, the confidence, and as we all know, as survival is an instinctive aspect in a human being. Right, today we live in a generation, it's not like back then that you had to fight for your food, but it's still someone built in your gene, and the moment you're able to survive, you're able to protect yourself, the confidence goes up. So that's what we have today. Good job, guys. Thank you, guys. We'll see you next episode. Hello everyone, welcome to our Krav Maga class. I'm Oren Malul, I'm a Krav Maga and fitness expert, and today we're going to teach you guys some effective and practical self-defense moves. Hey guys, today's class we're going to be handling ground technique. Now, 50% of the time, guys, when I don't react quick enough, I'm going to get to the ground, okay? If I don't do something quick enough when I still stand up, a lot of time I'm going to get to the ground. So here we have Yogev. We'll take a scenario that he comes with the headlock from the side that we've been already learning, but I didn't react fast enough here. So I got to the ground. Boom, boom. Now, let's break it down. So here we have an attacker from the side, headlock, and I didn't react quick enough what we learned in previous classes. So here actually already got me to the ground. Boom. Headlock from the side on the ground. First thing, the hand that is close to his central body goes to the groin. Attack, attack, attack. The other hand, almost together, just right after, goes from the side, holds the weak spot. The nose, the eye, the hair. Okay, one of the most recommended is the nose and the eye together. Holding tight, creating pressure, creating leverage, kind of twisting towards the side, towards the left in this case. Oh! I can help myself with the other hand to push him. Attack, attack, attack. Stand up. Another counterattack to the head. Move away. Attack, counterattack towards the head. Boom. Move away. So now we are actually starting when we're standing up. Yogev comes from the side. Now, you guys remember, we actually learned this defense when we're standing up. One hand goes to the groin, the other hand goes up, and it's actually exactly what we're doing when on the ground. But Emmanuel did not react quick enough. So she reached the ground. Yogev, take her to the ground. Boom, excellent. So they reached the ground. And here, you're actually doing the same thing. Groin, groin, the other hand towards the weak spot. Twist, help with the other hand. Move him out at counter attack. Move away, kick. Excellent. So to conclude, we have ground technique when someone took you with a headlock. Yogev, take her with a headlock to the ground all the way. I did not react quick enough. And here, groin, groin, boom, move him away. Stand up, counter attacks, run away. Good job, Emmanuel. Emmanuel's becoming professional, huh? Thank you guys for joining our Krav Maga class.
If you guys are interested in learning any of the moves Owen taught us, make sure to check out our previous episodes.
Hello everyone, welcome to our Krav Maga class. I'm Oren Malul, I'm a Krav Maga and fitness expert, and today we're going to teach you guys some effective and practical self-defense moves. Hello guys, today we're going to be handling a front roll. We're going to demonstrate and then break it down. Okay, so I was demonstrating a front roll while I was running, while I have momentum, I'm in motion. But you could actually do the same roll when Yogev, come for a second. Let's take a scenario of someone pushing you and you lose balance. Oh! So here, for instance, we have a scenario, an attacker pushes you from the back and you're kind of falling, you're off balance. In order to break the fall, you kind of roll and merge with the ground. Yogev, push. Oh. But of course, first of all, if someone is pushing me and I don't have to fall, I'm not gonna fall. Here I'm talking about a situation that really I lost balance, boom, and I have to roll. It could be with an attacker, or it could be while I'm actually running, right? I'm losing balance. I'm maybe on my skateboard, on my bike, or any situation when I'm in motion and I'm losing balance and I realize, wow, I'm on my way to the ground. Better I roll. And if we practice it enough, it's gonna kind of become a muscle memory. Me personally, and I know a couple of my students, that of course it happens to all of us that we fall, we were able to use it in real time and maybe get away from injuries. Okay, let's break it down, Emmanuel. Here, I'm in motion. That means that one of my legs needs to be forward. For now, we're gonna take the right leg forward. Excellent. Now, that's the first step. Second step, I'm on my way to the ground. So I'll have to put my hands in a position that I break my fall. And on the way, while I'm sending my hands towards the ground, I'm putting my head, I stick my head towards my left shoulder. Okay, so step one, we could say step and head together. Step two, I'm on my way to the ground putting those hands. The right hand with a little angle, horizontal. The left hand, for now, vertical. I'm putting it on the ground. Head is to the side. Excellent. And first thing what I want you to do is just kind of push forward. Step one, with the head, put your hands, push forward, and I'm rolling on my right shoulder. Trying kind of to merge with the ground, not to get hit in the back, in the head, in the important parts. Slow, 1, 2, excellent job, excellent job. One more time. So we said step one, leg and head to the side. Excellent. Step two, we're putting the hands, trying to merge with the ground. Now when I meet the ground, I kind of resist. I'm breaking my fall, and little by little I'm bending my hands till I reach my shoulder, my right shoulder. Now Make sure your head is not straight, right? The head is to the side so I don't mid the ground. And then the roll is gonna be done. From the shoulder, you're gonna mid the ground diagonally, step by step, all the way to your hips. So important to mention, while I'm rolling, I'm gonna bend. If I have my right leg forward, I'm gonna bend the left. Here, why? It helps me also to merge with the ground. And second of all, look at my position. Now, all I gotta do in order to stand up and face my attacker is from here, stand up, whoa. Step one, put those hands. Yeah, head, remember. Now, put your hands on the ground and merge with the ground, bend to the left, go. Yes, okay, so here, I'm the attacker, pushing you from the back, you lost balance. Right leg forward, excellent job. Face me, stand up, yeah, nice. And guys, very important to mention that it's not just about an attacker from the back that is pushing you. A lot of time, we fall by ourselves, right? By the stairs when we're running, skateboard, bike, any situation that I'm in motion. Whoa, and I'm in motion, whoa! And I kind of merge with the ground. And here I got off my fall without any serious injuries. Good job, Manuel. Thank you guys for joining our Krav Maga class.
If you guys are interested in learning any of the moves Owen taught us, make sure to check out our previous episodes.
Hello everyone, this is Owen Malul. I'm a Krav Maga and fitness expert, and today we're going to teach you guys some basic and practical moves of Krav Maga. Welcome back guys to class. So today we have kind of a special class. Now look what we have here. A chair, a stick, an iPhone, keys, and a bag. Okay, what are those doing here?
What's going on?
Okay, today's class is about learning how to use your surrounding, learning how to use objects to your advantage. So let's take a scenario guys, of an attacker with a knife, okay? Now it's very important to emphasize that this specific defense, what we're gonna do today, using an object, that's when I'm able to see the attacker running towards me, or I saw a terrorist attack and an attacker running with a knife, something going on. So here guys, I want to teach you a very important concept in self-defense, okay? Yogev, I don't want you to give me the discount. I want you to go and stab me towards my chest. I'm not going to do anything. Stab. Excellent. That was one. Okay, I can even do it with my hands in my pocket. Two. Go. Good. Again. Now.
Unexpected. Very.
Now what happened here? Yogev, why did you stop? Why did you stop, right? That's what we call surprise effect. You have keys in your hands. You have an iPhone in your hands. Okay? Right? Depend what iPhone, right? But you have something in your hand, you have an object. You have a cup of coffee. You drink a cup of coffee. Okay? The attacker comes, throw this cup of coffee, throw those keys, and boom! Scream! There are many concepts in Krav Maga that as we see, they are not complicated and they're actually simple. But we have to put it in our conscious that it's possible to use it, right? I have to be aware that I can use my surrounding. I can use my cup of coffee. I can use my keys. Especially chairs. There are usually chairs almost everywhere. Okay, so an attacker coming towards you with a knife, whatever it is, whoa, boom, boom, boom! We use the key, we use the chair, we have a bag here. Okay? Right? A lot of us are working with the bags. We don't always think we can actually do something with it. Right? Yogev, please attack me. Whoa! One more object we have is a stick. Now, defense against a knife with a stick. Boom!
Yeah, I would just hit him.
Now, very important to emphasize, the stick does not represent just a stick. It represents an umbrella, a cane, So pay attention, a strong strike towards the wrist, towards the bone, usually going to what? Up. Make the knife fall, right? After that, boom, towards the face. So we have 2 steps here for this defend with a long object, a stick, an umbrella. 1, defend and body motion towards the wrist. 2, strike, strike. And I can always play between 1, 2, 1, 2, boom.
Beat him up.
Get distance. So to conclude, we learned today a defense against a knife, or it's actually any kind of attack. We focused on defense against a knife with an object, learning how to use our surrounding. You see the knife up, you throw the key in, up, scream, oh, kick and run. What you do, surprise them with a key. So that was our first one, right? The second scenario, the second object we were talking about is a chair, right? We see the scenario, you're sitting in a coffee shop, something is going on, the attacker running towards you, right? And you can see him and do what? Whoa, take the chair, use the chair towards the face, towards the knife, The third option that we had is to learn to use what we have in hands. A lot of us have bags. You see an attack coming on, use the bag, whoa, kick, yeah. Okay, so this bag could make a difference. And the last option
is my umbrella.
Right? We said it's a stick, it's an umbrella, a cane, a baseball bat. We said you are seeing the attacker first going towards the threat, towards the wrist, right? A strong strike here, oh, and right away to the face, yeah. Nice job.
Thank
now you know how to protect yourself with objects.
All my surroundings.
Thank you guys for joining our Krav Maga class. I'm Oren Malul, and remember, a single move can save your life. Hello everyone, welcome to our Krav Maga class. I'm Oren Malul, I'm a Krav Maga and fitness expert, and today we're going to teach you guys some effective and practical self-defense moves. Welcome back guys to our Krav Maga class. Thank you for joining us. Today we have Ida and Avnel. Ida is going to be learning she's going to have her first Krav Maga class. So we decided today, actually, to take a little step back and understand what's so special about Krav Maga and what is it designed from. It has main 3 principles, okay? First principle is to know how to strike and kick and hit someone. A strike is something very important. Let's imagine I have Avner here, right? And he's gonna hold my hand, my arm, okay? And I don't really know how to release his hold. I don't really know, okay? And we assume that the attacker is always stronger. That's what we always assume. But when I'm holding your hand, and I start pulling you towards the car, you have enough confidence to come towards me and give me a kick towards the groin, right? Imitate. Boom! What's it gonna do? You're gonna release the hold. Yeah. That means that sometimes in Krav Maga, you could get out of the situation, you could defend yourself without knowing too much techniques. So now we're actually gonna test out the second principle of Krav Maga, reacting, and we're lucky to have Ida, who has never done Krav Maga before, and that's the best thing actually how to test what are reactions of a person, right? Now Ida, if I'm going to be attacking you with a strike, you don't even know what hand I'm going to attack you, but if you do it very naturally, that's what you do. Yeah, very instinctively, right? I didn't tell you what to do. Instinctively, we all react this way. So second principle in Krav Maga, react with your instincts. We don't have the time when someone attacks us in the street to think, oh, what did I learn in class? Right? Boom. We have to react with what our body tells us, an instinct. Now, just reacting with the instinct, of course, it's not enough. After you react with an instinct, right, we have to kind of attack. So you kind of, you haven't learned the palm strike yet, but you can, after the reaction, just attack with an open hand and towards the face, and then kick towards the groin. Yeah, excellent. Now the third principle of Krav Maga. Avnil, please come. We talked about someone holding you, right? Now, Avnil, please hold Ida's hand. Ida's arm, right? Now, again, giving you 5 seconds, try to release it. Ready? 5, 4, don't let her. 3, 2, yeah. So the stronger usually win. And now we're teaching you what we call a technique. The third principle of Krav Maga is a technique. Or you don't want to attack the attacker right away. You don't want to strike the attacker right away. You don't want to create violence and blood. Or some situations you cannot. So here we're just going to teach you a simple technique that we learned in previous classes. With the other hand, hold your own fist. Yeah, make a fist and hold it. Just pull it up. Excellent. And one more time. 1. And go with all of your body motion up. Oh, excellent. Yeah, so hold it tight. 3, 2, 1, and pull up. It was not your instinct when I was holding you the first time to do this whole technique. It was, use all of your body motion. Yeah, it was not your instinct to do something like that. You had to learn it, and in order for it to become effective, you have to get it into your muscle memory. So that was our 3 principles of Krav Maga. 1, knowing how to attack. We can get away of many situations when with striking and kicking. 2, principle number 2, react. Rely on your instincts. We don't have time to think, oh, what did I learn in Krav Maga class? When someone attacks you, boom! You use your instinct. 3rd principle, techniques. You cannot always attack by yourself. You cannot always strike the attacker for certain reasons. So here we learned very simple technique that we can get away from it without striking. Very good job, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you guys for joining our Krav Maga class.
If you guys are interested in learning any of the moves Owen taught us, make sure to check out our previous episodes.
Hello everyone, welcome to our Krav Maga class. I'm Oren Malul, I'm a Krav Maga and fitness expert, and today we're going to teach you guys some effective and practical self-defense moves. Okay guys, today's class, defense against chokes. Guys, today we're going to be handling not just one choke. We want to learn, as we want to always try to understand in Krav Maga, what are the principles? What is the map of getting out of a choke? Ida, what did you learn last class? You learned one technique, that someone was holding your arm, and what did you do? You went up, right? What is the principle behind it? You learned how to do it, but we didn't explain the principle. The principle was that you were pulling your arm against 2 of my thumbs, right? I was holding your arm very strong, but you went and grabbed your own arm, your own fist, and you went up against 2 of my thumbs. That means that you went with all of your body weights against
Your thumbs.
2 thumbs. Now we have Avnil, who is going to be choking me from the front. That's here. Okay, now I'm going to show it one time, quick, and then we'll break it down. Avnil, choke. Here, I'm bringing my hands and going towards his
thumbs.
Again, thumbs. From here, I'm going explosive, boom, towards the outside, give a knee, a kick, and continue with more counterattacks. Right? But what was the first principle? Again, going on the thumbs. Why on the thumbs? The thumbs is any base of any grip, of any hold. When you hold, the thumb is the base. When you choke, the thumb is the base. A choke without a thumb is not a choke. Okay? There is no, try to choke me without a thumb, without your thumbs, it's not a choke. It's not a choke anymore. The base of the choke is the thumbs. So what I do, I bring my hands towards the thumbs, and now I go explosive. So I can breathe. Boom. So again, I use all of my body strengths, explosiveness against 2 thumbs. Okay, Ida, let's give it a shot. Avnil, Ida, come here. Avnil, please try and choke Ida. First, put your hands slowly, and now you bring the hands from the outside on those thumbs, and now you go explosive towards the outside. Excellent. Try not to go too far away, just a tiny bit towards your chest. Ready? Excellent. Now let's use the same principles, and now we have a choke from the side. Nina, what do you think I would do here?
Also, you have to release his thumbs.
Where's the thumb? Here, right?
Yeah.
So I bring hand through the thumb. Again, and then I attack. Oh. Choke her. Same principle. With the far hand towards the thumb. The other hand can help here. Excellent. Now choke her tight. Thumb. Yeah, tighter. Choke.